live. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is January 13th, 2025, and we are about to get into 7 hours of the stock market. So here's the crazy part. We are already waking up to a lot of wildness. Everything from the bond rates. Here's the crazy part. Oh, hi, there it is. You even heard a little bit from Apple. You got data, a little bit from around the world, but the fact of the matter is bonds, dollar, even big tech, they are already reacting this morning. We got the JP Morgan Health Conference. That's going to bring in a little bit. Then you'll get a little bit of data, and then after tomorrow, you're going to get the PPI, then the CPI, and then before you know it, it is going to be the inauguration. So we got an exciting day. You also got the start of earnings. There was a couple of updates here in the AM, and we'll see where it takes us and where we end by the end of the week. So Chattadonia, I hope you guys got rest over the weekend. I hope you're feeling good. But good morning, baby. What's going on? How we living, El Trapato? What up, Brian, Chris, Energy, Gunner, Laker, Jay? Good morning, baby. What up, Mark, Patrick, Carver, baby, Dos Nacho, Gunner, Tim Whitman in the house, Rami, Ansel, Man, Bear, Bull, Shark, yeah, baby. Good morning. What up, Jamal? What up, Uncle Terry, Bluebird, Big Dumb Animal, G-Rod, baby. What's going on, Mr. Parks? How you doing, Ansel? What up, CYB? Humble Business, baby. Good morning. Noah Fox, Martin Skrelly, Winning, Loser, Onion, Dakota, Brown Town Crows, baby. What's going on? Happy Monday. What up, Produce? What up, Jimmy James? Oh, Dos Nachos. Here's to the chat, baby. Oh, Mr. Malone, Matt Frizz, Brian Hunn, The Culture, Johnny Trong, Dubs Dollar, Sarah Sosa, Steven the Rapper, Stock Trading, and Avery. Good morning. What about the Twitch? What about F the Feds, Lucky J, Stock Sasquatch, Miss Cherry Cola, Epic Eric? Oh, Dos Nacho! You ain't even on the Twitch, baby! Well, what's up? Good morning, man. I'm already hyped for Monday. What up, Toy Soldier, Epic Eric, Lucky J, Danny V, Blazing Bob, and Robo Hand Tech and Uncle Nick, baby. Oh, what up, Nazi Wolf? There he is. Oh, good morning, baby. So, Chattadonia, I hope you're ready. It's going to be a very interesting one, and honestly, I did not think you were already going to wake up this shaky. So, everything from, there's even updates out of China and all of that. So, we are going to get an exciting week, but even the opening, man, it's a pretty big decline. You're already down by 0.6. I think futures were down by 0.8 at one moment. So, like the video, Chad, let's have a good day, and welcome to the beginning of the week. But now, here's Josh AI with the news, baby. Good morning. Stock traders jolted by fresh rise in bond yields. Global stock and bond markets extended losses on Monday, hit by diminishing wagers on Federal Reserve interest rate cuts and a further oil price spike that poses a fresh threat to inflation. Wall Street was set to add to Friday's losses, with futures on the S&P 500 down 0.7%, and those on the NASDAQ 100 falling 1.1%. Tech shares, including Tesla Inc., Palantir Technologies Inc., and NVIDIA Corp., were among the high-profile losers in pre-market trading. European shares dropped 0.7%, with technology names leading the declines. World markets, already in turmoil since the start of 2025, suffered a fresh setback on Friday from a blowout U.S. jobs report that prompted traders to slash their wagers on Fed rate cuts to less than 30 basis points for the whole of 2025. The figures sparked a sell-off that wiped out the S&P 500's year-to-date gain and sent the dollar index to two-year highs. 10-year Treasury yields, the rate that underpins the global cost of capital, rose further to touch a 14-month high, up more than 15 basis points this year. 30-year borrowing costs hover just below the psychologically key 5% threshold. As long as the U.S. fixed income market hasn't stabilized, it will be difficult for the equity market to regain strength, said Benjamin Melman, Chief Investment Officer at Edmund de Rothschild Asset Management. We need some stabilization, but as we are seeing this morning, it is not going to happen today. Meanwhile, another wave of U.S. sanctions on Russia sent Brent crude futures to a 5-month high above $81 a barrel. If the move reduces the global crude surplus, it could keep energy prices elevated, lifting price pressures. The rise in treasury yields and the dollar is affecting markets worldwide, raising borrowing costs across Asia and Europe. UK assets, which have been at the epicenter of the turmoil, continued to lose ground with 10-year gilt yields holding near 2008 highs, in the pound extending last week's 1.7% slump to trade at the weakest since November 2023. Rabobank analysts said that while the UK's fiscal deficit was a major concern, a large part of the move higher in UK long-term interest rates reflects the push higher in global rates, which is linked to a US-led rise in risk premia. Attention turns next to UK inflation data due Wednesday. The US also releases inflation figures on the same day, with economists forecasting the year-on-year print to have picked up to 2.9%. That could further reduce bets on Fed easing. Already, Bank of America Corp has moved to predicting no rate cuts at all this year, and in fact sees the risk of a hike. Rothschild's Mellman considers the data to be crucial given President-elect Donald Trump's pledge to implement policies that are widely seen as inflationary. If we have confirmation that the disinflation process stalled even before Donald Trump's re-election, it could provide some more tension for U.S. fixed income, he said. China is another source of pressure for market sentiment, with shares extending losses even after data showed record exports last year. The offshore traded yuan dropped close to a record low against the dollar, forcing authorities to ramp up support for the currency and tweak capital curbs. Corporate highlights: Johnson & Johnson agreed to acquire Intracellular Therapies, Inc., a biopharmaceutical company focused on treatments for central nervous system disorders, for about $14.6 billion, the company said. Macy's, Inc. issued a slightly more downbeat outlook for sales in the current quarter, a sign that executives might have been too optimistic about their expectations for a solid holiday shopping season. Apple Inc. sold 5% fewer iPhones globally and lost ground to Chinese rivals in the final quarter of last year, reflecting the absence of Apple intelligence in its largest market outside the U.S. Moderna Inc. slashed its sales forecast for this year as the company continues to struggle with slow demand for its COVID and RSV vaccines. Shake Shack Inc. reported fourth quarter sales that surpassed expectations, signaling that efforts to raise its profile and serve customers faster are paying off. And Abercrombie & Fitch Company raised its fourth quarter sales outlook on better than expected holiday sales, but the increase wasn't enough to reassure investors the retailer could keep up the fast pace of growth. Key events this week: New York Fed President John Williams speaks Tuesday. Bank of Japan Deputy Governor Ryozo Himino speaks Tuesday. Eurozone industrial production Wednesday. France CPI Wednesday. UK CPI and US CPI Wednesday. Chicago Fed President Austin Goolsbee. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari speak Wednesday. Australia unemployment Thursday. Germany CPI Thursday, U.S. initial jobless claims, retail sales, import prices Thursday, Bank of America, Morgan Stanley earnings Thursday, China GDP, property prices, retail sales, industrial production Friday, Eurozone CPI Friday, U.S. housing starts, industrial production Friday, oil hits 5-month high as U.S. sanctions on Russia menace supply. Oil supply: Brent advanced near $81 a barrel after surging almost 4% on Friday. The U.S. imposed its most aggressive and ambitious sanctions yet on Russia's oil industry on Friday, targeting large exporters, insurance companies, and more than 150 tankers. The moves, less than 2 weeks before U.S. President-elect Donald Trump takes office, throw a spotlight on India and China, with refiners potentially being forced to seek alternative supplies. India emerged as a vital buyer of Russian crude after Moscow's 2022 invasion of Ukraine, and China is the world's largest oil importer. New U.S. sanctions on Russia's oil industry went further than expected, Morgan Stanley analysts, including Martin Ratz, wrote. It will take some time to digest these measures, but this creates downside risks to oil supply, at least for a period. Goldman sees dollar rallying 5% or more as U.S. growth dominates. Goldman Sachs Group Inc. has upgraded its dollar forecast, citing a robust U.S. economy and likely higher tariffs that may slow monetary easing. We expect the dollar to rally by about 5% over the coming year on the realization of new tariffs and continued U.S. outperformance. Strategists, including Kamiksha Trivedi, wrote in a note, even with this upgrade, we still see the risks tilted towards more dollar strength. Chinese trade surplus soars to $1 trillion ahead of Trump return. The surplus jumped to an unprecedented $992 billion in 2024, according to a statement from the Customs Administration on Monday, 21% higher than the previous year. That was the result of record exports, but also the continued weakness of imports, which have been dragged down by sluggish domestic consumption and falling commodity prices. With rising external uncertainty over trade policies of the incoming Trump administration, China's export growth is likely to face severe challenges this year. Kelvin Lam, senior China economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, wrote in a note, all eyes are on January 20th, Trump's first day in office, to see whether he will follow through on his rhetoric and impose tariffs on Canada, Mexico, and China from day one. Top overnight news, Russian Kremlin says there are no specific preparations underway for a possible U.S. President-elect Trump and Russian President Putin meeting. Oil hit a 4-month high as U.S. sanctions on Russia's energy industry raised supply concerns. Benchmark Brent crude futures rose more than 1% early Monday, adding to a 3.7% advance Friday when the U.S. unveiled much-anticipated curbs on Russia's energy industry. The rise is adding to jitters in global bond markets, fueling fears of higher consumer energy prices that could juice overall inflation. BBG, U.S. President-elect Donald Trump intends to push Ukraine to lower its age of conscription in an effort to stabilize the country's front lines ahead of direct negotiations with Russia. FTI, China's trade numbers for DEC exceeded expectations, including exports plus 10.7% versus the street plus 7.5%, and imports plus 1% versus the street minus 1%, although the country's continued dependence on exports is likely to stoke trade tensions with the incoming Trump administration. RTRS, China's trade surplus reached a record $992 billion in 2024 as exporters raced to get ahead of Donald Trump's policies. Just 1 week before he returns to the White House, Bloomberg Economics expects the tariff-driven front-loading will boost Chinese exports further. BBG, the PBOC ramped up its support for the yuan with a verbal warning and tweaks to its capital controls. The offshore yuan edged higher. Governor Pan Gongsheng said policy focus will shift more to consumption. BBG. The ECB will probably cut rates further to ensure it delivers on its price stability mandate, Chief Economist Philip Lane told a conference in Hong Kong. Governing Council member Ollie Ren said the central bank should continue cutting irrespective of what the Fed does. BBG. Apple Inc. sold 5% fewer iPhones globally and lost ground to Chinese rivals in the final quarter of last year, reflecting the absence of Apple intelligence in its largest market outside the U.S. BBG. Jan DJ is said to be in talks to buy Intracellular Therapies, which has a market value of about $10 billion. ATCI shares up tilde 35% in the pre-market. BBG. U.S. defense spending deficit. Austin recommends Congress boost the Pentagon's budget by $50B, taking it to $1T. BBG. Barclays expects Fed to deliver 125 BPS rate cut in June 2025 versus prevalent forecast of one cut in March and one in June. BBG. And then you actually got a headline coming in right now. Customers cut NVIDIA Blackwell GB200 racks. Includes Microsoft, AWS, Google, and Meta. Some customers waiting for later versions of racks. The information. So NVIDIA is even getting a bad headline right now as well, too. But Chatadonia, good morning. It's a lot of headlines. And again, even for a Monday, I'm telling you, we are starting off pretty bad. I mean, you got a lot of pressure, the yields, everything else. So good morning. Welcome to the week. But we got some more headlines. S&P futures are down by 0.5 Monday morning trading off the worst levels. Follows a difficult week for stocks in which the S&P fell nearly 2%. NASDAQ lost more than 2%. And Russell slumped down by 3.5%. Treasuries mostly weaker with some curve flattening. Yield on the 30-year just below $5. Up by 0.2. Gold is up by 1. Bitcoin down by 4. WTI is up by 1.4 after jumping 3.5 last week. Bond yield back up, the go-to excuse for equity market weakness, even with the much stronger than expected December non-farm print on Friday. The scrutiny has been the drivers of the move beyond firmer growth, particularly deficit and sticky inflation concerns. Deficit dynamics continue to make headlines amid Republican divisions over whether reconciliation bill should be the budget neutral. Sticky inflation concerns exacerbated by recent strength in oil. Dollar, another overhang, particularly with talks of an already high bar heading into the Q4 season, which kicks off this week. Tariff uncertainty, also a high-profile bearish talking point, along with stretch valuations and concentration risk. Busy macro week ahead. New York Fed one-year inflation expectations on the U.S. economic calendar today. Tuesday brings small business optimism and PPI, along with comments from Fed Williams, CPI, Empire Manufacturing, and house prices on Wednesday, along with Fed Beige Book and comments from Barkin, Kashkari, Williams, and Goolsbee. Retail sales, import-export prices, home builder sentiment, and claims set for Thursday, and industrial production, housing start, and building permits on Friday. Busy in terms of updates in the ICR and JP Morgan Health Conference. Lulu raised Q4 EPS revenue and GM guidance. AEO and Urban also higher following the updates. Abercrombie down as Q4 sales growth boosts seem to underwhelm. Macy's said Q4 revenue tracking slightly below. Five said Q4 sales tracking the high end of guidance. Boot positively pre-announced fiscal Q3. Shack pre-announced Q4 revenues and margins ahead. Myrna down big on weaker 25 sales guidance. DXCM Q4 sales ahead. Humana and MA names higher on government proposal. Johnson & Johnson to acquire ITCI for $132 a share in cash. CFIUS extended deadline for Nippon Steel scrap takeover of X. SKX mentioned positively in financial press. Ackman Pershing Square proposed merger with HHH in $4 billion deal. C-Swan to acquire ENFN in $1.5 billion cash and stock deal. Guild and LEO Pharma entered in a strategic partnership to focus on potential treatment of patients with inflammatory diseases. Hershey's confirmed CEO Michelle Buck to retire in 2026, and Sonos U.S. CEO steps down. Hot dog. There's more. Strong U.S. jobs report reinforces expectations for higher long rates. Some fear inflation rebound. Global bond yield back up, triggering a lot of worries about the start of 25. Oh, excuse me. The dollar surges to two-year high. Goldman ups its dollar forecast, citing robust economy. Investors hope that corporate earnings growth can revive faltering stock market rally amid fading bets for quicker Fed rate cuts. Goldman Sachs says hedge funds increase bearish bets ahead of Friday's strong jobs report. Morgan Stanley Wilson says strong U.S. dollar to boost domestically oriented sectors over those with global revenues. UK pound braces for further declines as fiscal concerns mount. Firm strengthens supply chains ahead of expected disruption from Trump trade policies. China export growth beats estimates ahead of potential tariff increase. Germany faces second consecutive year of economic contraction. UK manufacturers pin hopes on industrial strategy amid rising costs. UK Chancellor Reeves vows to meet non-negotiable fiscal rules amid bond market turmoil. China ramps up support for yuan with tweaks to support capital controls, vows to crack down on market disruption. PBOC chief says China will promote role of consumption in the economy and move away from investment focus. Chinese yuan headed for slow burn depreciation as stocks see the worst start to the year since 2016. Chinese corporate profits set to show a third consecutive year of declines in 24 as deflationary pressures take hold. Bank of Japan may revise inflation forecasts amid surging rising prices and higher import costs. ECB Lane seeks balance and rate cuts for 25. ECB Vujicic says central bank unlikely to speed up rate cuts. ECB Ren says more rate cuts will be needed irrespective of Fed movement. Bank of England faces inflation challenges as CPI sets to remain elevated. LA races to contain wildfires. before severe winds return. Newsom suspends California's onerous environment review process to facilitate rebuilding efforts after fires. NVIDIA criticizes new effort by Biden admin to tighten Washington grip on global AI chip flow. Optimism over U.S. banks set to be put to the test with earnings this week. Airline bosses bullish over 25, but industry remains vulnerable to unexpected problems like recession, inflation rebound. TSMC Q4 profit to surge 58% on strong AI chip demand. Biden delays enforcement of orders blocking Nippon Steel. J&J to buy Insight. GSK agrees to buy U.S. biotech IDRX for as much as $1.1 billion. Tough U.S. sanctions set to curb Russian oil supply to China and India, sending crude to 4-month high. European risks storage targets for next winter, setting stage for a potential worldwide fight over gasoline supplies. Qatar gives Israel Hamas final draft of Gaza truce deal with breakthrough in talks. Trump CIA picks Ratcliffe seen pushing for gloves-off approach against China. Fears of nuclear conflict are growing again as arsenals expand, alliances shift, and treaties dissolve. Zelensky calls for prisoner swap ahead of North Korean soldiers it holds for Ukraine's captives in Russia. And then Biden probe finds China unfairly dominates shipbuilding penalties possible. Wow, Chatadonia. That's a lot, man. I don't know if we have time. I got to run through these plays. There was a lot of headlines here. Again, so welcome to Monday. ITCI, again, J&J is buying them. Humana's up 5.9. Medicare update. Dexcom up 5.9. Guidance. NTRA 3.9. Preliminary Q4. UNH. CVS, they're also reacting to the Medicare stuff. Lulu up on earnings. XS up preliminary Q4 results. CF up 1.3. Piper Sandler. NTR upgrade 1.0. Piper Sandler as well. OPCH up 14 off guidance. ENFN is up 10% to acquire they're going to get acquired for 1.1. CLMT is up by 9. Subsidy Montana renewables discloses 1.44 billion Department of Energy loan. Rumble has cloud agreement with El Salvador. TXG is up 6. Preliminary Q4. Boot is up 3. Preliminary Q4. Sage Therapeutics is up by 37. Expects R&D and G&A expenses to decrease. You have TRAW as a bird flu play. Which one is it? Lulu again. Why is there so many of these? VSTM 5.4 partnership with Cuva, Den up 4.3, preliminary Q4. Myrna down 19, full year guidance and milestones. Regen down 5, preliminary sales. AS down 10 off guidance. Pins down 3, Jeffries downgrade. STM down 2.8, TD Cohen downgrade. Qubits down 15, common stock offering. ANF down 11 off earnings and guidance. SWTK down Q4 results down 9. And then TMDX down 5.4, responds to short report. And then LODE down 39 to issue 30 million shares. So Chatadonia, like I said, we're kind of behind. I can't believe it's already 6:22. I need to go pee. And again, NVIDIA had bad news on the customers there, Amazon and Facebook. But Chad, get ready. When I come back, I hope you have plays. And then that's it. Game time, baby. Good morning. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Code News on Twitter. I'll see you in a little bit.
There have been a few insurance experts. I'm thinking of a broker at Willis Towers Watson who has been actively trying to work with bankers to say, should we really require 100% replacement cost insurance coverage? I mean, here's an indication of why the banks might want that to be the case, but definitely not just here, but in Texas, in Florida, in New York, New Jersey. That is an onerous undertaking if you need to get that insurance and the prices are skyrocketing. 2, I've been told, again, multiple insurance CEOs have basically predicted that the steps that the state takes next, Carl, in terms of the insurance market will determine whether California truly becomes an insurance desert. It was already a place where it was hard to find and very expensive. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, after that piece in the LA Times over the weekend looking at how many of these policies were canceled even before the fires began. Look forward to hearing more from you, Contessa, as we await sunrise out west. Let's go walk on the street. I'll be right back.
Yes. That was a weird break. The sunrise out west. Indeed, we have beat the sun this morning, my friends. So, Chatadonia, you have gotten all of the headlines from around the world. There's a lot today. And again, the whole dollar bond dynamic, you're going to be dealing with that. But you're here right now. You heard some of the plays. I got a couple for you. You got to hear more about the wildfires. But tell me, what is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. Good morning. AMD shares, watching stocks S for calls. NVIDIA puts, NQ shorts, watching stocks S. Apple 232, added more Intel. Good morning. MSTR puts, MES short. Salem puts, UAL. Rigetti cover calls. Long term. NVIDIA puts, hello. HODL, PayPal calls. Short QQQ puts, TLT puts, Meta puts, CLH, SPY puts, CVS call, SPY call. OpT, watching oil, selling my SPY put, 575 puts on the SPY. VIX call, sitting on hands. NASDAQ short. AMD long puts, NTR. AMZ call, short Tesla, Quantum Pop, SQQ, SPY put, Palantir, OpBuy shares, gold calls, UVXY calls all day. More Fubo calls, SPX, eBay short, SCM, looking for more long-term dip buy, sitting on hands, sitting on cash. Got 3 more divvies in the final plays. Long everything, Meta calls, Walgreens, Palantir, QQQ puts, and good morning and buy Tesla. Wow. You even got to update China Commerce Ministry on U.S. export measures for AI. China will take necessary measures to safeguard its legitimate rights and interests. So, again, you have the bad NVIDIA news and now that as well. I got a couple plays. I'm going to be watching some of the insurance plays like Allstate and Chubb like we saw last week on Friday. Apple, J&J, they got that deal. Hershey's, we keep talking about. Keep an eye on oil. Healthcare, Humana, a lot of that Medicare Advantage stuff came in today. And then Bank, Citi, and Wells Fargo. And then Lulu and A&F as like post-earnings guidance type beat here. Again, earnings does start to kick off here. Oh, strings and sounds, baby! Ted Ivama. Oh, good morning, baby. Oh, what a great way to start. And on that note, baby, it's been just straight headlines since we have woken up, and I am honored to be here and now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, here at the Cult. Before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I'm talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, for real, man, if you have served this country, even the families, thank you for giving up so much for our freedoms and working so hard. Whether or not you've agreed or not with whatever's going on, y'all have given up so much of your lives so that your brothers and sisters that you have met and not even met could enjoy this freedom. So veterans, y'all deserve it. Y'all need a long term. I hope y'all get the long term, the real estate, all of it. And at the very least, thank you for everything you have given to this country, and big shout out to your families as well, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run. God bless you and thank you, baby. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of the Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chad Adonia. Oh, and we got to welcome Glenn. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, so good morning. We have a big day ahead, okay? It's already a wild week and wild start to the year. The bonds, the dollar, the trade. Next week is the inauguration. Are you guys ready or what, baby? So, good morning. Nikes is a good Habibi. I like a Nike. So, Chad, we got about 1 minute, 40 seconds. If you have any questions, let me know. I threw in a lot of pretty pictures on the watch list. I mean, I have a lot to show you. If you didn't watch the watch list, though, I don't know if you have time later today or whatever happens, but just don't forget. I think this is going to be the main point. Everyone's bearish because of the bonds, but this is something that I put on the watch list yesterday where I'm like, listen, the bond situation can become very bearish. That's pretty obvious, but at the end of the day, it's just the answer is in the bonds. If the bonds do eventually calm down, as history has shown, that would lead us to a better environment. So for now, if the bonds keep breaking, we're going to have a little bit of stickiness and volatility, but also in the same respect, I don't think people have seen it yet, but once the bonds calm down, that's also going to add a whole nother element of that could stop pretty much any reversal. But that is once again in play. You're waking up higher bond yields. The dollar's stronger. Again, I don't know if you guys saw it. Japanese yen is getting murdered right now. People have been talking about that this week. And then you even have some of the China stuff. So it's a pretty active Monday. I don't know. We have about 30 seconds here now. Like that video. Make sure you guys are ready. We'll have some call outs and news. But like I'm saying, to start off a week on Monday, I mean, you're already gapped down 0.75%. The dollar's running currencies. It's pretty active here. So welcome to Monday, baby. Welcome to Monday. Yeah, CPI is going to be on Wednesday. You got a little bit of data today too, but really CPI, that's going to be pretty much final set until Powell. So let's get it. Yeah, and then inauguration next week. I don't think it'll be live. I think the market is closed. It's going to be Martin Luther King Day, I'm pretty sure. So there it is. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. And we're off. Again, you have Abercrombie and Lulu. Those were some of the post-earnings one. Again, Abercrombie did good, but then they sold off 9. So that could even be a post-earnings. Let me see. Lulu. And then again, you're going to have earnings just right around the corner with a couple of other names here as well, too. Lulu. And then Apple, again, Apple had bad news on like sales or something. And then remember on Friday, they also had the bad news. Lulu's only up by 1.9. A lot of the other like retail clothing plays, they went up in sympathy with Lulu. Damn, son. Lulu is expensive. Again, Abercrombie's still down. They're literally down 10% right now. Oh, no way. Yeah, there was one option that just disappeared. AMD strong start. They did bad last week, but again, a lot of people had eyes on that. I'd watch them if they could bounce. That'd be a good one. Nike's on the high. Someone was just. I think Nike could be the Lululemon and then some of the retailers. Again, I think Macy's was bad. Even then, they're still finding a way to be up. And then again, I'm surprised bonds are green, but I don't know. Bonds are. That's the easy worry, but take a look at the dollar again. That's one thing coming into this morning. I don't. Again, the yen is just getting murdered. Apple didn't have it. Cart, didn't they get an upgrade, I believe? I don't know. Cart should be doing good. Yeah, they're up at 44. And then again, Apple just had bad news there. Even NVIDIA, they had news that like Meta and a couple of others are canceling orders. So that wasn't good. Baidu on the high. There's Tesla now. High. Foot Locker's even reacting. Again, you have a lot of the, what's it called? You have a lot of the retail stocks. And then Wells Fargo on the high. Don't forget about bank earnings. That is kicking off this week. Oh, and then the biotechs. Again, I posted that link there. Baidu's on the high, even though I thought they were down. Yeah, they're in the 77s. That's appealing. The yields start good, and then they dump. Usually in the morning, I mean, again, it's weird. I think it's just weird that the dollar and bonds and the market are moving like this on a Monday. So, again, you already got that. Just the pressure, it's starting right away from Friday. So keep your eye on that. And then, again, right now, Russell's down by 1. NASDAQ's down by 1.3. Dow Jones barely red, and then SPY is down by 0.8. And then where are we? 5,779. Damn. So, again, you are now below any of those danger zones that we talked about last week. Again, you are below Powell. You filled this gap. Honestly, I think next spot is like 571. So, if this week is going to get big, you'll have 571 to like 567, 565 if it really gets bearish. But at that point, I do think the yields will be much higher if that was the case. Commodities could get relief, but not if the CPI and other inflationary stuff is hot. That's what we were talking about on the watch list yesterday, where, you know, if this reflation trade gets more legs, I would watch for commodities to kind of go. And that would be probably the only thing. If the dollar gets extremely strong, I think commodities might be the only thing that runs if you get strong dollar plus inflation, like we've seen at other points. And again, high ticker is still kind of moving. SPY chilling. Again, Dow is not doing bad. Everybody else still kind of weak, though. Very, very weak open. 5,800. PayPal's down. Let me check. NVIDIA. Where's AMD? A lot of you brought that one up. Now, they're barely down, but they're still kind of moving there. CPI is going to be pre-market on Wednesday. 1 hour before the bell. U.S. Steel is up. They're coming back down, but again, they're kind of getting that delay on that whole deal. Netflix is going up. SPY trying to climb up here. Again, JD, that's another China name. Again, China did start off pretty weak here, but they are waking up. Ford is on the high. I haven't seen Tesla. Tesla's down too, but they're climbing. HE on the high as well. Yeah, Wells Fargo's doing great. Again, they have earnings this week. Wells Fargo, Citi, I think, and then Goldman might be next week. Meta new lows. UPS. Yeah, I was looking at UPS. UPS is actually, I think this is the lowest we've seen UPS in a couple months. Yeah, so imagine all the times we wanted UPS, you know. So it's finally getting a little bit lower. They're filling that 2020 gap. DJT climbing. Yeah, Dow is in the green, surprisingly. The Dow is doing very, very good here to start. CME, again, high ticker still has stuff. EA on the high. Again, a couple of those earnings. Remember, you had airlines, too, on Friday. Ethereum below 3,000? Oh, no way. I haven't taken a look at Bitcoin. MSTR right above 300. Dell down 6. LPG on the low. Again, high ticker still balanced out there. Again, bonds are going red now, so they were a lot more green there in the AM. And then again, the dollar was already strong, so I'm surprised the market isn't as down as much. But then again, you had a pretty bigger gap down, so we'll see. But keep watching. Again, you should be aware of all major themes. You might have to take it a little slower. U.S. Supreme Court will not hear Binance bid to avoid investor lawsuit. And then Supreme Court declines to hear bid by Meta to avoid advertiser lawsuit, claiming it overstated the number of people who see ads. I think you're getting updates on Supreme Court, like what they're going to hear or not. I just got like 4 headlines of that. Clove presents. Nice. So let me see it. If you go on my Twitter, this is my Twitter, Real Cult News. This is the picture I posted. This was one of the pretty pictures, but here's the link. I'll post it here in the chat right now. But this is the JP Morgan Health Conference list. So here's all today. I mean, literally, I don't know if this is Eastern or not, but these are all the companies just today that you are going to hear from. So here is the list. I posted it in the chat if you don't go to the Twitter, but even if you miss it in the chat, that will be there on my Twitter page. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot in that. I mean, we'll see. So far, I think we woke up a couple biotech movers, but nothing too crazy. Whirlpool, they're chilling. They're holding up there. Where is it? I want to see some other material place. And then let's take a look here at oil as well. So, again, Bitcoin's down at 90,000. Damn. So, Bitcoin's already down another 5. It did the same thing on Friday. Yeah, oil's up by 1.5, dude. Oil's literally knocking at the door of 80. That's kind of wild. Bank of America, all banks doing good. Again, bank earnings, I mean, that is borderline the theme. Yeah, look at XLF. All greens. And then even KRE, that would have been a good one. Pfizer's going up. Real Cult News is my Twitter account. Or X, as the cool kids call it. APD on the high. Again, high ticker is just like balance. High-low ticker kind of moving in line. Dow is the only one that is green. I mean, NASDAQ's down by 1.5. SPY is just knocking at the door of 1%. Very interesting. Tesla's still going up. Pfizer flipped. Again, healthcare insurance companies did good today. So, again, Humana and a couple of others, the Medicare Advantage Star updates, they got good news on that. Meta under 600. VIX is at 21. Again, that wasn't there prior to this morning. I could consider more intel to the long term. I mean, right now, just how the dollar's going up, there's a lot of names that I want, but I've noticed that the trade-weighted dollar is really, really strong, and it's doing very good, but not all prices are reflecting that in assets. So, but in a weird way, I mean, there's a lot of names I want, but I kind of want the strong dollar to reflect other prices for a little bit, aka I don't think I will lose too much money waiting than buying something. Why? Because interest rates are going up and the dollar is getting stronger. That, again, a weird-ass phenomena. Just because, again, this is what we brought up on the watch list, that even though, I don't know if you've realized it, last week you had more people going into money markets in cash as if it was 1 month after the pandemic. But then in the same respect, even though people, you would think they were worried, or even if you're worried about bonds and inflation at the same time, they were also running into bonds at a pace they haven't in years. So in a weird way, you have people like, bonds and dollar right now, I don't think you're going to lose on them in 3 months, if that makes any sense. If anything, it makes more sense that you're probably more likely to get, in the next 3 months, your dollar might either get you more or interest rate will probably pay you more to do nothing. And that's why I think you're getting, not only are people buying equities and buying a lot, but at the same time, they are buying protection and at the same time going into the dollar. So very, very odd, but that's where we are now. Again, it's been a wild shift here leading into Donald Trump and the inauguration. So we still got a little bit more, but that is where we are for now. So I'm chilling there. Again, I'm fully invested. I only got one deposit, so we will see what happens. Why is MPW down? Oh, I don't know. I don't think there's a headline. I mean, there was some news on last week that was kind of old, but anything real estate related, I would assume that they are going to be under pressure until the bonds chill out. So right now, everybody's worried about a 5% 10-year. So especially if you're a real estate company, you have double the worry. So for the next couple of months, as long as everybody is real estate worried, then yeah. The Prospect stuff, but again, I mean, I always factored Stewart and Prospect as kind of the same one. So that's why I think that one's interesting. But again, I'm looking at the broader bonds. I really think you may get individual news on a company, but unless it's like a buyout or literally a bankruptcy, I just think the bonds are going to be the broader sale to a lot of things. On electrical components, I'm into those. I don't know much about them, so I can't really give you too much feedback, to be honest. I'm not that smart. Electrical components. Fubo down 10. Yeah, damn. I guess we haven't heard a Disney headline. They had a decent one on Friday. Remember they said that Disney and ESPN were like canceling those other sports offerings, but Disney is down. Nike came down. Let's see. Lulu, that one already faded. Abercrombie's still down. Going long on TLT. That's a question we answered a lot of in 2022 and 2023. So the easy answer is no. If you want the full answer, you're going to have to go back and find that. NVIDIA. Damn, NVIDIA's down 3. Again, JP Morgan moving up. More banks. Those are still wrecking. Yeah, Quantum, I mean, again, the Jensen stuff last week, and then who was it, Qubit? They did a $150 million offering this morning. So they dumped on everybody. 25 Fortnite. I like it, man. I like even ALB too. That was a good one. Go work, baby. Shout out the long term. Do Fed minutes on Wednesday? No Fed minutes. We had Fed minutes last week. Fed minutes is only once a month. It comes out about 1 month after the Fed meeting. So right now, I mean, you have CPI, and then that's Wednesday, and that's going to be our final in real big inflation data besides the PCE ahead of Jerome Powell. And then 2 weeks later, you'll have Powell. 1 week, you'll have the inauguration, and then the week after that, and Jerome Powell and the answers. Bonds are coming up. SPY's still a little lower. Again, only thing that is green right now is the Dow Jones. Again, dollar's still climbing too. That's not good. MSTR trying to climb again. Bitcoin having a pretty awful day. They're down by 5%. Humana again. Take a look. Even XLV. Anything related to Medicare Advantage got a bin. And then National Security Advisor Sullivan, Trump admin, expected to update rule on chips. Oh. 3 month and 6 months. I think there's another 40 billion auction. 3 month and 6 month auctions don't really get in the way of things because there's kind of Fed support there. But again, those longer end ones and kind of what we saw last week, with this fear, you did get to see that reaction. But I don't know. I think good news, bad news, that dynamic with other data might play us out. But we'll see. Once the bond yields start going up, those auctions will get worrisome again. On the topic of Watchlist, I'll know based off where bonds go, could it also be where they go or how volatile? Kind of. I mean, velocity with bond moves is always important. And, a very, ferocious, is that the adjective? A move filled with a lot of velocity, that could cause certain reactions. But generally, you still need those yields to break. If the long-term bond yields don't go above the previous high, even if it moves really, really fast to 4.99 but never breaks the prior cycle, then no. And that's a fat-ass candle. What the hell is that? Yeah. I mean, you had that Jake Sullivan headline right now about updating chips. I have no idea. That was a little Shrek right there. Yeah. Hi. No, I wouldn't call it a leak, but good morning. How about good morning? But damn, that's on Monday. Y'all already saying CPI leak on Monday? Yeah, we have been here for 14 minutes. That's it, really? I got you how many candles we have left in the day, and y'all really call it this one? There's no way. We did not just hit a new low that fast for this one. Yeah, look at that. That's how you know we hit a new low, because that one, you already like CPI leak. It's been 15 minutes, homie. You're gonna 14 minutes to be exact. 14 minutes and 44 seconds. What the fuck you mean CPI leak already? Good morning. Hi, how are you? Well, yeah, that is a fat-ass candle, but I wouldn't go as far to say CPI leak, but yeah, you just woke up there. Again, NASDAQ's still down by 1.3. That knocked off a quarter of the SPY, though. I won't lie to you. That was, again, SPY was down by like 0.8. Now you're only down by like 0.6, about 0.7. But again, bonds, it doesn't matter. Again, like I was showing you guys the other day. Remember, SPY has moved up a lot, but the bonds have already moved so much. The dollar is breaking out. SPY is kind of in no man's land, so they don't have to really have a correlation there. But even though that's a big move, what I'm trying to tell you is that move looks fat, and you're like, wow, 0.25%, but dollar ain't move, bonds ain't move, and we're still kind of playing that same game. So we will see there. But good morning. But that's your first little green shoot of the day. We'll see where that takes us. Again, high ticker is a little bit more aggressive now. Low ticker has a couple names, but high ticker's picking up. Disney was just red. That's going up. Kappa. You're going to get a couple of these small cap runners probably. Yeah, that one's up 107. Again, JP Morgan Health Conference too. We posted that list. So we will see. You really struggle with your ADHD and MH issues and impulsiveness. Can you put your money into a long term to withdraw it in 3 weeks later? I mean, I'm sure there's things that you can do. And I mean this out of love and respect, but just like grow the fuck up, Is thy will not as strong as thy fist? So you could hide your money from yourself, and I strongly encourage you do. But if you're even just saying for 3 fucking weeks, I would this isn't, you don't need any like crazy law. Otherwise, put it into a 1-month bond at the very least. But at that point, I think there's a bigger issue on money control and spending rather than just the vehicle to save the money. So, again, cut it out now and try. Give yourself a couple days at a time, but you should be able to hold 3 weeks. Isn't that crazy to not spend money? Again, like I always say, if you ever come in contact with money and you come into a windfall, you're not going to use it for a month to like get used to it. But I don't think, anything else. It's a bad habit to start. That's what I'm saying. I don't want you in that habit, because before you know it, then now you're just paying money to hold your money in a weird way or doing all these things. But I do like the ability of hiding money from yourself. But I don't know if that was that. OMCO on the low, and then Microsoft. So big tech kind of selling off again. Bonds starting to break out a little bit. Yeah, Bitcoin Pro shares down 3.7. Broadcom has been green all day. Oil starting to move right now again. Bonds, dollar, everything kind of chilling there. But then again, I think big tech, that one's going to be an interesting one. Sullivan said there was a missed opportunity to have comprehensive agreement with EU on steel and aluminum. 1-month bonds have good returns. Yeah, it's just the Fed funds rate. It's a little lower because they cut rates a couple months ago, but it's still above 4. So you get 4%. I mean, obviously 4% annualized on a month is like, what, 0.2, 0.4 or something? So, but yeah, you still get paid. It's not, I mean, it's definitely not bad. I don't know. I don't know. It actually does better than most, to be honest with you. But at the end of the day, I wouldn't want to put my money and hide it in places. If the issue is 3 weeks. Intel, no, I haven't called Intel yet. I need to do my daily calls to get in. I think I could do it, though. I'm not going to lie. I really think I could. And then dollar's still near the high. Bonds coming up now. Bitcoin's even moving. Again, literally TLT on the high. You don't really see that too often. GLD. So even gold's coming up. There again, more volume on bonds. CLF partners with Nucor and potential bid for U.S. Steel. Yo, U.S. Steel, this is a little old, but now you're going to have American buyers getting involved in this. Habibi, you have an update. All right. Yeah, it's already up 7%, but that's a new update there. CNBC's dropping it. The offer would be in the high 30s. What? 30s a share, and then all cash, and then sell off the Big River. So then that doesn't make any sense. What? So Cleveland Cliffs is going to offer on United Steel, but they're saying it'd be a low $30 offer. That doesn't make any sense. So because the stock's trading at 37, so it's up 8%, but they're saying the offer would be in the 30s, would be in the high 30s. So it's right where it's at now. But that's interesting. I didn't think they would be getting another deal. So again, now it used to be about the Japanese company. High 30s is right there though. You're in high 30s, but and then sell off a unit. Very interesting. I know. Why wouldn't they just buy it on the open market? But that deal, I mean, it's been like a year now of everybody trying to get their hands on U.S. Steel. And then now with the Japanese and all of that, that'll be very interesting. But keep an eye out for that. That's a news update. That's coming in now. We'll see where that takes us there. I'm sure you're going to get another. In the next couple of days, it's literally been every other day to start off this year. You have gotten some update on this deal. Myrna's dying today because they had bad, I think it was COVID vaccine numbers. And then remember on Fridays, even some of the bird flu stuff, that wasn't as good, but it was COVID vaccines. They guided down on that. This is the first full week of January, technically. Yeah, because last week, again, we had that holiday there because of Jimmy Carter, but yes. CVS is strong because of the Medicare Advantage stuff. So that's why Myrna's down in CVS. Again, they're two completely different companies. One is a pharmacy, one is a drug producer. But CVS, Humana, there's one more. Anybody in the pharmacy space, if they got an update on Medicare Advantage, they did good today. Again, that's exactly why Humana's up. And then MSTR is trying to climb up. Banks for the next 2 years. I mean, I like JP Morgan at a certain price, but I don't know. I think the banks are better hedged, but they still kind of sketch me out. I mean, that's a source of a lot of capital, money, liquidity, and many other things. But at the end of the day, I mean, if you get the right bank at the right price, I don't think it's a bad deal. But other than that, I mean, I don't plan on buying any banks at all-time highs. I don't know about you. I don't know about you. I'm in eternity. That's weird. I don't see Trump. I see Jean-Pierre. She's going to be live. That's weird. What about SoFi? I think SoFi is interesting, but it's too risky for my taste. Again, I already have JP Morgan. That's why I'll probably chill. Yeah, I don't think Trump is live. Okay, and see what U.S. Steel ends up doing here. Lower lows, AD&T, BDTX on the low. Again, high ticker still kind of bouncing out. Bonds chilled out for a little bit. Let's see where the dollar is. Yeah, dollar's still up. DJT ripping. Are they having it? Again, a lot of people are going to Mar-a-Lago. I think this week you're going to get even the confirmation appointments too in Congress. But I do think a lot of people are going to Mar-a-Lago to have some discussions. Yeah, HIMS is up. They're up 2.6. Amgen. Don't they have a GLP-1 drug? Or do they have do they have the pain medication? It's either Amgen or Vertex. One of them has a GLP, one of them has a pain drug. But both of them I like. I don't know price-wise if I would do it in the long term, but I think both of those companies, Amgen and Regen, Vertex, they have two new breakthrough drug technologies that could be very good. Chips are ripping. I mean, SPY's going through the high and low key. Maybe the chips are the reason. Because literally, I mean, NVIDIA's still down, but remember, SOX and all of that, it hasn't been too high. I mean, the bear shares are still up, but we're starting to break out. Some chips are getting a bid. That could kind of wake you up. Maybe get the SPY to green today. Does Trump mention quantum? Oh, I don't know. I doubt it. I want to see if Trump's going to mention the chips. Again, what NVIDIA and Jensen have been talking about. I think that would be something to look at. And then where do we fill the gap for today? 5796 at what? 5827. You're going to close that up? No, not bad. Uber straight green from open. Oh yeah, they are doing good. I mean, again, that chart that NVIDIA showed, I feel like people are kind of sleeping on it, but you remember that NVIDIA CES thing last week? And then they had that chart, and it showed you, like, generative AI and then agentic AI, and then the chart points up to, like, physical AI. I think that's the next wave with it. I'm surprised. I think at one point in the next couple of years, you're going to watch automakers go crazy again once everybody starts getting crazy over this physical AI shit. So we'll see, but that is another element of it all. Thank you for another day. Well, thank you, man. Good morning. Happy Monday. And then SPY going up here. So new high on the SPY. You're down less than 0.5%. The Dow is up almost 0.5%. It is literally just Russell and NASDAQ that is slowing down here. And Hezbollah lawmaker expresses regret after meeting with Lebanon president. Oh. Yeah, crypto's still getting murdered. Yeah, high ticker is fully gassed now. NVIDIA's waking up. You guys were just calling out the chips again. Healthcare companies, even some of the Uber. But, take a look. Low ticker now, a lot less active than the morning. High ticker waking up, and we are just working our way up. Again, SPY has 0.5% to go green. The Dow is the only one green, and then NASDAQ's still down 1%. Again, it was just a lot of pressure here from the bonds and dollar. And ironically, the dollar and bonds are still kind of where they were at in the AM. But then again, NVIDIA, that's still going up there. So let's see. IWM straight up. Again, Umana, that one's working. Because, I mean, the SPY is not up. I just, I don't know. I feel like I love it because the market is getting volatile enough. But even when I see your guys' reactions, I could tell that the market is getting, that I could tell the VIX is above 20. Just because, again, a lot of people talking about the market being up in puts, but just keep in mind, you gap down 1.5% lower today. And then, even though we've gone up half of that, you're still red. We're still kind of the story. You're below Powell. You're a little bit lower than the range. But, I mean, I don't think much has really changed from the morning. All I got out of today was a lot of pressure. And we are wasting no time with the whole good news, bad news, bond dollar dynamic. We're right into it, not to mention whatever's going to happen overseas. So, yeah, just be careful. But that's all I'm saying is that I wouldn't really call this good or bad. I think you made money on puts if you had them the day before. If you bought them in the morning, you're losing. But I don't think if you bought a call Friday, you made money. But I have to say, you only made money on a call if you bought it here. So it's a very odd where I think morning and depending on how you played on Friday, you're either a winner or a loser. But anything on the middle ground, I mean, it's not really, I don't know. I don't think it's too decisive as much as it is yields higher, dollar higher, and we are now lower on the range of where we've been at since Powell. News on NVIDIA, there was a lot from the morning and deals, and then they said a couple clients are canceling, and then there was one more headline there back and forth. So, and then there was the chip ban stuff, and we heard stuff about that. There's 2 or 3 different headlines there. Mm-mm. If you hold overnight, you're clowning yourself. I mean, some people, they have a strategy where they don't, but I don't know. What I'm trying to tell you is that if you didn't hold overnight, you don't really, like, I don't get why people are crying. Like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, it's simple. Just go look at an option chain. Which side of the chart is green? Which one's red? So the only way you made money off a put was if you held overnight. That's the only way you doubled your money. So if you have a call overnight, you got squashed, and then vice versa. If you wanted to make money on a call, you had to practically just buy it earlier here today. Then you could have got it for like half off, essentially. Solomon says, long way to go in critical mining supply chain. But that being said, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Oh, we've only been here for 30 minutes. Oh, man, I'm just excited, man. Happy Monday. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. I've posted did I post anything on there today? I don't think I did, actually. I think I did last. I posted one pretty picture for you. Well, yeah, you could get that. I'll see you there. I love you. Good morning. I will be right back. BlackRock launches new Bitcoin ETF on CBOE Canada. That is coming out now. Burb. Apple flushing. They had the bad news, too. They had the guide down, or someone who's saying that they're struggling on the sales. DJT to make all presidential announcements on Truth. Yes, yeah, I think he announced that right when he won. That's why, like, a lot of times it legitimately hits Truth Social before it hits like Twitter.
And markets are on edge.
And markets are on edge. Follow me on Instagram and Twitter. I love you. Good morning. Happy Monday.
Some of its top customers are pulling back orders on some Blackwell chips. And J&J announcing the biggest biotech deal in over a year. You can see both stocks on the up and up. We're going to take you live to the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in San Francisco, where our own Katie Greifeld is sitting down with the CEO of Eli Lilly in just a few moments.
First off, let's get a check on what's going on in the markets. In terms of equities, we're not at session lows here. S&P 500 currently down 0.5%, and the NASDAQ down a little bit more than 1%. NVIDIA is a big weight on those indexes, as Shanali just said. There's a report out in the information that some of the biggest customers of NVIDIA, Meta, AWS, Microsoft, are all pulling back on orders for Blackwell chip racks. And obviously that's not great news compared to the other press release NVIDIA put out today that they're going to be in a tie-up with the Mayo Clinic and Illumina. By the way, Katie will be talking to the CEO of Illumina tomorrow from the JP Morgan Healthcare Conference in San Francisco. So I think that's one that's interesting to pay attention to. And right now, we're going to go back to that conference because Katie is sitting down with Dave Ricks from Eli Lilly. Katie?
All right, thank you, guys. Yes, I'm sitting down now with the CEO of Eli Lilly, Dave Ricks. It's great to see you in person, Dave.
Great to be with you, Katie.
Let's start with the news that you have out this morning, and that is that Eli Lilly is buying Scorpion Therapeutics' breast cancer program for up to $2.5 billion. And I'll start with the basics. Why this deal and why now?
Yeah, well, it fits in really well with what we're doing in breast cancer, which is changing the lives for so many people who suffer from that condition.
Eli Lilly,
Verzenio is our leading product in that space. This is a targeted therapy for.
So, I mean, keep an eye on Eli Lilly if he says anything. But again, this is just part of that JP Morgan conference. He's doing a little sidebar here.
Developed this program.
DJT's running.
It's a big phase 3 program to get this to market, and so it's a great transaction.
Big phase 3. Damn, DJT's up 8. Okay, good morning. Yeah, DJT vertical for no reason. I don't know if there's a headline. I could double check, but I think it is moving up. See, he might pump it. I don't know. Keep an eye on Eli Lilly. Again, they're actually down here because I don't know if it is because of that buyout stuff. And then remember, NVO, they've been struggling even though they got that upgrade. They still went down. So again, they got that upgrade the other day, remember, but it's still holding that range. Is it because the exclusive Truth? So it could be, but I'm pretty sure that was announced from right away. Remember, like right after the election, I was telling you that literally I was going on Truth Social, but I think they had that agreement in place. I don't know, maybe other people are figuring that out, but other than that, it's doing its thing, baby. Docu on the high as well. Again, I think if it's 10 a.m. now, you're going to start hearing a couple of companies from the JP Morgan Health Conference. So, again, that list is on the Twitter I post. I think I still have it saved. So, yeah, just in case, there it is. Sell the inauguration. I mean, we only got one more week now, and it sucks because, I mean, we've already kind of started doing that. Ironically enough, the stock market right now at today's price on the SPY with one full week ahead of the election or the inauguration, you are right where we were at on the day of election or the day before. So you've kind of already sold the rip, as weird as that may sound. And then now we're going to get the final answer and then more reality, first 100 days, one milestone. And then now we have to worry about the reflation trade. So again, that's just whether it's bonds, dollar, the data, economic activity, damn Russia, oil, all of that. You know what I'm saying? It's just that reflation or not, economic activity. That's going to be the whole other side of this as we move forward. It's going to be an exciting year, man. I'm excited. It's funny because we are starting out this year, and we've been like, oh, wait till this year, but we're crawling to get started. But I'm sure after the inauguration, we're going to have more answers. We're going to get more clarity, but then also too, at the same time, you see how the market is playing it. The market got really hyped on anticipation. Now it's calming down, and then we're going to start moving on really what the reality is from policy to what the data actually does. We need clarity. Tell them, PNC. I feel like you would know more than any of us about it. So clarity is good, man. Clarity is good. We need post-Trump clarity, post-election clarity, PEC. That's all I've been looking for this whole time. I'm excited for it. I mean, man, I didn't even like politics. I didn't even know why I was involved. What do you mean? What? I didn't even. So yeah, we'll see. What do data do? Oh, I don't know. What do data do? All right, bonds coming back up there. That one's interesting. Coin again, crypto not doing too good. DJT still running. Eli Lilly and NVO on the low. So again, there's a difference between like healthcare companies and insurers today, and then like biotech drug companies. They're doing a little bit different. So we will see. And then bonds catching a little bit more of a bid. TLT going through the high. Same thing with the SPY now. You've recovered 3/4 of the loss on the SPY. NASDAQ is still a little worse. So again, chips, Apple, that is still weighing on the NASDAQ. And then the Dow Jones, that's the only one in the green. Russell's recovered a lot better than the NASDAQ. But again, NASDAQ might be the draw or the drag on the day. And again, dollar's still up even alongside of your bonds there. And then it's 707. What up, Vallejo? And then let me get you a market checkup here. So S&P 500, not bad. 296 in the green. 296 names in the green, 202 in the red. Dow Jones, you got 18 names in the green, 12 names in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 39 in the green, 61 in the red. So, yeah, literally there's a slight advantage on every other index. And then the NASDAQ, that just has literally about 60, almost 70% red right now. So we will see. What it do? Oh, what up, baby? Welcome back. Welcome back to you, my friend, as well. I hope y'all ready for January. This is our second live week. Technically, our first full week without a holiday on the stock market. Tesla running up. Again, DJT still at the high. Where was that other one? X. Yeah, so they're still holding up from that deal there earlier. Again, you have a BlackRock Canadian ETF. That was a new one. Any plays for the end of the month? I mean, I'm going to be looking for long-term. Again, I only made my one play, my Estee Lauder. Like I said, I mean, I've been explaining this to like even my mom and my dad, is that I told my mom to tell everybody at home in Egypt to go get your ass $1. So pretty much, I mean, I'm cool waiting. The way I'm looking at it, I think my United States dollar is way stronger than people perceive it to be. And I just don't think every price has reflected that just yet. So I think every day that goes forward with the dollar doing what it's doing, eventually we're going to kind of come into an equilibrium. And like I said, worst case, here's the best part about waiting. I don't care about waiting for my dollar strength to show up in prices. Why? So if I'm going to not spend any money waiting for my dollar strength to show up in the form of cheaper prices, why would I be so confident in waiting and doing nothing? Is that anybody know? Does anybody have any ideas? Hold on. Swift Mischief, eliminated. TWM, eliminated. On It Load, eliminated. Nicholas Greco, eliminated. JM, eliminated. Steve, eliminated. Chris Forrest, eliminated. Marcus, eliminated. Chase, eliminated. 15 Chads, eliminated. The answer: I'm comfortable waiting because the bond interest rates are going higher. So even if I am wrong about my dollar reflecting a better value in terms of prices, even if I am wrong, this is an environment where we're not talking about rates going lower again. Do you see what I'm saying? So worst case scenario, I get 4% or higher. So yeah, I don't really care about waiting, if that makes any sense. Because last time we did any sort of cash waiting, they were paused getting ready to lower rates. You see what I'm saying? This time now, you're telling me there's a chance your dollar rockets up, you get way more value, and then if not, the rates are still going to be elevated. So it makes sense why people are going cash and bonds at the same time. That's the chart that I showed you on the watch list and right now. So in a weird way, I don't know. That's why I'm saying, like, wait till the inauguration, get more clarity. But if you truly are patient and do not get FOMO, I think you will get paid no matter what, whether it's in the form of a good deal or in the form of not having to deal with volatility and just getting a nice fixed income depending on what happens. Even if rates go higher, for crying out loud. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of where it is. Short TLT, I mean, I think you have till $83 now. So we've been talking about the downside on TLT for a while, even the upside, but really there's more upside now than not. But if TLT breaks 83, that could open up the door for like another 10-point drop. Like we said, the cascade. So if TLT breaks 83, it's either going to die or it's going to bounce, but depending there, that's kind of the range I would go off of. But I'm not against that play. Like I said, I mean, bonds, I don't really care which way they go, but I hope all of you are aware what the market will do if we get higher or lower bond yields. Again, historically, it's probably the most relevant thing we could think of right now. What are the chances I could make $500,000 doing real estate this year? It just depends. I mean, again, are you talking agent or flipping? But realistically, if you could do 3 house flips, I think you could get close to that. So that means you do a house flip every 3 months and you get 1 month off. That alone, I think you could do $500,000. That's assuming you're doing 100 to 200K a flip. Even after taxes, you could do that. And then if you are an agent representing people, then there you go. So it's all up to you. I mean, it just depends on work ethic. I mean, I wouldn't. Let me ask you this: have you ever made $500,000 in a year? So if you've never made $500,000 in a year and you're only made 100K and you're like, I need to make $500,000 this year, I don't think that's a good goal. You know what I'm saying? Because then I'm like, well, why wouldn't you go for like 200 or 250? So yeah, but if you've already done that and it's in the realm, then yeah, why wouldn't that be possible? You know what I'm saying? So, and what about the peach being possible? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle and the Pates Nation. Welcome to week number 2. Oh no! Oh my goodness! Whew! Chatadonia. Bradley Frizzo, baby. Good morning, man. How you feeling? How you feeling, baby? Amen. Amen. Woo! Bradley Frizzo letting the peach, baby. Woo! The Twitter is real cold news. U.S. issues fresh counter-terrorism-related sanctions. Hot dog. Spy and gold's 91% correlation. It's very odd. Never happened before in history. So I think it goes to show we're probably on the cusp of or maybe the Fed made a mistake, but we're probably going to see something wild on policy. But yeah, never ever in history has gold went up over 20% while equities have. And then again, how they're both moving up together, just you've never really seen this. So I think it's word to probably a bigger fiscal problem, aka something with the dollar, money supply, all that. So we'll see. Hamas recently substituted latest response to hostage deal, and then Kremlin calls attacks on Turk Stream act of energy terrorism. You think pullback on what? The market? I mean, we're already pulled back. Lately, like I've been saying, I mean, we can play this game all we want, but it really depends on bonds and the dollar. I'm surprised. I mean, we did go lower today, and the bonds and the dollar did, but it's just any level after that. I think we're just going to kind of play that game with a little bit of a lag, and then until we get data. And remember, today, we don't have much. We're going to get a little bit of data here moving forward, but other than that, before you know it, again, remember, 2 days, 48 hours, we're going to get that that data related to inflation, and then that'll kind of be sending us up into the inauguration. NVIDIA, what is it? Ming-Chi Kuo, NVIDIA tweet. So that analyst guy, he tweeted about it. Again, NVIDIA's had a lot of news this morning, man. Even Apple as well. So again, that's why NASDAQ, you have more names down, and even the names that are down, they're adding more of a drag today on the market. Of DNN, isn't that Dine? I think. I don't know. DNN. Oh, Denison Mines. No, I'm not gonna own any long term. I don't mines energy. That's not really my forte. Mattel on the high. I like Hershey's, USP, UPS, even Intel, Nike. All of these have been pretty attractive. I wish Nike just paid a higher yield, man. 2.2. I think Bud, again, we talked about this the other day. Remember, it's in Belgium. I think it could just be foreign. I think that might be causing it. I mean, obviously, they had that issue a couple years ago that led to a loss of market share, but I really just, Bud, I don't think they collect revenue in dollars. I think they go from dollars back to the Belgium currency, and I think that is probably causing more of an issue than not to mention other consumer trends like that, not just being as hot. And then other than that, though, I don't know about their financials. Oh, I finally got my MO dividend. Just added MO to the long term. Woo! Like, it's still a little high, but at least it came down. At least it came down 10% from the high, so you at least saved yourself that much. NVO, yeah, that would hurt them as well, too. 100%. Anybody like that. Anybody collecting in dollars, or if they recognize their revenue not in a dollar, but they have dollars, think of it, they're going to take a loss when they convert it, and vice versa. Again, any multinational corporation, I've been telling you this for months, if the dollar stays elevated like this, they're going to have a hit on their earnings. It doesn't mean they'll do bad, but they're going to talk about what the effect was if they didn't hedge it properly. Even for domestic only if they make a lot of money overseas And then when they convert it back to the dollar, they lose. But just naturally, anybody, if your main balance sheet is not in dollars, you're probably going to get washed. Why? Because any dollars you made or any, you get what I'm saying? Think about the conversion rate right now. You transfer back, you're going to get hit. And then vice versa, anybody who makes, their growth in Europe or China, and then they got to convert back to dollars, then they're going to get a little bit less than the gains that they had. And then bonds are coming back down after all of that. Humana's on the high again, Nvidia chilling. Nike was down, and they're coming up again. Lulu, A&F, those were some of the earnings there in the morning. Happy Monday, call. What up, James? Good morning. Good morning. Qubits did an offering, I think. Was it QBTS or QUBT? Oh, it was one of them. One of the quantum people did like a fat 150 million offering this morning. And then not to mention the bad Jensen news. Was it Qubit? One of them did it, and that's what got it clapped. Yeah, you're exactly right. That's why Apple holds their cash abroad. You're 100% correct. So Apple makes a lot of money in like Europe and China, but Apple doesn't convert the money back to dollars. You guys know that? So they make so much money overseas, they would lose money if they transferred it back. So they just keep it in that currency in those accounts overseas. That's why they don't repatriate it. So that's usually one of those macro effects on earnings. When the dollar goes crazy, though, you've lived through this. That's the beauty of it, is that this shouldn't be that crazy, because some of y'all during 21, 22, you saw when our earnings, people reacted to the strong dollar for this reason. Then how would they take profits? They use the money over there. So why would you, let me put it this way. If you collect money in Europe and you're going to be operating in Europe spending euros, why would you convert your euros to dollars to spend them back in euros again? So they just use it for operating expenses. So they collect money in Europe. Instead of turning it back to the dollar, they keep it in that currency, and then they transact in that, and then they go from there. That way they save on the 15% repatriation tax, and then they save on whatever the conversion difference is too. NATO chief involving non-EU allies, EU defense is vital. IBIT on the highs, that booking on the high again. Bond's about to go to the low now. SMCI, another chip maker, moving up. Again, they started off weak, but if that could wake up, that'll be good. Yeah, dollar chilled out a little bit, but again, TLT near the low, back in the red. SPY's just a little bit higher. I mean, NASDAQ's down 1.2. It's not as bad as earlier. Same thing with this SPY, but like I've been saying here, I mean, you kind of just have this volatility gap down. It's womp, womp, womp. Still pretty weak to start off the week. All right. A weak week. Indeed. We're starting off the week. Where is it? Humana. That one I keep seeing on the high ticker. So again, there's good Medicare Advantage news today. I haven't heard any JP Morgan health updates. I haven't seen a random bio go crazy. So we'll see. Stocks will be stagnant. Stocks optimism. Bonds go down. Well, we'll see. My view is I think whatever the bonds do, the stock market does. I don't think it's the other way around. And I'm very confident in that moving forward. Just in the sense, like I've been saying here on the watch list, like really how we've watched the historical time frames. It's like, can bonds be deadly? Yes, but bonds can also save your ass too. So just any time we've only had 5 times in the last 150 years where we have gone up 2 years in a row of this size. And the only time it has been negative moving forward is if the bonds are negative. If the bonds rally, we're good. That's it. I don't think the market is going to have – I think we could handle – we have watched a lot of things. I think if the bonds don't die, we're going to handle it. But if the bonds don't and the bonds do die, then I think we're going to have a problem. So, but my view as of lately, it's not necessarily the data or the stock market tells us what happens. I think the bond market is going to tell us what happens. If that breaks, if that stabilizes, just historically, that usually is the answer. And then again, it makes sense because like you're even saying, though, growth, inflation, I think that will immediately get reflected in the bond market. No containment yet on fire. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It doesn't seem like I haven't heard too many, like most of people got messed up a couple days ago, but the winds are pretty bad. The containment is still low, and technically it's still raging on. I was scared if it starts to jump, if it jumps over the like Encino in the mountain, and then that's it. Before you know it, like Bel Air, the city, and a couple other things are about to be on fire. But other than that, though, I don't think the containment has actually increased, though. I think it's still raging on, and now the winds are picking up, and I think the path, bro, if the wind paths keep going, like it could really get nuts. Does that have recency bias on the 80s and 20s? No. It's just the fact, again, maybe watch the watch list, but I've showed this chart from end of last year. All I'm saying is that you have what we did 2024 and 2023, it has literally only happened 4 other times in history. So just like we're talking about the gold ratio, the dollar, all that stuff, it's very simple. It's just that the moves we've had in the market are very unusual and very large. And again, thankfully, there is only 4 other times we've seen this happen, and every other time, the market has gone insane the next couple of years. And the only times where it hasn't, or you've had a mixed response, is when the bonds don't play along. SLRX is on the high. Hilarious. So again, they had something in the morning. Yeah, I'm safe from. I'm in San Diego. But yeah, I'm ready to go though. If it starts to spread, yeah, I'll leave. But for now, I'm good. I think it's a lower chance I'll have to leave, but you never know. But like it's a different fire. Like you guys remember that fire I kept telling you I was in when I was a kid where we had to evacuate? So I looked at it. This fire is the most devastating by damage. So like this is like the damage caused. It's one of the most damaging fires in history. But the acreage, it's about like 33,000 acres, right? The fire that I went through, remember we were talking about the Cedar fire in 2000, and it was like 2003. That was 390,000 acres. So it's like, I don't know. This one is just, sadly, it's condensed to the city, and it's like it's hitting the worst area possible, but it's a smaller fire than I've dealt with, or that like, again, so for now, it's not like, it's just the area of damage is terrible, but it's, you know, we've seen bigger fires, like even the ones, remember when Wine Country got lit on fire, those were like 10 times the size, but the damage and the area of damage, that's where we're getting the problems. So no, I'm not really, I'm like at least like what, 70 or like, what is it, 120 miles from San Diego to LA. So I got at least, I'd say at least 60 to 70 miles in between me. Yeah, you remember the Napa one? Yeah, those are huge in terms of size. And then Spain proposes 100% tax on property purchases from non-EU buyers. That's actually kind of crazy. So Spain wants to tax non-EU buyers 100% on home purchases. Yeah, TLT, that's already flipping. So again, I mean, SPY getting back to the open, you got a little bit of recovery, but even Russell down. Like I'm telling you, I mean, the dollar's up today. The bonds are doing good, but strong dollar, bad bonds. I mean, none of this is not what you want to calm down. So unfortunately, that's not too good. Yeah, I'm surprised on the Fubo one. Axios correspondent, Israel denies all Al Arabia report claiming Hamas has not yet responded to draft hostage. What do you think about March 140 Boeing? I give up on Boeing. Do you guys not realize, like, during the holiday, it was like 5 Boeing planes that had an accident and nothing happened? Like I'm telling you, bro, Boeing raised $21 billion of debt, and the stock didn't have a SVB crisis. So I give up on this piece of shit. I have no idea. I don't even want to go on a plane, to be honest with you. That's why I didn't. I did not go on a plane for the holiday, for nothing. I stayed my ass on the floor, on the ground. You know, I use wheels and shit. So, no, like them, and I don't know how they've offered debt, literally even just everything. So, I give up on Boeing. You think people who had houses on the coast could rebuild? If they let them. So, like, some places they've banned building. So, if as long as the structure was there, they can't stop you. But if they're burned down now, they may not let them rebuild. But then again, this morning, Newsom said that they're going to suspend, like, a lot of programs to allow, like, a faster rebuilding and not have the environmental problem stuff or, like, environmental regulations to, like, slow people down. Again, bonds dying, bro. It's only a quarter, but like I'm saying now, factor that into the image of today. You have a stronger dollar, higher bond yields. Like, this isn't, and now you're gap down almost 1%, at least 1.5% on the NASDAQ. So, yeah, not a pretty side. NASDAQ's getting back to the lows. I wouldn't categorize the whole day, but I think you need some calming down in other areas. And then let me see. We don't have data. We have a little bit of data, but more of the data comes out tomorrow and Wednesday. Where is it? 3 months, 6 months. Yeah, you have no more U.S. data for the day. China stuff, though. We'll hear a little bit on that. Was that San Diego and the home insurance? Yeah, they did it all of California, bro. I told you guys this last year. I bet you I could find the stream. I woke up one day, or I got my mail, and I remember opening all of these pieces of mail one day, and like a lot of my houses in Cali, this was a year ago. This wasn't like a month ago. This wasn't 6 months. This was like a year and a half ago. And I was just like, what? Because I remember, and I called them in, and I was like, do y'all just need me to pay more money? Like, you didn't have to be this extra about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I thought they were just trying to scam me to get more money. And I called, and they were like, no, we just can't insure you anymore. I'm like, what do you mean? I'm like, did I do something wrong? Like, and they were like, no, I forgot what they said. They just said with how they gave your supply chain excuse, but they were like, we're no longer covering this area. We can't cover you. We're giving you X amount of time. Just move to another one. I don't know if it was can't or won't, but they essentially said it was they were unavailable to cover me at that time, and I couldn't buy or add another policy. I had to literally go to another company, and that's what I ended up doing. I ended up getting home insurance, but it was more money. It cost more money, and then it was weird. It was a very random update that I got out of nowhere, but you know, once we figured it out, that was it. But it was odd at the time. And then now for this, it's just sad because I don't know if everybody got renewed, but then now they're even stopping it though. I think one of the California governors or mayor of LA, they're like, insurance companies can't revoke it now. They did some little short-term thing. So many conspiracies. I know with the fire. Well, it's just sad. I mean, at the end of the day, I think people. It's a really sad story, bro. Again, a lot of my friends are sending me just like, bro, like houses I used to go to back in the day are burned down. Just like, that's it. Like my friends' family homes are just gone. Like, it's actually, like, very, very wild. But it's not like I just think there was a lot of errors. That's all. You know what I'm saying? Like, I remember in LA, like, we take it seriously, like, after the fires. But then, like, I don't know. I think we got complacent. Because I remember firefighters used to come to my house and they would, like, fine me if I didn't clear the brush. Like, I don't know. We used to be very aggressive about brush clearance. After the 2018 one, bro, every year you would get a ticket if you didn't clear the brush. It's like, I don't know. I'm surprised they weren't prepared. Like, for a place that taxes the shit out of you, they required so much for property, bro. That's why I don't like it as much, and the values were not even there. Yeah, it was reasonable stuff, but that's why I'm like, what do you mean there was all of these things that went wrong when it seems like for the last couple of years, I mean, I expected better preparation by brush. So if you own land in Los Angeles in certain areas and it has like bushes and trees and shit, you have to clear it. So I had to hire a gardener to clear an acre of brush because I owned like part of the mountain and it would go up. But if you didn't like maintain it, it was a fire hazard. So it was your responsibility as the homeowner to clear it, that makes a lot of sense. It's good. You don't want fires. You don't want your neighbors to, literally leave a fire starter right next to your house. So, but I'm surprised with like shit like that this still happened. So yeah, it's kind of wild, but even then, I think at this point we're hoping for containment and that the winds don't get bad. So right now, I mean, it hasn't gotten like crazy worse, but it's still spreading. But then at the same time, it's just like if those winds pick up, bro, this fire could spread all across Cali. So I pray to God that the winds chill out. You have Olympics in 2020. Was it 2026 or 2028? The arson part. Well, did you guys see it? You guys want the best tinfoil? I got the best tinfoil for you on the fire. It's not even tinfoil. It's a theory. But I don't know if you guys can handle it. Can you handle it? Is it too early for fire tinfoil? I don't even like fire tinfoil. You know what I'm saying? Because I remember going through fires back in the day when nobody had tinfoil, So I don't know. But can you handle this? We don't even have 1,000 likes, but, I'm in a good mood. I love you. It's a good day. Peace and love. It's not a Diddy cover-up. That's crazy. That's not my tinfoil. No. My tinfoil, I saw this the other day. Oh, did they delete it? Oh, yeah, here's it. All right, so look. There's like, I don't know who this kid is, but there was like a video going around of like kids hiking, and they were like running from the first fire. And then like I saw the video and these kids are like laughing and like low key it just looks like they did it, bro. Like that's it. I don't know. Here it is. Here's the video. It was this. These kids were apparently like in the mountains, but like look, they're like laughing and shit.
Wait, we're in a fucking fire right now. Guys, we gotta go up. Let's go up. Go.
But like they have like a prank YouTube channel and shit like that. So yeah, it's kind of foul to assume that. No, not at all. You mean to tell me one of the biggest fires in California gets started and there's kids who have a fucking videotape right next to it? You are going to assume anybody next to the fire started it. So I'm not guaranteeing that they did it. I'm just saying, yeah, this is a different angle of another, because people have had angles of kids out there. There's like one video of a guy in the mountains. This was before it got big, but then like it was started. But yeah, there's no way to confirm it. I mean, but that was a theory going around.
Oh my God, look. Bro, we might have to be on the top of this rock or something. Yeah. We're just trying to run. All right, everyone stay chill. We look to the left now. Okay, just go faster way down. Also, we should go to the left though. Where are we going? Left. This way.
Yeah, but like here, let me show you the other videos though. That's not the weird one though. The weird part, and this isn't even tinfoil. The weird part is you have like unstable people starting fires. Like that's the other part of it. I've seen at least 3 videos of homeless people starting fires. So look, here's another one.
Why you do this, bro? Nah, bro, you going to jail, bro.
This is just random.
Oh, the whole trash
Homeboy
can
lit
on fire,
a trash
bro.
can on fire.
Who
This is like the 3rd video I have. I'll find the other 2.
Who did it?
You did a fire shot. You did the fire shot? We did a fire shot. It was emergency, guys. My apologies, man. Oh. Okay. You can have accidents on accident. Hey. Okay.
It's an accident.
Here, bro. Get back.
It's an accident, bro. It's an accident. Dude, I've seen like 3 of these. I saw the one lady throw like she tried to like light cigarettes on like right next to the freeway on the brush, and then somebody videotaped her, and then it was a tweaker, and she like threw a spray can at him. And then there was another one, bro, of just people like starting random ass fires. So it just, you had the normal fire and it got bad, and then a lot of like anarchists, I feel like, were like, ooh, this is my moment. And then they just started lighting up fires, bro. But yeah, so hopefully as long as the winds don't get crazy, we'll be good. But till then, again, the insurance damage is large though. They closed the freeway underneath the bridge near Crypto Arena a few years ago. Yeah, because people start fires under there. I remember that. How do you even handle the mental health problems in Western society? Peace and love, my brother. Peace and love. Stay inside. Avoid drama. And then, I don't know. You just got to be nice, bro. That's it. You want a hug? I'll hug you. I'll give you a hug, man. That's it. I might clap back at you if you reject my hug, but, that's it. Either way. Peace and love, bro. Peace and love. Peace and love. Mm-hmm. When people started looting during natural disasters. Yeah, fire though, it's crazy, dude. I don't know, like, can I ask a very incriminating question? Can I ask you guys, anybody out there, if you want to admit it, do any of you have an urge to start fires? Like, what is it? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like an arsonist? Like, what goes through your head? Like, I've never been like, wow, I want to start a fire. Like, what goes through your head when you were younger? Okay, that's good. I'm glad you made it out of that phase. Back in the day, I guess I like fireworks back in the day, but like, I'm just like, is there anybody? That's why I said it's a very incriminating question. Does anybody out there want to go? Like, what is going through your head if you want to go and do this? Like, because that's the part I don't understand. Because I'm sure some people are like, oh yeah. And because they see all of the drama, they see the firefighters handling all the other stuff, so they know they could like do it and like. But that's why I'm like, what goes through their head? Like, what is the motivation for? Yes, I want to light a fire. Some people just want to see it burn naturally. You think man and fire very primitive. As a kid, fire and like smoke, I used to love like smoke bombs. You remember those? And like you light them and they have like the color thing. But I don't know. Lately, it's been a while since I've wanted to light like anything on fire. The cops watching the stream. Yeah, I mean, nobody admitted, so that's good. I mean, I'm not a narc, but at the end of the day, nobody did incriminate themselves, so I'm proud of you that we don't have any anarchists in here or arsonists. That's good. That's good. It's obvious why they do it. I mean, maybe they're a little cuckoo, but other than that, I don't. Like I said, it's just never really been like a desire that I've had. Their lives are shit. I mean, I think it could go. I think it's deeper than that. I don't know. Microsoft says Jay Parikh to lead new core AI platform and AI tools organization. thank you for the content. Oh, well, thank you for being here, man. Yeah, the smoke bombs from the ice cream man. I do remember that. And then they made them illegal in California. Yeah, that's so crazy. I love those. Those are, you guys know what I'm talking about? It had like a weird clay smell. And it was, I think they were from Mexico, to be honest. And it was just like a purple or like a green ball. And you light it on fire. And then it would just create a huge like smoke cloud. I was like 6 years old. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. The possible plays on the wildfires, because I don't think they're good plays, to be honest. The only plays I would go after the wildfires, PCG, electric company, they're usually going to go bankrupt. But even then, do you remember Hawaiian Electric? That took, I told you, it's going to take a year. These aren't like quick plays. And then really, I would buy the dip on insurance companies, because usually what ends up happening during the natural disaster, everybody freaks out. And then they start to estimate high losses, and then usually the losses aren't that bad, and then by the time there's earnings, the insurance and reinsurers end up going up. So it's kind of, I don't know, in a weird way, it's like you don't want to try to profit off of like calamity, but even then, it's not as if it's not like this creates a golden opportunity where it's like, boom, natural disaster, you get rich. Ironically, most people lose money. Like I'm saying, they start shorting the insurance companies, but then by the time the earnings hit, they end up doing better. And then everything from there, it just really depends on, like, is there a liability for an energy company? Then they're going to go BK probably, and it'll take like a year. So that's where I'm at with those plays, but I'm not really, I think more of a recovery builder play down the line, but till then, I don't really think there's I think there will be an opportunity, but I just don't think it's as shiny as a lot of people think it would be. I have heard of catastrophe bonds. I mean, I wouldn't invest in them. I mean, again, people used to buy those because rates were low. So if you wanted a high yield, then you could bet on other things. But right now, with where rates are at, I mean, why would you ever invest in a catastrophe bond? It just depends what it is, but that was just a way to get higher yield for, when yields were low. But right now you could get high yield without, just attach it to the government, not necessarily an event. Yeah, Home Depot, and I think Home Depot will be good in the long run. That's what I'm saying, but I just don't know how easy the wildfire effect is going to translate to earnings or any of these companies. Fidelity has bonds. Yeah, you could buy bonds. They have a bond issue center. Mm-hmm. Do I own Tesla? No. Could I foresee any possible real estate opportunities? No. Again, I mean, any of the other fires, I didn't buy, like Malibu in 2018. I bought right before that, but that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not like this causes, I don't think it's going to cause what a lot of people think, even then, like, these are all like $5 million houses. So everyone's like, oh, they're going to get scammed on the land. Like, no, they're not. Like, again, even in like 2018, if anything, this is just going to make everything weird with like supply and demand. Maybe buy the land. Yeah, but the land's going to be expensive still, unless the land goes down. And then, like we talked about, you got to clean it up. Sometimes it may cost more money, and then hopefully there's nothing toxic left over, and that it's actually buildable and has that quality. Nvidia's climbing up here now, so they're still down by 2 again. Yeah, Humana's one of the best. SPY near the high. That's all right. 5810. You fill the gap in 17 points. Do you think options will behave the same? Possibly. I'm just excited because, again, I think it's going to be a big year. That's it. So options should work. They should work decently well. Why? Because I think we're going to move big. Why do I think we're going to move big? Because we moved big 2 years in a row at historic levels that have only happened 4 other times in the history of life. So I think the next couple of years are going to have a lot of energy and movement. But so theoretically, I think options will hit. But then again, I mean, I will be harder than we expect, as always. So don't leave yourself room for disappointment. And even then, be prepared for disappointment. But generally, yes, I think it will be there. Move big up or down? I don't know. I think that will depend on if the bonds go big up or down. Breaking: Iran surprises offering aid to California amid wildfires. Wow. I didn't see that. That's crazy. And then at least 65 tankers drop anchor in Asia, Russia, and Middle East after being hit with U.S. sanctions. So 65 ships now within Asia, Russia, and the Middle East have just stopped because of the sanctions we put on Friday. I don't know. Watch Zim again. That's the thing, because oil keeps running up, and then some of this stuff, yeah, Zim's down, though. I forgot the other thing the UAW deal. That's what brought them down the other day. Remember? They pushed that forward. Do you think Trump will back or lean on his immigration narrative? Oh, I have no idea. Again, I think Trump, the thing I brought up yesterday, the Denmark, Greenland bullshit is going to affect the dollar. That blew my mind, but it's kind of funny and it makes sense. But other than that, thankfully, I can't wait. We don't have to play this game of what Trump is going to do. That's a deadly game, if you haven't noticed. Everybody is literally losing their fucking minds trying to guess what this man is going to do. So that's why I keep saying inauguration, first 100 days, reality, we're going to find out. Right when he gets in office, we'll see what he does to China. We'll see what he does to policy and all of that. The property taxes, I don't know. They might do a moratorium, but then again, insurance companies are terrible, and even the state. I mean, back in the day, 20 years ago, I remember people having to still pay their mortgage and still have to pay everything. So this fire's big. Maybe they halt it or do something, but technically you are still liable for every obligation. So in 2003, when people's houses burned down, until insurance comes through, I remember people were paying their mortgage. I knew people growing, they had to pay for their mortgage even though their house was burned down until the insurance company and all of that happened. So I do think you are responsible for property taxes unless the city offers a moratorium or a delay. Yeah, there's fires going on. I mean, it's not really contained. It just hasn't gotten much worse, but it's also not much better. It's a weird middle ground. All right, spy near the high. Bro, I need to go to the bathroom again. It's already 8. I drank a lot this morning, man. Ascend on the high. Bloomberg TV.
Because, has long talked about.
All right, follow me on Instagram, at the Trading Fraternity. Real Cold News on Twitter.
The global head of financing institutions, that group, and Mahesh Sareddy, global head of mortgages and structured products. They're going to get together and lead this new combined financing team.
By the way, this is what John Waldron, the president, and David Solomon really did before they even rose to the very top. So much of it is in their DNA.
Well, it's just interesting also to see these men move up and take over this business. But I think the most important issue is what Shonali stated at the top, and what we're seeing in these big Wall Street banks is they're trying to claw back some of the ground they've lost in private credit to companies like Blue Owl. How successful are they, and is Goldman Sachs specifically making some headway there?
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly a huge part of this. It's a huge recognition of that wave. Their asset management business and private credit is growing, very substantially at the same time, as they're also just trying to work out how to integrate this with more traditional types of of lending, both looking at origination and also looking at the kinds of products that they can offer, to their clients across the board, and not just going down a one-track, mind, in these different units. But crucially at Goldman Sachs, this is also about making way for a renewed level of top talent that are coming through. You've had people leave the management committee just about, sometime last year, and it's about these two emerging executives also making their way onto that committee and recognizing that kind of top talent as the bank wrestles with its future here.
Right, joining the management committee. It's interesting where they come from because it is traditional investment banking in markets, showing you that's what's leading the talent again. They're also moving Vivek Bantwal from the investment bank to the asset manager. More investment banking talent going from the investment bank to the asset manager to grow those divisions. Another fun fact, guys, is that Goldman actually gained some market share at the end of last year in leverage finance. That's another area that's kind of included in all of this. Is this kind of coming in an anticipation of a great return of financing for private equity firms that might be looking to exit opportunities or at least cash back out to
10
their investors?
EU nations
this timing
call
is
for
quite
sanctioning
remarkable, Charlie.
Russian
You've
gas
got the beginning of
LNG.
this year.
I don't know, man. I brought this up on the watch list yesterday. If we get more of the reflation stuff, just keep an eye on commodities, and it could be linked to the Russian stuff all expiring. So again, towards the end of last year, again, not too long ago, a couple weeks ago, a lot of those like sanction and like deals, they were expiring, and that's why I think we're getting some of that. But no, oil's really high. It's odd that it's already knocking on the door of 80 right now. So, but again, that, like we've talked about for years, inflation or not, whatever happened, hard landing, soft landing, if oil starts to go up and really runs, I mean, that is going to inject, just like how Europe injected inflation. If oil keeps running like that, it's going to inject inflation and at least into perception and expectations. So we'll see. A&F's down 20 now? No, that thing was down 9 they had good earnings, but people were a little disappointed. Yeah, that's crazy. Abercrombie is down 19 now. That's nuts. So again, that was one of the earnings. Again, Lulu had good earnings, and then people reacted a little positively with that guidance. And then there's one more, I think. New York Fed inflation expectations, 4 minutes. We will see. Yeah, Humana, again, Medicare. There's a very good Medicare news. Remember, the Medicare star stuff, that clapped Humana, and now they got a positive update today. So they're up 7%. Damn, they're one of the best today on the SPY. But then again, I mean, it's been wild since we've bought this stock. You're down 100, you're up 100, you're down 100. So, yalla, we'll see. We'll see, Habibi. We'll see. European Commission's most efficient way to protect critical infrastructure is to identify risky vessels in advance. Yeah, UNH. It was UNH. It's on the list. UNH, CVS, I think Acadia, or no, was it Cardinal Health? And then Humana. There's one more. But yeah, a lot of them went up again. XLV doing good. And then biotech's kind of hit or miss depending on the JP Morgan thing. A&F had good numbers, but people doubted it. They were just saying that they don't know if it'll continue. And even though it was a beat, they kind of expected more. Again, A&F has been on a tear, but I thought it was a good report. I did not. If you asked me an hour into the day, that thing would be down 20, 30%. I would have disagreed. I wanted to get a call in the morning. They were just expensive, so I let it sit there. But yeah, I thought the numbers were good, but I think just people wanted a little bit more. Oxy, I mean, if you want to be like Buffett, but then again, if the reflation trade comes back, if we get problems overseas, especially like Russia, maybe other Middle East stuff with oil, I don't know. If you really, let me put it this way, if you really think inflation is going to come back, there's a chance we repeat what we've seen before. And that being said, oil names, if inflation did come back, or the worry at the very least, and that affected Fed policy, oil names would run up. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that it would be a scary view, because that's what happened in 21 and 22. Oil starts going up. You get worried about inflation. The oil companies love it if you have war drama. But if not, then I don't think those will be good plays. So it's kind of hit or miss, but it just kind of depends on the on the reflation and on inflation coming back or not. Might be A and F if you're up for it. Could be a good dip buy. I wanted to buy that 10% down, but like I said, even the options were expensive, and this thing's just it's up there. Yeah, 65 tankers drop anchor because of the sanctions, the great inflation. I thought we were gonna get over the 70s, 80s, but it's one or the other. So I think I kept my mind open that we live in a modern time and a lot of things are really different. So we didn't have to repeat 1970s to 1980s, but sadly we still can. And we're actually still right on track. If anything, it looks like we are exactly at 1974, 1975. It's like you can't even make this up. The core inflation chart is perfect. So yeah, it's either or. I mean, I'm open to it. I don't think we have to repeat the 70s, but if we do in fact get inflation again in this next couple of years and we play that game again, it will look exactly like the 1970s to 1980s and all the way down to the reaction. So again, I mean, this is my favorite chart. Let me show you. It's my favorite chart too this week because we're going to get the data. So take a look. Let me get you a line chart. But do you see what I'm saying? Look, this is the 70s. It's exactly the same. So you start off a little bit lower, right? Inflation goes low, then it pops up. You hit your high on inflation. That's what, like 1974? And then by, I guess, the start of 76 or 77, you come down, but then you notice it starts to creep back up, and then it rockets. It's the same exact thing. This is why I've been bringing this up every CPI. This is what I'm saying. Little by little, people are getting worried again. So I don't think we have to. It's not like, again, we live in a modern world. Things are different. I've been surprised. We don't have to repeat that. I could accept that. But if it does play out like this, I mean, the 70s, 80s argument is very, very strong because of everything we've done. So it's possible. And that's kind of, I think this chart is one of the scariest for most people. Because, again, if that chart starts to look like this, it's going to be very, very hard to it's going to be hard to look at this and not say we're doing what we did in the 70s. Ta-da! Trump doesn't care about Greenland. Elon does. No, they all do. That's what I'm saying. I can't believe it. Bank of America, Morgan Stanley was talking about it. Here's the chart. They call it the race to the Arctic. So everybody wants the materials. It's not just Elon. It's not like Trump doesn't care. Everybody wants it. This might be something in the next couple of years we may see. So you may watch a new element of a trade zone develop. That blew my mind. I thought, I'm laughing, bro. You know what I'm saying? Every time I'm like, Trump is hilarious. I'm like, this is negotiating. I thought he was going to mix it into tariffs. No. This would strengthen the dollar. This would change the currency. And then it would lead the way to like trade routes and then getting all those materials that you're talking about. So yeah, it's actually like there is more of a macroeconomic effect on the Greenland, Denmark shit than I initially expected. So yeah, I kind of do agree with you on that. But it's not just for Elon. I think Trump, Elon, and a lot of other people have plans for it, and I didn't quite understand it. But I do think I think a lot of people on Wall Street are already gaming ideas with it, and it might become one of those objects. Well, it's like defense related, but you could just, again, those shipping routes could be important. The shipping routes and materials in that area, I mean, it's really a area people like haven't developed yet. I mean, think about it, Panama Canal and all. We talk about Strait of Hormuz. they're now, again, they're going to throw that little Arctic Circle into all of it. Yeah, oil moving. Again, oil, the more reality you get, oil just rocketed up, actually. That's up 3. Knocking on the door now at 79. But again, the more people get worried or confident inflation going up, I mean, oil is going to keep doing that. So watch out for it. How do you feel about the aggression towards these countries? I don't think this is aggression at all. I think the rhetoric is a little bit more aggressive, but then again, they've all repeated what Donald Trump has said. That's why I said it's hilarious, because, like, sadly, if you really don't take this man seriously, you probably shouldn't repeat what he says then, right? Because Canada said, we'll take California. Greenland and all these are like, we'll do this. But at the end of the day, I don't view it as I think it's an aggressive rhetoric, but I don't view it as aggression. Not until we actually start doing stuff. And if these guys are going to go to Mar-a-Lago and talk to him, I don't view that as aggression as much as I would a negotiation. It surprised me, but that's what I'm saying. As I'm sharing with you, I'm starting to slowly realize that there's a bigger dollar shipping route play attached to this. It's not just like a funny game. It's not just, it's even if you think it's like imperialistic, it's like, nah, it boils down to the dollar and trade once again. He literally said he would take it with the military. Yeah, and I've called some of you guys hoes. I don't think that makes you a hoe, right? So my rhetoric may be more aggressive, but doesn't mean I have enacted aggression on you. Does that make sense? Do you have military in Denmark? Yeah, and that's why I'm saying they've said similar things right back at him now. So it's like, if you really thought that was like offensive and aggressive, why would you repeat it back in a tit-for-tat manner? Most people would condemn it and say, shame on you. Why would you ever say you're going to use the military, not offer for California the next day? You know what I'm saying? So I feel you, but I don't think it's, I think aggressive rhetoric, but I don't think we have actually had anything occur yet. But that's where I'm like, why would you, and now let's get to the why, right? Why would you want to start this rhetoric? That's the question I'm asking now, because I'm like, oh, this is over the trade route and the dollar now. There's a different why there. It's like, what's the point of even having this rhetoric and even talking like this and all of them doing that? So that's kind of where I'm at with all of it, you know, and slowly learning more. Yeah, SPY did come back to VWAP. We're chilling. High-low ticker balance. Qubit's still selling off. I mean, the Nasdaq's a little better. Russell's kind of worse. Dow gave up, and then SPY practically has not really done much. It is 11:07. 23 minutes. We'll get in a Euro close. On Myrna, I've never liked Myrna. Probably never will. Again, I've only liked Pfizer because Pfizer has been around longer than I've been alive. They got to touch on the, vaccine industry and all that, but then again, they also have those cancer drugs. So, but Myrna, I've never really liked Myrna. Myrna was like a new company to me. I think they got their ups and downs from COVID, and it was great during COVID, but other than that, I'm not really a fan of Myrna at all. BRKR. China, that's the beauty. I'm ready. China, do you guys realize it? China, we have no idea what's going to happen. Not only, and then Estee Lauder going up again. It did on Friday. But that's the problem with China. China is doing what Trump is doing. They're not saying or doing shit. That's why China is starting off really bad right now. You guys got to realize they don't want to announce anything until they know what Trump is going to do. That's why Trump, when he gets in, people are waiting because, again, Trump said from day one he's going to do this and that to China. So I think that's, we got a little bit of China in store for us. But for now, I think they were already terrible. They're starting off the year bad because they can't announce anything until Donald Trump does. They don't want to, out of negotiation sake. Yeah, China needs to save their economy, but I hope you guys are getting the story of where we're at right now. We know they're going to do stimulus. We know they need to save shit. We know they're doing terrible. But they also know Trump is going to do something. So they don't want to unleash their plan until Trump unleashes his plan. So that's one of those games of chicken. You guys are bringing up Denmark and all this other stuff. That's a big one that I'm looking at because China, we don't know what Trump is going to do, and then we're going to see if they pull out the response afterwards. But hopefully we find that out within days next week after the inauguration. So we will see. BRKR still going up. Bruker, what is this? Up 5%, getting volume candles. BRKR. Would I travel to Mexico in February if Trump is going to close the border? I mean, I had no travel plans for Mexico, so I don't know if I'm the guy to ask. I'm not really following. Bruker, they filed a 8K at 8:00. Oh, they filed a 8K 4 minutes ago. What the hell is this? What is it? They just filed something. Operation and financial conditions. Bruker. I don't know. That one's up 5. Yeah, B-Bio, again, I don't know if they're at JP Morgan. They got a health update, but there was also one in the morning on them. Yeah, they just came across the wire. BridgeBio, well-financed to launch a TrueBee. They have $460 million in cash and then expects $100 million in regulatory milestones. B-Bio. Again, they're already up 8, though. And then I don't have anything on Bruker. Bruker. BRKR. What a name. I thought it was Interactive Berkshire. Oh, yeah. They expect revenue between 970 and 980. 25 outlook. Upper middle single revenue digit growth. So guidance. They said final figures subject to change are not yet audited. Oh, yeah. That was the other video. Yeah, this was that other. Someone tagged me in this one, too. This is that other video of the, like I told you, you can see somebody in the first fire. I love the intense music. So beautiful. Rocket Lab on the low. Again, Burker came down again. They're just giving a guidance update. Colgate on the high. Eli Lilly. They say 3 started at the same time. I don't know. There's a lot, man. It's just sad, bro. It's sad. My weekend was great, dude. I chilled hardcore. I kicked it with my moms a lot. Even my dad, I took him out. My dad is actually, it's funny. Me and my dad, we went on a journey. I'm so mad that I did it, but like I'm not, because we were just like, we kind of had a competition, and he was like, you can't find these houses in America. And then before I knew it, I'm driving my dad like 50 minutes. My mom, though, she don't like driving like that. She ain't trying to roll. And then I was like, yeah, let's go. And like, I'm driving around the middle of California with my dad. And we found these like wild ass houses because I was trying to show him something. So that was fun. He was cool. I might have, my dad may become a farmer now. He got excited. But no, I chilled a lot, bro. It was very relaxing. I really enjoyed my weekend. My voice is good. I didn't gain weight. I didn't eat bad. So life is good. Life is good, man. How about you? You have a good weekend? I hope you did. I'm excited though. I can't believe it. 2025, baby. 2025. You didn't gain weight. That's big. That's a big deal, bro. But I will tell you, I didn't eat healthy. Do you know what I ate? It was, you guys inspired me, actually. I'm not going to lie. Because I asked you guys about this before I left. So, before I left, and then, again, I was just in the middle of fucking nowhere. So, I found one. I went. Well, I don't even call it the middle of nowhere. I got to eat at a Longhorn Steakhouse. And it was amazing. You know that? I remember I asked you guys, I was like, does anybody go there? We saw it on the earnings. I forgot. Bro, that place is fire. Yeah, you guys are right. That place is, so that was my cheat meal of the weekend. Yeah, I got the bread. The bread, it tastes just like fucking Cheesecake Factory. Exactly like Cheesecake Factory bread. I think it is. I think they own Yard House. They own Red Lobster. They own Ruth Chris. It's the same parent company. Yeah. Remember, that's how I figured it out. We were looking at earnings, and I was like, oh, they own Longhorn? Steak, not cheat. I know, I ate good. I didn't, like, the appetizers had they had that little spinach, or, like, they had some dip, bro. That shit was crazy. Yeah, it was Darden. I've been to Texas Roadhouse. Yeah. Texas Roadhouse is fire. Shout out fried pickles. Should we wait to buy Hershey? Yeah, I mean, the Hershey CEO thing is either going to draw it down a little bit more or eventually it'll go up. But they did confirm it, and she's going to leave at the end of this year. So they pretty much they at least gave a time frame. This wasn't like Intel where it was abrupt. They're saying, yeah, the rumor's true, and pretty much by the end of this year, we'll have the replacement. So I'd give it, within the next year, we're going to hear about Hershey's. You work for Darden at Yard House, but using my discount. Bro, Darden owns so much. I didn't know. You get Yard House, Ruth Chris, Texas Road, or not Texas Roadhouse. There's Longhorns and then another one. But, yeah, that's fire. I was impressed, though. I was very impressed. I like Longhorn a lot. It's like low-key. It's up there. It's a good new favorite. It kind of is like the Procter & Gamble of restaurant. But then again, I'm not a real big fan of restaurant companies. I've never really looked at Darden. Was it Dine? Or DRN? No, what is it? Darden. DRI. I think they're doing good, though, bro. Yeah, that's actually crazy. And yeah, they own everything. Then Nike's on the high. Capital Grill. I've heard of Capital Grill. I've seen it my whole life. I've never been, though. So maybe I'll have to go to that one. Artichoke cheese did. That was it. It was like artichoke parmesan, bro. That shit's crazy. But then again, too, I eat out of a box every day. So any food that is not like meal prep, it tastes like I act like a prisoner. And I'm like, oh my gosh. So, yeah. The TOT lows. Again, bro, it's not good again, even with the dollar. So like we're saying there, I would say TOT's kind of snitching, but then the market's already gapped down. This is what I was saying from the morning when they're like, puts, call. I'm like, dude, we woke up strong dollar, bad bonds, and a gap down. So even if the bonds get worse, when it's all said and done, you've already reacted to a degree. I'm not saying it can't get worse, but generally, I mean, if this gets even worse, that pressure, I think, is just going to keep building on it. Yen about to go red. Well, that's at least better because, again, the yen was weak, very weak in the morning. Euro close, 12 minutes. Yes, sir. Nike. Yeah, Nike, and it's funny because all the earnings, some of the retail earnings are going up. Nike was a little bit better in the morning. I mean, 72 is still a good price, but yeah, I'm not really scared of it. I kind of like Nike a lot. I like UPS too. UPS yields higher and UPS finally lower. 10-year break. We're getting there. You're getting there. Remember, you hit a little lower than this on Friday, so you just essentially got a break below that. And then 83, that's kind of the previous high. Oh, dude. Shit. I didn't even tell you guys. Oh, yeah. So there's a theory going around right now, and people are worried that we hit 6%. Yeah. So that's kind of the problem. I forgot to tell you guys. Yeah, 10 years, 6%. Yeah, XXII popping. Check the tobacco companies. This had a move. It has fat volume. It's already up 46%, though. And then check any of the other tobacco ones. It didn't know. Yeah, dude, I can't believe I forgot. Yeah. Dude, Bank of America, was it Michael Wilson? He was talking about fucking 6%. And that's where they're talking about big decline in the market, though, too. Because now there's an element where, 6%, some people are entertaining it. Essentially, let me put it here. Let me put it this way. This is the simple nature of it. Are you ready? If the Fed somehow goes back to raising rates, the 10-year is going to go to 6%. That's it. That's all. You don't need to make it complicated. You see what I'm saying? It's a very simple signal. So right now we're tweaking at 5 and whether or not we're going to hit it. But I wouldn't call it self-fulfilling. No. But you're in the neighborhood. You know what you're talking about because, again, once you start talking about these rates and bonds, it's going to go, it goes through these levels. And then, mentality is a bitch when it comes to this. But at the end of the day, I think it's super simple. It makes a lot of sense. Right now, you haven't had the Fed really pivot, right? They gave you your rate cut. Now they're slowing down. We're waiting, but it's very simple. If they truly shift and Powell really shifts and somehow gets back to rate hikes, if you think 5% is the top, no, we're talking 6s and 7s now. I think that is what people are going to put on the table. I think we could handle it for a little bit. We've handled 5% rates for like 3 years now. Look at where we're at. Rates are very elevated. You've had mortgages above 5-6% for like a couple of months now. Or a couple years. What am I saying? So, yeah, we could handle it, but eventually it'll crack something. But, yeah, just in a weird way, like extremely elevated rates, people are starting to talk about it. And even though I'm telling you now, interest rates and bonds, and we've talked about 4, 5, and 5. If the Fed truly pivots to more hawkish, 5% is not the top. 6%, 7% rates on the 10-year. That means 9-10% mortgages. That is actually possible, and at the very least, it has at least been discussed. So, yeah, welcome. Welcome, my brethren. You'll see that come in from miles away. Maybe, or the rates will be above 5 by then, and then the week of the Fed starts saying, you know what, we're going to raise, and then that will be your next death blow in bonds. But it's just something I wanted to I was shocked when I heard it, but sadly, just to get an idea of the situation we're in right now, it's just again, there's a lot of bond situations, and whatever happens with that, I mean, people are generally looking for that for answers and guidance on what type of year we're going to have. So, hi. Welcome. Good morning. XII, I have no idea what's going on with that one. Again, that's a tobacco play. And, I mean, MO was up earlier. Greenland Prime Minister, we would like to work with the U.S. on defense and mining. Yalla, habibi. So they had FDA approval to mandate reduced nicotine content. So XXII in the morning, they stand to support the U.S. FDA to lower nicotine, which is indicated to be reviewed by the Office of Budget and Management on January 3rd. We are the first and only company to bring a FDA-reduced authorized nicotine content cigarette designed to reduce the harms of smoking through commercial market of our VLN-reduced nicotine content cigarettes. So that was from 4 a.m. That's why they popped up, and then they dropped, and now they're going round 2 on that. Yeah, got that Greenland comment. Watch any Greenland Denmark plays too, bro. So that's what I'm saying is like as much as the story seems funny, some of these Greenland Denmark stocks they may start moving. As wild as that may sound, because again that was my reaction when I learned that. Yeah, Abivai's doing great. Again, biotech. I think Abivai is presenting today. So you smoke more to get the same kick. How is that more healthy? Well, I think it makes it so you could taper off of it, and then that way, if you have low nicotine cigarettes, any new smokers, maybe they don't get hooked as easily. XXII, they had some nicotine headline in the morning. I don't know why it's moving now, but that's what caused it in the AM. Market, no, I don't think we're lacking any direction. I mean, I think the story has been playing out linearly every single day. This has just been a story. You get Powell, you dance around data, you fight over rates, and then oil goes up in bonds and dollar. That's it. So we're going down. The market is declining. You hit another low. The bonds are approaching the low. The dollar is hitting a new high. All these things are moving and brand new. And then we have CPI this week and then the next week. So it just sucks that it may not be moving as big or more of the movements happen pre-market to now. But it's like the story is playing exactly how we've been talking about, though. Dollar, bonds, market, and then getting ready for worries or confirmation of inflation, reflation, and then the political landscape as we get into it as the inauguration next week. Lower nicotine, higher sales. Yeah, but then less likelihood of people getting addicted. I don't know. It could be good. I hope. Oxygas. Yeah, the options expiration is huge. I think after January 17th, a lot is going to be freed up. Pepsi on the high, DE, Merck. High ticker is actually kind of active right now, even though SPY just above VWAP. And all of the indexes are kind of holding the same, though. Yeah, NASDAQ anywhere down between 1.5 and 1.3. It got a little better. Russell holding between -9 and 1.2. SPY between down 0.7 or down 0.4. And then Dow is the only one that is in the green. Yeah, is it NVO Denmark? NVO is starting to run up, though. And the man got your Philos. Oh, my gosh, the surgery went well? Finally, baby. I remember you were going through that the last couple of years, bro. I'm very glad to hear. Let's go, Luis. Hey, man. Oh, they shout out them future business leaders. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, son. I love it, man. Happy 2025. Woo. Hey, man. Jeffrey's on the lows. Hefe down 2 and a 4. You smoke a $10 pack? Oh, I don't know. I don't like your name. So I'm just going to ban you from the Twitch. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm a weird person. My second largest name is Altria, but I don't really like smoking, but it pays me a dope ass dividend. So yeah. Thoughts on AMD? I mean, it's a lot better of a price than asking me about it 6 months ago. It's just still a little bit up there, but it is like getting into 2020 levels. I personally would want it a little bit lower. And right now there's so many names like UPS, NVO, Nike. There's so many good names that are down, but I see why AMD is attractive. But I'm just, any big growth name like that, I'm still going to wait for it at a lower price. But I know a lot of people have been going for it, but that, again, I still think there's some risk, less risk than before. But, I'd rather go for some other names in the meantime. And, too, I want to know what's going to happen. Again, dollar. I love my dollar right now. I think the dollar's powerful. I'm excited to see how that reflects. And then, too, the reality of any politics and where we really start moving from here. NVO is very attractive. Yeah, especially, again, even with the whole aren't they Denmark? I think. All this talk of raising rates is bear porn and FUD to get the frothiness out the market. Yeah, you might be right, honestly. Because do you know when that happened? I'm glad you just said that. Because I brought this up on the video last week, but I think a lot of people kind of focused on the fear. That's why I said to start off this week, I was telling you guys, all it takes is the bond yields to come down and you could avoid any major reversal. That's it. That's what history shows. So right now it sucks and it's scary and we have to play this game of, what's going to happen? But at any moment, if those bond yields go down rapidly, what's the problem now? I don't think equities are going to keep vomiting if that's the case. But what you just said, what BG just said, that's what happened in 2023. You guys don't remember? So they had the banking crisis, and then we had that volatility, and then it starts running, but then it was like right before the end of the year, you just started freaking out about inflation again, and that's what brought you through the low, and then you freaked out again, but and then all of that data disappeared. And then you went from freaking out about inflation to, oh my God, I love AI. Oh yeah, let's start cutting rates this year. And then you ignored it until now. So yeah, I don't know. We've seen that happen. What you just said has occurred. There's been a moment where the bonds cascade and it ruined everything. But this 2023 moment, that was one where like it was kind of getting frothy. And then people just got worried about inflation data all of a sudden. And then right when that inflation data disappeared, everybody went back to whatever else they were doing. So I like it. I like both sides of the argument. I think if you really want to be prepared, you can't be biased up or down. Just, again, whatever the bonds do, it'll tell you. But you don't have to, again, it could go down just as easy as it could go up at this point. And there's a lot of other places it could go. A rug pull is like have you like a rug pull you ever see like Aladdin? I don't. How do you explain the rug pull, Habibi? I love to clean the rug, but I don't. How you explain the rug pull? Biden approves student loan relief for more than 150,000 borrowers. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, 150,000 borrowers. Little last minute debt forgiveness. That'll help bonds, yeah, right? Some more debt forgiveness. You heard the bells? No, there's no bells. I didn't. Unless there was an earthquake. Would that cause more inflation? I don't know. I yes and no, but like, can I be honest with you guys? Any of the inflation that you are worried about right now and that the market is acknowledging, none of it originates from you. Do you understand that? Do you realize none of your economic activity in the last 12 months combined has factored into that inflation? I promise you. So you, my brother, whatever you have bought and sold, your loan, your debt, none of that has affected any of it. It would be the government activity, but like I told you, it's all it is Europe in oil right now. I promise you. That's it. And then maybe the other currencies that aren't European. But even then, that still kind of applies. That's all it is. Go look at the euro. Go look anywhere around the world. Our dollar, the bonds, all of it. But that right there is why you have inflation. That's why expectations are going up. It's not because no earnings are going crazy. No one's buying graphics cards. Bitcoin's up and other things, but it's all because of Europe and oil right now. And all of those other countries getting murdered and causing that inflationary worry. That's injected a base level of inflation that even if nothing happened to us, we would have inflation. And that's why I'm saying it's like, wow, a couple more weeks, we'll see where that goes. But that's kind of where I think it stands for now. And I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident in that. Why no seawater? Oh, I thought I saw some planes picking up seawater, but I think it's bad for wildlife. So they say, or it's bad for the soil, the salt water. Yeah, I think a couple people, but yeah, feel free to ask. Has anybody in the chat had student loans forgiven by the Biden administration? Yeah, I got one. Not at all, not yet. Two. That's two, Chaz. Let's go. I'm happy for you. You know that? As much as I don't like inflation and fiscal excess, I'm just like genuinely like glad that somebody I know of got it. You know, I don't know. I'm happy for you. I hate to break somebody in here is like, why are we giving the money away? But I'm happy if I did not even think a couple people got that. That's crazy. All right, I need to go pee again, and we got to go do some push-ups. So hold on. I'm going to go pee first, and then I drank way too much water today, bro. I was excited on Monday.
A lot of attention.
My voice ain't even out yet, too. This is amazing.
In terms of how do you do,
all right, burp.
What's called inference. How do you use these AI models at runtime? And for a company like Snowflake, we care a little bit more about doing inference right so that our customers can use these models than we do about training. When it comes to training, absolutely, we work with wonderful partners like Anthropic, which went live on Snowflake last week, by the way, to help them train great models. While there is some shortages in some areas, but there are also lots of great new things that are coming, new kinds of chips, lots of new innovations, new models that are smaller. We feel pretty confident about being able to meet demand for the kind of use cases that our customers want to use on top of Snowflake.
There's been a lot of confidence from your own investors. It's been building in terms of the product pipeline that you're bringing, the generative AI innovations. Just tell us through the product roadmap at the moment as to whether or not, look, you're meeting demand. What does demand feel like right now? Because for many, it felt like a hype cycle in terms of actually being able to be productive with some of these tools.
That's right. Yeah, so, I've been CEO for a year. And a lot of my attention has gone into accelerating product velocity, product delivery. And I'm pretty happy with what we've done. Over 25 products that we made available to all of our customers, including many in AI. And what is unique about Snowflake is that we work very, very closely with our customers to help them realize value. We work on what are called use cases, which is how they think about a business function that we can help them fulfill. And in AI, we have over 1,000 use cases that are in production, thousands of customers that are using our AI products, a lot of strength in the core Snowflake product, which is really around analytics, plus momentum around the new things that we are doing with data engineering and AI. And it's really this combination of core strength, new products doing well, that makes me feel pretty optimistic about 2025 and what we are able to do. Absolutely, we are
on my lap.
We're also hiring a lot of people because we think there's a lot
push-up
more
time. Euro close, spy at VWAP. You're dancing around a little bit.
I'm
gonna keep this playing while we move around, man. You've been here for 2.5 hours.
Is it brand new wins that you're making? People who are adopting generative AI.
New Year's resolution in the gym and you ain't standing up right now, moving around.
Look, we've talked often about Databricks ramping up its own private numbers and money thus far. Microsoft is a key competitor. How are you managing to make inroads, Sridhar?
Snowflake is the easiest to use, fastest time to value, and most efficient data platform that there is. A lot of our competitors are still implementing features that we had 5, 6, 7 years ago. So it is a world-class product. And what we did with AI was make it a natural complement to how people use existing Snowflake products. This is why you have customers, like Disney and Hyatt, use things, for example, in machine learning on top of Snowflake. And so when it comes to incremental revenue that is being generated, for Snowflake, it typically comes from existing customers. Most first deals, most new relationships that Snowflake has with companies tend to start small, like $50,000, $100,000, but they can rapidly rapidly ramp up to millions of dollars. In areas like AI, what we are very clear is in our ability to enhance the value of data that people already have in Snowflake. We are not an AI research lab. We don't compete with OpenAI or Anthropic. We partner with them. It is that combination that unlocks value very, very quickly for our existing customers.
You're such a great mind to talk about this with, Sridhar, because not only are you offering the latest in generative AI products to be used in the real world rather than hypothetical, but you were busy building, well, an application previously that used large language models. So I just want to understand the future 2025. Will we get the reality of return on AI investment, do you think?
Well, I think the reality of AI is here. When it comes to any kind of content that even you and I want to generate, whether it's a new blog that we want to write or better formats and existing thoughts that we have, or even generate a fun new image, we are already turning to AI. And that was the promise that my previous company, Neeva, which was a search engine, saw. And that was the main reason why Snowflake acquired Neeva, because we were able to see into that future of making AI easy to use as well as powerful. I think this is absolutely going to be the year where you're going to see broader and broader applications of AI. I roughly tell people any visual interface that we have used so far probably has a better version powered by AI. Information is going to be a lot easier. Data transformations are easy when you use language models. This is what people use Snowflake AI, Cortex AI for, because somebody that's just an analyst that knows how to write SQL queries is now an AI analyst because they can use the power of these AI models in their day-to-day work. I think similar to phones, it's just going to be a technology that permeates everything we do, and we are right at the forefront of how our customers are making this happen.
Almost a year into the job of CEO of Snowflake after acquiring Neeva. Sridhar Ramaswamy, it's great to speak with you. Thanks so much. Now coming up, as California wildfires continue to rage, social media is battling fast, spreading conspiracy theories.
All right. Battling conspiracy theories. Wow. That's so wild, bro. Because, like, what was it? There was a clip, and it was like Gavin Newsom. He was talking to Biden, and then he was just, he was saying that, he's like, we need to stop the misinformation. And then somebody was like, dude, you need to stop the fire. This isn't, I get it. I'm sure misinformation, like, doesn't help things out, but at the end of the day, I don't think the issue is people lying about the fire right now. That's great. I'm not saying people aren't lying about the fire. That's one part of it. And information and keeping people safe is important, but it's just like, don't you think the number one issue should actually be the fire itself? You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So there it is. Oh, look at you. Look at Challenger. Bro, that's so funny. I'm wearing this shit right now, bro. Yeah, this jacket is actually clutch, bro. I love you, man. Look at, he's all tatted up. They don't know about Challenger. They don't know. He's a tatted realtor, bro. You should see this dude. I love it, man. I love it. Now I got to show you guys the clip. Look. This is the funniest video I saw, man. Are you ready? I'm telling you, this whole scene reminds me of Borat. Like this, I thought this shit was sad. Like if you just imagine, if you replace the lady with Borat, it works. And even the reaction and how he like treats her. Look at this, you guys. This is the funniest clip I've seen, bro.
Governor,
it sucks that it's like a serious situation, but yeah, here it is.
Governor, you got a second?
Governor, you have a second?
Governor, I live here.
Governor, I live here. Hold on.
My daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do.
What do you do for me?
Literally talking.
She sounds like she's being fake about it, and then he's like just as fake.
The question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call?
Can I hear? Tell me. Tell me.
I'm sorry. There's literally, I've tried 5 times. That's why I'm walking around to make the
Why
call.
is the president not taking your call?
Because it's not going through. So
Why?
I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now. And it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids losing to school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me,
Like
what
what?
are you going to do with the
They were
president
living
right
in
now?
one, building another.
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. It has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
To fill
everything.
the hydrants. I would fill them up
What are you gonna
personally, you
do?
know that.
I literally.
I would fill up the hydrants myself. But would you do that?
I would do whatever.
I'm sorry. It's funny.
I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor?
Yeah, I know.
There's
Obviously,
water coming
she's a
out there.
troll,
You
but
can
I'm
use
like,
it.
dude, this just
I'm gonna
reminds
make
me
the
of a
call
bull
to
rat clip.
address everything I can right now, including making
He's like,
sure
I have no
Can
service.
I
Okay. And
have
then
an
she's
opportunity
like,
to at least tell
my
people you're
home.
doing what you're saying
But I
you're
was
doing?
building 5.
Can
Like,
somebody
she's
have
clearly
a
trolling.
contact? Can I have
Yeah,
a
she's
contact
fake as hell.
right there.
That was just hilarious, though. But that was the clip. I couldn't fight that one. How do you know she was trolling? Just the way she sounded. Someone being, I was building my home and living in another one. I'll fill up the water. That's like, see, you know how like when sometimes you guys troll me and like I'll be serious and then you try to like hide it by asking ridiculous shit and then you expect people to not know you're being cute, you know? But it's kind of obvious. It's funny. Sometimes it's very funny, but yeah, I think that one. And then, yeah, technically everybody in LA is an actor. So if you guys are like, they're all acting, I'm like, well, technically, yeah, they are. They are all actors. So this is all. And then XXII, man, that one's still going there. Again, I think it's just momentum after that point. Everything was in the AM. That's funny. And then my girlfriend, bro, she texted me. It's kind of fun. I don't know if I'm in trouble. My girlfriend had a bad dream about me, and she had to tell me. So now I think she's mad at me for what I did in the dream, even though I wasn't there. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, that's good. That's my morning text. They get you into trouble too? Oh, man. Oh, man. Say sorry? I did. I already did say sorry. Mm-hmm. What's this? Wins 45 to 70. Ventura. That's not bad. I thought they were going to be above 80 again. That was crazy. You go through that on the day. I think it's the first time. I've never had my girlfriend tell me I did something wrong in a dream. The market is closed, I think, on Martin Luther King Day or whatever. I think it's Inauguration Day. The market's closed. You watched the Selena movie, and I liked it. Oh, Selena. Dude, do you know what I hate? I'm telling you. I was liking this whole, like, Benny Blanco thing, and now I don't like it. Because now people could recognize me now. This is bullshit. I used to just be an ugly lizard dude. You didn't give me... Bro, somebody called me Benny Blanco over the weekend, and I was really mad. I wasn't mad because I'm ugly, but I was mad because now... I am a type of ugly that you could put a name, there's a name to it. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like, actually, like, now it's just like, I'm identifiable. Now, I used to not be identifiable. You're like something that was like a mix between the Geico lizard and Geico caveman. You didn't know what I was. Now you could just say Benny Blanco, and now it's terrible, bro. Like, yeah, no, he like kind of brought my face to the forefront of like society, and it wasn't necessarily there before. So now I'm kind of, yeah, I don't know. It's very odd, bro. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. It's kind of a weird life shift, to be honest with you. Because I've never done the face reveal, but now, in a weird way, I kind of have. I'm telling you, it's fucked up. It's really fucked up. And I'm like, oh, man. Can you get an autograph? I could only do, like, paw prints. So my hands are kind of look like a lizard, too. So it's a paw. I'm pretty. Don't be insecure. I don't think I'm insecure. I'm more honest than I am insecure. I think I'm so secure in everything that I could be honest about it. But then again, I don't know. We're all very odd creatures. Benny Blanco is the most beautiful, sexy. I know, but like now people look at me longer. Do you get what I'm saying? Because they do a double take now, and they're like, oh, and then they'll ask me. I got asked this time. No one asked me that unless you are in the chat or you are my friend. And now I'm like, oh, fuck. It clicked. I'm like, holy shit, I look like somebody now that you could spot. And now you know what to look for. And now I'm like, damn it. That's it. I am now become ubiquitous with the fucking ugly guy that, yeah, that's how I'm like, man, this is great. This is terrible. The t-shirt quota is climbing up. I don't know. Can you guys go buy a t-shirt? Otherwise, we have like what? 2 more weeks, a week and a half. We're like right under 400. So it's been going up. I don't know how, bro, with how much we barely talk about it, but I don't think we are going to hit the quota unless y'all want to buy 400 shirts today. Then we could do it. Then it'll be closer. I'll always look like the chill guy meme. Oh, that's cool, I guess. I think, yeah, we could ship to Europe. Announcement of the Gaza deal may be tonight or tomorrow morning. All Hadath citing sources. So in those shirts, you're going to refund everyone? Yeah, if we don't hit the goal. I mean, I don't think that's like crazy, is it? I thought we explained it like clear. Because I didn't know if we could do 1,000. But we did sell a shit ton of t-shirts. So I think if we don't hit the goal, I don't want to like, unless you guys want me to wait to try to do it. But I don't want to waste your time or hold your money too long, you know? So if we hit it, we hit it. If not, we don't. And then maybe we could do a smaller one. Or now that I now have data. Now I know how many of you are down for something like that. And then maybe we could just organize something with that amount of people. You see what I'm saying? So that's either way, we'll get something out of it. And then we'll have those shirts too. We'll have a normal shirt launch, but that was kind of the pre-order. See if we could do it with the special box release. And then if it works, it works. If not, we'll be good. You're living in China? What? What are you doing in China? That's crazy. China. Your name is JT. I don't think I've ever knew anybody named 2 letters that lived in China, except for JD. That's a company. That's crazy. JT in China, bro. International. That's hype, bro. Enjoy it. You must have some wild experiences. XXII unhalted and going again. ALB's going up there too. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. My neck, I don't know, man. I got a lot. I want a lot of things right now, man. How do you get the shirt? The shirt is in the description. So go to second link in the description. Again, it's a pre-order. We've been doing this since right before. Some people got so mad at me for selling a $200 shirt. I don't think they got the idea, which is exactly what it should have been, because I don't think it's for everybody. But yeah, I can't believe we sold this many, but we still have it. And like I said, though, if we don't reach the goal, we're gonna refund it and try something else. But again, it did. I can't believe it, dude. I'm telling you, the number we have already, like we're like right under 400. That's insane. But at the end of the day, we got to get it. We got to get there, or we'll redo it. But that's second link. You lost money gambling. Be careful. There's wisdom that comes from losing. There is, but this year, though, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I even said it earlier with the dollar. This year reminds me of something. It reminds me of the year. Do you guys not remember? It was 2023. I think we came into 2023, or like whenever we talked about Bill, and I remembered bringing up Bill and talking about holding cash. And then I remember I got blown out on a short, and then I was looking back and I was like, I would have made more money if I just did nothing. I really believe we're going to see that this year to a degree. So what I'm trying to tell you, be smart, be slow, be patient, because when it's all said and done, as long as those rates are still high, kind of how they played out, it will still be easy to make money doing nothing, whereas if we get volatility back and forth, then it's going to play out a little differently. So either way, like I'm saying, like the cash, if it's going to get strong, rates are high, I mean, just don't force anything. And that's what I'm saying. Long term, go slow, do what you need to do. But even on the trading stuff, just make sure, like, make it count. And like, I would really hone in on it, watch your reaction function, because as long as the dollar's running up and rates are high, you have, like, the market is kind of incentivizing you to don't do shit. Do you guys understand? Like I'm saying, look at the bond yields running, look at the dollar. These are all to attract you to slow down. So you could take it or not. It's up to you. Some of you will do better or worse, but all I'm saying is just don't force anything when you could win in multiple you have many ways to come out a winner at the end of this year. And then obviously we'll see where this year even leads. I don't have I have UMC in one account, Colt Sister. That's about it. Until Trump drops the bill. That's going to help a lot. I mean, once we just figure out anything he's going to do, you know? Teladoc, it's an interesting company, but knock on wood, I've been very healthy lately. I haven't had to see a doctor. But anytime, if I could go to Teladoc before a doctor, I will. I think they just have a bad debt. That's it. I think I love the company and I love the brand. I just don't like how fast they moved and grew, and then they have a lot of debt, and now they're in like a weird spot. But if there was like last person on earth type beat, if like every name ran up and the only name I could buy is Teladoc, I'll buy it. Like, I'm not that scared of it, but I would just buy other things. But I like the company a lot. I think Teladoc was a great idea. Great execution. Most people know about it, but again, that debt, the value, that's the thing that I got a problem with. Damn, you want Philo right now? I love you, B-Fire. Fire, we gotta link up, bro. You know that? We gotta get a yoga session in here. This guy, he want philo at 9 a.m., man. But no, not yet. Down the road. There's a lot of competition. There's a lot of teledoc competitors and telehealth. Teledoc is the name. Telehealth, that is it. No price comment? What nonsense? What do you mean? Are you talking about the stock market? Well, I mean, again, I haven't really been reacting too much. Bonds, dollar, that's all I care about. And that's what I was saying this morning. Everybody was, when we were going up, they're like, ha, 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 puts. I'm like, dude, we're not. Everything is following a very linear logic. Bonds go up, stocks get pressure. Dollar goes up, stocks get pressure. We're going lower as inflation worries start to climb up. And then, again, we have big data set on Wednesday. So if we go to the level, I already called these out in the morning, what you should be looking for. Your next zone for this week is going to be like 570 flat and then 568 to 566 if you really got problems. I'm not putting money into Bill. I mean, I already have still some money tied up into stuff like that, but other than that, and then TLT new low, $1 more to the bottom. But maybe I might be down to start moving towards Bill if they start talking more rate hikes or cuts. ASTS. Oh, they're down 11. They're not part of the quantum shit, are they? Because all those guys work today, too. Your telehealth, your kids. It's great. I like telehealth. It sucks because some stuff you can't do like the doctors, but that's it. No, that ZB is getting murdered. I think I'm about to close it out, though. I'm waiting for the next rip. And then I'm probably going to go all in at 5 at this point unless we get inflation. SPY daily? Oh, I mean, see what's priced in for the end of the week. Remember, you have CPI. And then when we did the pricing on the non-farm, that worked out very reliably. It was 1.3 exactly. So go price in the option chain, see where Thursday takes you or Wednesday, and then go from there. More UMC? No, I'm not going to buy anything real estate related until I know what the hell is going to happen with bonds. And Zach Bryan, I'm sure. If that's the ZB, you Texas mother effer, we'll go with that. To some people, that means a bond future, but to others, it means Zach Bryan. Yeehaw. Thank you. He's country, right? I hope so. Otherwise, I'm ignorant. Bond news, you got a 3-6-month auction today. It's not going to move much. ASTS news pending. Still moving, though. Or am I tripping? That might have just been a wild candle. Yay! We have PPI tomorrow. Yeah, that could move. PPI is known for causing a bond reaction, but then again, that's CPI. There'll be a lot riding on it. But here it is. Here's the chart. So, where is it? PPI. So, it's like in the middle. So, PPI could move the 10-year about 4 basis points, depending on a beat or miss, for every 1 standard deviation. So, if you get a 1 standard deviation miss or beat on PPI, bond yields can move about 0.04. That's kind of what this chart is telling you. So it's up there. It used to be higher. That's why I tell you the ISM is up there, and then CPI and payrolls. These are our events that could like actually move us around. Is A&F still lower? BDMD, I have no idea. Damn, bro. Yeah, Abercrombie still, that one's odd. But then again, some names that I thought oversold, like even like NVO, they've stayed down. So, I mean, it's still a weird environment with the dollar and everything else. What is BDMD? This was probably JP Morgan, to be honest with you, or they had an update. BDMD. Yeah, Baird microwave ablation training advances thyroid treatment. Yeah, so Twitch guys, if you have weird names, I'm just going to ban you. So it's nothing personal. I just not. If your name reads borderline blank me, please. Yeah, I'm not. No. Sorry, man. I love you, though. That's a good try. But, like maybe like if you had a name like Tim. Yeah, John Valver. That's a great name. Dieska. Rocky Bow Blowout. That's a very fun, creative name. Mother Liquor. Nah, you're good. You're grandfathered in. You have like a fucking 5-year badge or what? I see you every fucking morning. Like, what kind of asshole do you think I am? You know what I'm saying? It's more for the guys whose accounts were just created. Yeah. JJ Kanaje, don't ban. What does that mean then? So what does JJ Kanaje really mean? Is it offensive? Should I ban you? I just thought it was your name, bro. What about Long John? I mean, that's fine. Unless you're like Tickle. Okay, never mind. All right, I got to go. SRPT. Popper. Yeah, damn, they're still at 120. Again, regen going up and a couple of the other biotechs too. CSG is another biotech, dude. A lot of random runners right now. Ironically, the low ticker had some activity like 5 minutes ago, but now it's switching back to the high ticker. I've seen Long John Silver commercials my whole life. I've never been. I need to. I used to always crave their like unlimited shrimp. I've never had it, but I saw the commercial many times in my life. You miss Braxton? You haven't seen... Wait, what? Did you already change your name? I was going to say, I feel like I've seen Braxton on Twitter, but I was like, wait a minute, I haven't seen him on the Twitch. And now I said, well, y'all flipping names or what? No, for the penny tag? Oh, yeah. Well, either way, still. Yeah, I like Tilo. Tilo's a great name. Donald Trump to make all major presidential announcements on truth. Yeah. People were saying that today, but that's like kind of old news. I think he said that from like 48 hours after being elected. Bro, I haven't heard any talks of drones. But then again, people get like weird if you talk about drones. You guys know they use a code word? Did you guys know that? There's a code word to talk about drones on the internet. Does anybody know what it is? Let's see. I'll put you guys on game. Hey! Usha already got it. Yeah, Dior bag. Because, like, apparently if you say, like, drones and shit, you could get shadow banned. So the code word is Dior bag. So if you're on TikTok or you see, like, an Instagram reel, I'm being dead serious, and they're talking about Dior bags in the sky, or they're, like, Dior bags, yeah, that's the code word for drones. Because they were noticing people were talking about it, and then the videos would get clapped. So, yeah, Dior bag is how you talk about the drone. But, yeah, we haven't heard. Yeah, this is a couple weeks ago. This was before the fire. This was before any drama. Marketing genius. The Zoom call. No, we haven't been doing them. I think maybe we could do it like once a week. It's just anytime I have to monitor 3 like things, it gets to be a lot. 2 has kind of been my max. Ding-a-ding-a-ding. You thought they were I did too. I was like, what are they saying? Dior bags. And then, yeah. Like Dior, like the brand. I don't know, man. It's been a wild start to the year. But then again, like, that's the funny part is that, like, as you're worried about, like, about Dior bags and drones or whatever, I am legitimately worried about the financial system. Not in a sense where I'm, like, terrified, but in the sense that, like, the trade-weighted dollar strength, that captures my attention, and I have more questions about that than I do a drone in the sky. Does that make sense? I have more questions about the trade-weighted dollar, the flip-flop of Fed policy, and, like, the repo situation. I have more questions, and I think that's more important to our daily life than a drone. That's exactly how I feel about it. Trade-weighted Dior bag is scary. Yeah, it's terrifying, bro. It's a big candle, but you guys don't remember that one in the morning? Remember how fat that candle looked, and you're like, oh my gosh! And then, yeah. Have I heard about Pokemon card? If it's going up, I mean, a lot of the early day inflation stuff is happening again. Crypto, Pokemon cards, graphics cards, the bonds getting blown out. Like, I don't know. So I haven't looked at Pokemon cards, but looking at oil and a lot of things, it seems like a lot of things are kind of having small inflationary, except for cars, though. That's the thing, though. Bro, on Friday, did you guys realize what I showed you guys on Friday? I'm excited. You should be excited. Bro, car deals are coming back. Did you guys not realize when homie asked me for the car and I showed you guys all those lease deals? I haven't seen that in years. So even though that's the one part about the inflation stuff that I'm not seeing. Because last time inflation, bro, cars and everything started going crazy again. But that was the first time in 3 years that I have seen. Yeah, Lease Hacker is back, dude. Bro, I have not seen a $400, $300 Mercedes lease deal in years. You could go get a $50,000, $60,000 C-Class for $400. For the last 3 years, they were selling those for like $760 a month on a lease. You could go get a Ford F-150 for $350 a month. I haven't seen lease deals like this in years. So that's the one part about inflation that I'm not seeing pick up. Cars are getting murdered still. So that's coming back to normal. That's good. It's good for you. That's not a bad thing. That's great. I mean, your insurance is still jacked up and everything, but at the end of the day, like, that means, like, on a consumer element, that's one thing that's not like going up. And I like that. That's good for you. That means it's cheaper for you guys to get a car or whatever else you need. You can finance, but then again, I don't know interest rates, but the leases is just more of a, you know, I'm not advocating you guys to lease. Some of you should lease a car. Some of you should never lease a car, but that's a different situation. I'm just speaking more to the economy in the sense that, like, it has legitimately been almost like half a decade where I have seen them discount cars to sell them like they are doing right now with leases. So that's like a thing, because when the economy was slower, that's where I got into this lease hacking shit, because there would be these steal of a deals. But ever since the car market and economy, Dexcom dying. Whoa, Dexcom down 4. They may be presenting, but that's not good. Dexcom, they're already weak there. Q4 earnings for February. I don't see anything yet, but oh yeah, they had full year results and guidance this morning. Oh, yeah, they're just kind of selling off a little bit. But, yeah, like I was saying, though, it's just you could tell a lot about the economy, and then it's good for you guys as consumers. I mean, I like a good deal, but just with how hot things were and, like, when we got inflation, there was a period where, like, you would never find a lease deal. Like, I don't know, man. Prior to this last year, Have any of you guys ever walked into a car dealership? Because if you do, they are assholes. When the car market was booming, bro, you would go to any dealership and ask them for a car, and they would charge you more than the sticker. If you asked them for a deal, they'd look at you like you were insane. So if you asked for a discount as opposed to paying more than what the price said, BBVA 5% pop. What is this bank? It looks like a foreign bank, could be Brazilian. BBVA 5% pop. You're probably gonna get a headline on that. It's a liquid, so it might turn around, but BBVA. European financials gear up for a wave of M&A. Oh, so they may be on a target for M&A. Otherwise, I don't have a Spanish bank. Thank you for that. They want to talk to you. Dude, that's what I have the old text messages when I made that last lease deal video like a year ago when a couple were popping up. But I remember I texted like 5 auto brokers and I was asking them for Priuses, bro. And they're like, yeah, you're insane. You're never going to find a Prius. I couldn't even find a Prius like a year and a half ago. And then if you wanted one in stock, that was one thing. And then if you wanted a Prius at a discount, they thought you were high. So, but now, like I'm saying, just car deals are kind of coming back. I've seen more car deals in the last 2-3 months than I have seen in the last 3-4 years, man. Yeah, they're all chill. Car dealers, I don't know. It's funny, though, because, like, I hate going to car dealers, but I think some of you would kill it working at a car dealership. Go work in finance. So some of you, if you ever wanted to do, like, real estate, or if you ever wanted to do finance, but you don't want to work at, like, a bank or real estate, or, like, mortgages, go be an auto finance guy. You'll make $150,000, $200K a year, depending on how good you are at it. It's actually crazy. I've seen truck prices, but I saw a deal on a F-150, bro. I have not seen a F-150 lease deal below $400 in a long time. So you could get a reasonably equipped F-150 for $300 a month right now on a lease special. Which again, I was seeing them sell these trucks for again like $700 a month. BBV, I have no idea, but they were mentioned in like some M&A thing this morning, and now they're moving up 5. You could lease an M2 for $1,100. That's a lot. That's what I'm saying. Go to Lease Hacker, bro. There was like Audi A8s for like $700. So for $1,100, you could get a Range Rover Sport on a lease deal right now. I would rather get that than an M2. I don't know. And then I think it covers maintenance. But that's crazy. $1,000 a month on a car, you should be able to get anything. And now we're getting back to that reality. The average car payment in America is $700. That blows my effing mind. But other than that, if you're leasing a car at that price, you should be able to get you could get an S-Class for $1,100 a month. Go to leasehacker, HACKR.com. I got a video on it on the trading fraternity. Abercrombie still down. Where are the chips? X is coming up again. So remember they had that little offer there with CLF earlier. Why are the Cali deals so much better than Florida? Probably because inventory, types of cars, and then if it's EV, I mean, Cali is just pumping out those 7,500 credits. But then some of them were gas deals in Cali, so I have no idea. MCFT, that sounds familiar, but I don't think I've ever, like, seriously. Oh, what boats do they make? Is this military or is this consumer? I've looked at one of the military boat companies, but if it's consumer, I don't think I haven't bought a consumer boat. You saw a post and the guy said his Cybertruck is $1,800 a month, which is only $60 a day. Who can't pay $60? Dude, that's crazy. You know why I'm laughing? Because you know what my girlfriend said to me the other day? You know this is like a girl video, right? Because my girl said this to me about a purse. I'm like, who taught you that? She's like, it's a TikTok. They're like, yeah, if you could just get like $30 a day, that's a Birkin bag. And I'm like, what? I'm like, do you not realize that's like a lot? Like that's half of our big account deposit. That's a lot of money. 1,800 that's you can have a very nice stock portfolio with that amount. But yeah, so I don't know, like $1 a day, $10 a day. I like to aim small, but not 60 a day for a car. But then again, I don't know. What I've noticed, I noticed this the other day. I think it's our generation, like kind of old, kind of young. But like most of the people I have like encountered who have made money, like around my age group, or they got a long term and started doing good, or the people who got into real estate. I don't know if I'm a bad influence, even though I've told people this has been one of my biggest mistakes. They all go and buy nice cars. I don't know what, something about our generation, I don't know what it is. We effing love nice cars. It's a terrible thing. Because I like cars and I've had a bad and good relationship with it, but at the end of the day, any young person I'm seeing they're always just buying cars. And it's hard for them not to do it. But I notice it. I'm seeing real estate guys, they kill it, they go buy a car. They're doing it, they're buying a car. They close a house, they're buying a car, bro. Everybody is. I don't know why. Our generation is really it's sticky. Because even then, I've chilled out with cars, but I do love cars. There's something about it's terrible, bro. But yeah, it's good. If you don't care about cars, then that's gonna save you. I hope you care about houses then, because then that should be the goal. But I know a lot of people, no matter what, no matter how fiscally responsible or versed they are, they just love cars, and they're like, you know what? I'm gonna buy a fucking car. That's the first thing I'm buying. That's every time, bro. So yeah, they're terrible investments. I told you that's what I made a lot of mistakes with cars growing up and going through it all, and I wish I learned, that's why I learn all of these stuff. That's why I know the little tricks now. But yeah, so be mindful, because again, we're not talking small amounts of money on any of these. Tesla ripping. Hi, Tesla's in the green now. Red to green right now. SPY climbing up. I told you the low ticker was chilling out. High ticker came up, and now you're near the high end. But like I'm saying, from the morning, the story advanced. Higher bonds, higher dollar, lower stocks, and then now you may be moving around, but that's it. We're chilling. For support, I think if you log in through it, is the website up now? We had a problem the other day, but it should be loading up, or tradingfraternity@gmail.com. How about buying old cars? It just depends. I mean, like I said, there's a very big difference with a lot of items, okay? And this is what you got to realize, is if you are going to buy something that's cool and you want it, you have two choices. You either never use it or you use it. If you use it, it's not going to be an investment. If you never use it, it'll be an investment. And at that case, you just got to have the right knowledge, get the right car, limited edition, but then you can't drive it around. You see what I'm saying? So if you're like, wow, I want to buy a car that's going to be an investment. I'm going to buy a classic, a supercar. You can't drive it. That's the point if you're going to buy it for that reason. But if you are going to use the car, I would, especially if the market is going back to normal with a lot of these things, I would not look at it like an investment, even if it could be an investment. Do you get what I'm saying? Same thing with watches, with purses, anything you want. But the moment it may hold value, that's assuming a human isn't using it. But if you are going to use it, it changes everything about it. And that right there is your answer to that. So old cars are fine, but if you're like, I want to buy an old car so I could drive it around and then it'll be an investment, you're playing the lottery. At that point, you're trying to get lucky, not lose money, and then buying something and then wearing it down and then hoping that it will return money to you. So that's just, as if you have the right intention with the right product, it'll work. But a lot of times when it comes to cool shit, myself included, a lot of people make this mistake of like, oh, we justify it. I'll buy it for this, but in reality, it's just an entertainment purchase that was really expensive. The new Honda Prelude electric. I already have an iPhone. You got a downtown high rise. You're not mad, but that's good though. I think like I said, if you could always find a cheap place, there's good rent deals right now, and then you could always buy another house elsewhere. But it's good. I don't know. I like what you're going through, Midwest. I think you're doing real estate. You're doing good. I think you're just moving up, man. And I think you're living the life that I lived, and I think you're learning what's good. You're like, ooh, I could get this, I could get that, I want this, and some stuff. You're gonna find what you like to do and what works out. But I lived in a high rise. I did all of that, and I loved it. I get tired of it, but I like it. And if it's a good deal on the rent, there you go. And then just look for a cheap investment property somewhere, and then you'll figure out what you like to do. But that's part of it. And you go through life, increase your income. You're gonna learn what furthers your income and what holds you back, and then we're gonna go back and forth with the things we like and don't like. Do you regret selling? I don't know. Cars are a trip. I used to not regret selling my cars, and then 2020 happened. And then I look back and I'm like, why was I such an idiot? Why did I sell that car for that low? But then I made a lot of money on cars, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I'm so glad that I sold it. So I don't know. Some car deals were the best thing that ever happened to me, and some of them, they set me behind by many, many years. So it's just hit or miss, dude. That's the best way I could do. I have a skill with it, and I could do good at them, but it's never guaranteed, and it's literally hit or miss. It's like I have no other way to put it to you, especially with the market and the world changes rapidly too. Great money buying and holding antique watches. Yeah, that's great. As long as you're not wearing them. That's it. That's what I'm saying. It's just like, as long as you're not wearing them out, having them daily, you're not losing them, you're keeping them in good condition, you should make money off of it. You know what I'm saying? But there's people who are like, I want to buy this, this watch, and it's an investment because it's a nice watch. And they're like, oh, I'll just wear it around. I'm like, best case, you may get your money back, but it's not going to make you money like you think, versus the guy who buys the rare watch, stores it, saves it, and doesn't touch it. That guy's going to make a lot of money off of that. But the guy buying it, wearing it around, buys it aftermarket, wears it, uses it, loses it, then that's, who knows what could happen to it. I don't know. I think the Lambo index, last time I checked, it was in like the 500s. But that's where I see people make that mistake, is because they tell themselves they're buying it as an investment, but then they don't use it as an investment. Murder. I mean, it was like, again, the only puts that gapped up is like from the morning, man. It was wild. Yeah, 543. So when I made you guys the Lambo index, this was at like 200 to 300. I think it's more than that because there's more on eBay and there's other places. But right now the Lambo index is at 543. I would argue it's probably at like 750, to be honest with you. I think there's just under like 1,000 Lambos for sale. But like, dude, the prices have gotten murdered. That's what I'm saying. Bro, look at this. 165. It has a lot of miles, but dude, what these cars were going for, even then a drop top Evo, that one's still actually a little expensive. But yeah, they've already plummeted. Judge allows Justice Department to release special counsel report on Donald Trump to subvert 2020 election. It was like 215, yeah. I remember 300s were high, but now it's like, dude, 500 easy. Tin time. We had a little bit of tin earlier, but other than that, I don't think it's 9:30 though. We should get some push-ups. I need to go get a bathroom break, and then we'll be good from there, baby. But good morning, man. I hope y'all having a good Monday. You guys got a good Monday or what? We feeling good on Monday? Good to be back. I'm excited. I hope you're excited. Woo! Today killed premiums, but I think the first move was just off the AM. They told you a lot with that. Or at least, again, narrative, dollar, bonds, all of it. No, it's not going to work. Damn. No commercial break. Where is it? X is up 9 still. That's good. You skipped the gym again? Oh, no. Oh, no. I was scared the gym was getting me sick last week, but I feel a lot better now. So I'm like, all right. Gym, good. Oh, I forgot to order. Dude, I forgot to order my meal prep this week. My girlfriend reminded me. I forgot. So now I have to, like, cook my own meals this week. I need to go to Costco. I need to just get chicken and meatballs. That's it. Pretty sad. Lab versus natural diamonds for engagement rings. It's up to the girl. That's it. Like, if your girl doesn't care about it and wants, like, a fat rock, go get a lab one. But right now, natural diamonds are the lowest price in the last 100 years. So gold is rocketed up, and, like, probably what you set it in is probably going to cost you more than the diamond. But natural diamonds are the lowest prices in 100 years right now. So it's all really, it's just up to, that's the funny part, because lab diamonds it's harder to resell, but if it is a wedding ring, I mean, hopefully you don't have to resell it. So usually it's up to the woman. If she's cool with a lab, because some chicks don't like it. I don't, like, ladies, would any of you get mad if like your fiance got you a lab grown diamond? Would you feel like he gave you a Temu ring? Or would you, like, because some girls do. I don't know. Maybe I've watched too much reality TV show. But, yeah, it's just a personal preference, really. They look exactly the same. Mm-hmm. They do. They say they don't, but they do. They only care what it costs. Well, you could just get something doper. So, like, if you spent, like, $10,000, $5,000 on a ring, natural diamonds, it's going to be like a carat, maybe less. But if you bought that lab grown, you could get like 4.5 carats for the same price. You don't want lab grown? It's just it's just a fake diamond. That's all it is. It's a real diamond by chemical compound, but it wasn't found naturally. It was made in a machine. So it's technically a diamond. It really is a real diamond, but it wasn't dug up. It was, yeah, it's atomically the same, but it just not dug up. That's like why what's the point? I mean, again, it looks like a diamond. It feels like a diamond. It technically is a diamond, but people just liked it because it was cheap. It was cheaper and it had the same look. And then that way, too, more sustainable to a degree. So yeah, it's really up. That's it. As long as the girls chill with it, like I say, and one girl in here said they don't like it, another said they don't care, and then someone said the girls lie. So that's it. It's up to you, or if you're gonna tell her or not. You could buy it and not tell her, but I would just compare. Get a good jeweler. You'll find something good. All you have to do if you guys want to buy jewelry, understand the weight. That's it. The weight of the diamond, the type of diamond, and then the type of gold and the weight of gold. That is where all of the value should derive from. Anything after that, you're paying premium. Does that make sense? So, like, realistically, if you're going to go and like, try to value an engagement ring without knowing how much gold and how big the diamond is, you're just playing fucking Russian roulette with money. Does that make sense? Because the gold weight will give you a specific value. The diamond and the diamond clarity and the diamond weight gives you another value. Everything after that is the premium to put it all together, and then whatever the jeweler is doing with it. It would be better to get a 2.8 carat than a 3 because it just depends on the price. That's all I'm saying. So, like, if the weight itself was, the ring might be worth like $4,000 just in materials. You see what I'm saying? So if they charge you $5,000, you're paying $1,000 in premium. And then if there's a comparison that has more money but less material, then you're spending way more for what you're getting. So again, all that just weight in what you're buying. Because that's what you'll do. If you go to like a sketchy jewelry store, they just have prices on the gold and shit. And then if you just go off the price, you don't know how much it weighs. So that's why if you ever go to a place and they start cutting the price, it's because the weight of the gold is very low, but then the premium is really high. It looks nice and people don't know this stuff, so they'll just buy whatever, especially if it's impulsive. But usually it just, like, again, just like you look at spot gold prices, there's a weight there. You need a lab-grown diamond hookup. Any jeweler who does normal. Some people don't like it, but most of them, if you got anybody who does normal jewelry, they should have access to lab-grown diamonds. It's not that hard to get your hands on. What percentage of chat are girls? I think about 13 to 9%. So chance, and then I think half of them are dudes pretending to be girls via their sister, girlfriend's account, or they're just LARPing. I don't know if that's what they want to do. So yeah, it's a high number, but it's low for the ratio. Like when you put in how many people come in here on a day-to-day basis, that's a lot of girls. But chances are, like, it's again less than 10% probably. Yeah, most major cities do have a diamond district. Never buy jewelry, but don't have experiment. Just don't buy anything because it looks pretty, and then don't buy anything the first time you see it. That's all. And just ask for the weight, the diamond clarity, right? There's different ratings of diamonds and then different weight. And then that determines everything. I'm more worried about diamond than diamond. You know what I'm saying? Like Jamie Diamond than Jamie's diamonds, All right, I still need to go pee, bro. Why are they hoeing me on this bathroom break? I need to get me a car, bro. It's already 9:30, halfway done with Monday, baby. Oh, what's up?
And Jay, a few days ago, Goldman was one of the advisors on the Constellation Calpine deal as well.
All right, follow me on Twitter, Real Cold News. Sullivan close to deal with Hamas and Israel.
There's no question that tech always
where it might have short periods of less activity, will be pervasive. Now, that being said, it might not be the largest companies, but there's obviously a very long list. And if you look at the private equity portfolios, nearly half of the large cap private equity portfolios sit inside the broader technology, media, and telecom. Industrials has remained very active, no question. And natural resources, there's been a lot of transactions and rumored transactions, which, by the way, require commodity, financing, hedging, and potentially private credit activity. I would expect that. And that's power, as you just articulated. It's metals and mining, it's chemicals, it's energy, it's all of those pieces I think will be very active. We'll see about healthcare. Healthcare had a relatively quiet 2024. Obviously, it started the year with a relatively significant amount of activity, so I expect to see healthcare. If you think about it geographically, Europe last year was actually far more active than people expected it to be. You saw a lot of financial institutions transactions, you saw natural resources transactions. I expect Europe to continue. What we really are waiting to see is cross-border activity going to come back in a robust way? And that, we'll see a lot of that's geopolitical, obviously, which is a big factor.
And that obviously plays into some of the geopolitical implications for natural resources. But Constellation, one reason a lot of people have been watching Constellation is the AI story, is that deal with Microsoft, is that deal for 3 Mile Island, nuclear energy. When you think about the ramifications of AI and what it means for the M&A industry, where is AI forcing people to do more deals to get ahead of the story?
Well, there's no question one of the biggest impacts of AI is going to be where are the electrons going to come from? And that has ramifications from just pure AI to data centers, to real estate, to power and utilities, to government relations, because obviously power is provided to the utility customers as well. So AI is creating an incredible demand for electrons. How is that demand going to be met? It's going to require a lot of capital investment. Might it involve M&A? Potentially, but it has huge ramifications across all those industries: tech, natural resources, real estate, financing sources, and also just regional and municipal advisory. And so putting all that together, AI will impact all of those. Now, when will it lead to big M&A? We'll see, but those forces are forcing companies to think about scale and how am I going to deliver electrons.
I mean, she came over to my house, dropped off this damn dog, and didn't come and see me.
Going to ask you to take a much more
because I
broad
violated
global scope.
Something in
the
her
reason
dream.
Being is Goldman was
she said I cheated on her in my dream. I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even do anything.
Can't talk about that explicitly.
Now I got this dog at my house and she just ignored me. That's cold.
Is you saw how CFIUS behaved in this instance, and I wonder if this means that the indecisiveness, if you will, of CFIUS pushes more and more power into the hands of the president. And how do you expect then the president-elect to behave when large international companies look to buy U.S. assets? How, as an advisor, do you think about what that means?
So obviously, I won't comment on any specific situation. Geopolitical and sovereign interests are one of many important factors that are going to factor into any transaction. Is it more acute in certain industries? Certainly, but it could cross all sorts of industries depending on a given administration, depending on what's going on at a given time in the news cycle, depending on when elections might be. So again, not commenting on any specific situation, it's one of several factors. The financing markets are an important factor. The governance, who's going to run the company, is an important factor. So you just have to factor all this in. Some of it gets to what's the right time, but there are certainly transactions in industries, much like we saw over the last 4 years, where people decided now's not the right time. We'll see how that plays out over the next administration.
Do you think that cross-border deals will be otherwise something that will be easily facilitated?
Well, I don't know if I'd use the word easily. They're always complicated.
This nationalist perspective is not just in the United States.
Yeah, and so sovereign interests, absolutely, all over the world. And that's what I'm saying. It's not about one administration or one geography. This has always been a factor. That being said, and we can roll all the way back to when we spoke during COVID, the forces that are driving the benefits of scale globally, whether it's supply chains, whether it's scale of balance sheet, whether it's growth, where am I going to find growth, are those factors that I talked about that are going to be driving M&A, which could and will be some cross-border, but there are the headwinds that you have to think about. That being said, the benefits of scale across that entire complex are undeniable.
So what about things that are in the United States as well? We thought about what you saw during the Biden administration, and you had an FTC and a DOJ that were tough on deals. And now there's an expectation that in the Trump administration, this will be a lot leaner. Is there a reasonable expectation that perhaps investors are also maybe going too far here, that there still will be a clampdown in some areas, given that there is still a concern out there about some of the large giants across many industries, tech, but otherwise as well?
I guess the way I characterize the regulatory prospect is it's going to be a reversion to the rule of law, which is what we saw for decades. And in those contexts, there was still investigations, there was still oppositions, but there were remedies and solutions. In some deals, there weren't. And so what we expect is a reversion to what we saw in prior administrations.
I don't know. I've never had that happen.
Wide open door.
So this is the first time in 4 years that my girlfriend has ever told me she had a bad dream of me doing something. So, first time for everything. First time for anything. EU considers expanding probe into Musk's X, digital chief says. Hot dog. They want more Elon. That's crazy, bro. The UK. No, X, like Twitter. Zuckerberg Rogan podcast? I did. Or even my mom. I was talking to her about it, but even my mom said the same thing. She said, no, Elon, at least Elon did it when it wasn't easy. At least he's, I don't know. It was good, though. I like to see it, but Mark Zuckerberg still, did you hear what he said? He had a quote. He was like, we need more masculinity in culture. I'm like, what? Zuckerberg? He said something. I forgot what he said. It was just so, I was like, what? And then did you guys see the end? Did you guys see the end of the, interview? Because it was kind of funny because Joe Rogan said exactly what, he said exactly what we think. Where everybody was like, well, how do we know you're not just saying this to, fit in? Let me see if I can find it. It was the ending clip was actually kind of funny because he kind of said it. He kind of signaled at him, what everybody was thinking, borderline. Let me see. That's a fire. Oh, I should have showed you the Mel Gibson one. Yeah, here it is. This is the clip. Look at this. Yeah, this. I agree. I think I'm glad Joe Rogan said it, for crying out loud.
You have to actually be interested in what you're talking about. That's another thing that they are at a huge disadvantage of in mainstream media. Is they're just doing that because that's their job. They probably don't even know a lot about climate change. They probably don't really understand too much about what SpaceX is trying to accomplish, but they're just reporting on it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of the people I've met there, I think, are good people.
I'm sure
it's just a tough format.
It's
right?
a terrible format. Yeah, and the problem is they get locked into that format and no one trusts them. And then they leave and they go, yeah, but you were just lying to us about this, that, and the other thing. And now I'm supposed to believe you're one of the good guys. You're one of the straight shooters now.
Yeah.
See? Look at him!
You have to actually be interested in what
That's what I was saying. I'm like, all right. Well, that's a... And, MCY, this is an insurance company. Remember, these are the guys that dropped him. I think this one will probably get hit the most from the LA thing, to be honest with you. I think they have a decent exposure. You don't think that podcasts are any more trustworthy than mainstream? I mean, it's the same thing. There's trustful people and dishonest people. It doesn't really matter. Even then, I'm gonna be fair with it. It's the same thing. People are calling out Elon for censoring people, right? So it's just, I don't know. It's a very tough thing to balance, but little by little, you're even gonna watch Republicans start to turn into censorship nuts, probably, if we keep playing these little games. But I get what you're saying, and I'm like, you do look around. You need discernment. That's the only way I could put it. You may like people, you may trust them, but when it's all said and done, there's people who are authentic about stuff and people who aren't. It's on you to kind of discern it. But like I'm saying, I think even then, both sides do a lot of the same behavior, and then you blame the other guy for doing it. But it's just a matter of, as you individually and even as a society, what we kind of accept or not accept. So we'll see, but yeah, it's been wild. Facebook shareholders should be happy. Well, yeah, I mean, at least 4 years of not getting in the way of the running government, and at least he's not going to beef with him. I did the Mel Gibson. I have that. I want to show you it, bro. That was the best video I've ever seen. I feel like I've already showed y'all too many videos right now, but I would love to show you that video. Okay, I'm gonna show you it, bro. This is my favorite video. Are you ready? Here it is. Look at Mel Gibson, bro. And if any of you ever do anything, I'm not famous enough for you to act like this, but if you, I'm like, man, this is crazy. Look at this. Look at this.
I'm here helping my friend Mel Gibson, el del Patriota. Mel Gibson. Are you Mel Gibson?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Yes. El del Patriota. You perform in the Patriota movie? The Patriot? Oh, my God. Yeah. Long time ago, yeah. Why are you alone?
Huh?
Why are you alone?
Why are you alone?
Why are you?
I am alone because I'm not famous.
I like being alone.
Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, my God. This is a lucky day for me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
What if I rob you?
Yeah, you are Mel Gibson.
Okay, I just need to. Hey, can you shine that light on this, on the pressure gauge?
Okay, let me help you.
It took him a minute to be like, let me help you. Hey, bro, listen, if any of y'all ever see me filling up a tire and you just start filming me and asking me questions before offering me help, I'm going to kick you in the shin. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to stand up, I'm going to locate your shin, and I'm going to kick it. I'll be like, why would you do that to me, bro? He said, let me help you. I know. It's a good video, bro. It's a good video. You're Mel Gibson? Patriot? Oh, man. Why are you alone? Oh, man. What a video. What a video. Sullivan, U.S. Oh, wait. I think your girl might be live, actually. One of your final ones, man. That Patriota. Yeah, press briefing is live. Like, why do I keep seeing these Jake Sullivan things?
And I'm not, I don't want to suggest that, but we're transparent with them about the steps in that regard. We have been working on that issue for going on a year now. It is a complicated question because we're trying to strike the right balance between ensuring that the frontier of AI stays in the United States of America and our close allies, while also ensuring that the rest of the world can benefit from AI and get the hardware that they need to power AI applications going forward. So that balance required a huge amount of work and back and forth and many principals meetings, conversations with the president. It ultimately came together towards the end, but we've been telegraphing for some time that this rule was coming, and the key for us was making sure that we had it in place. But we also set up a 120-day comment period so that we're not putting the next administration in a position where they immediately have to start moving out. They can take comments and they can make judgments at that point about what the best way forward is. We think this is, in a bipartisan spirit, the way to best preserve and protect America's lead when it comes to artificial intelligence. Yeah.
Two questions. First, can I go back to something Josh asked at the outset, which is why you all believe that this ceasefire deal is sort of near its ending point, near the finish line. Can you offer some additional specificity about what has changed? Because I feel that we have heard you all express a level of optimism many times at various points over these last several months.
I'd have to go back and check the record about my level of optimism, at least in recent months, because in fairness to your question, there has been a little bit of a Lucy in the football quality where we thought we got really close and then it just didn't happen. But
Lucy in the football?
I haven't stood at this podium and said anything particularly optimistic about a hostage deal in quite some time, and that's because we haven't been in the position that I think we are in today. Why is that? It's because the gaps have fundamentally narrowed on the key issues. The formulas over prisoner exchanges, the formulas over the details of how Israel's forces will be postured in their pullback in the Gaza Strip, the details over how to conduct the humanitarian surge in the wake of the guns going silent. These things now, on paper, the gaps between the two sides are slowly getting removed one by one, and issues are closing. I think there's a couple of reasons for why this is happening. The biggest one of which is that Israel has achieved its substantial military objectives in Gaza, and Hamas has suffered catastrophic losses, military losses over the course of the conflict. And when you put those two factors together, we believe that the time is ripe to get a deal and to have it close. And our hope is that it will happen here in the near term. Now, I cannot predict you it will. I cannot promise you it will. And, you know, if in 5 days it hasn't happened, I will be the person who is probably least shocked by that. But I think there's a good chance we can close this. And I think because
the deal
of that
didn't go
chance,
through, I wouldn't be
we have to use
surprised.
every
But
ounce
let's see.
of our diplomatic effort to try to get it across the finish line, because that
That
would
was
be
a
good for
Peanuts
everyone.
reference about Lucy?
And it's also profoundly in the national interest of this country. Yeah.
Thanks, Jake. How do you view Donald Trump's re-election in the context of President Biden's foreign policy legacy? And how, in your view, is it not a rejection by voters of the Biden administration's both worldview and its robust engagement with multilateral institutions, which by your own admission has been a cornerstone of President Biden's presidency?
Look, I'll leave it to others to judge the reasons for why the election went the way it did. I'm not in a good position to be a political pundit up here, but I do not believe that the evidence bears out that foreign policy or questions of multilateralism were the central driving issue in the outcome of the election. American people,
High Ticker's running. Coca-Cola on the high, a couple of others.
Complex beings. So we can think one thing about inflation and another thing about alliances. And a vote doesn't mean that it's a rejection of everything President Biden has done.
They would
by
pull
any
the.
stretch of
Oh my gosh, that
so
was
there'll be time for us to
a
sort
Charlie
all of that
Brown
out.
reference. Holy crap!
President Trump will make his own decisions about how he wants to pursue his foreign policy. The question for us is, are we putting him in the best possible position where the United States is actually standing with confidence and capacity in the world? And I think if you look at the health of our alliances, you look at the fact that we are not bogged down in war, you look at the state of our competitors and adversaries, and then you look at these fundamental underlying sources of strength. I mean, whether it's in manufacturing or it's in technology or the reversal of the slide in our defense industrial base, these are the things we can give to the incoming team. What they do with that is fundamentally up to them, and then the American people will judge whether they like that or don't like that. We are just going to do the best we can, and then I think when history judges the baton as we pass it off, the hand as we pass it off, I think it will judge that we are leaving things to Trump in terms of America's core strengths better than we found them. Yeah.
I mean, I guess the dollar is as strong as it's ever been. But that abruptly changed in the last 60 days. But all right, I feel it.
So I think one way of answering that question is to point to the potential for China's aggression in the coming years, to point to Russia's continuing challenge. But I'm going to answer the question in a little bit of a different way, which is I genuinely believe the most consequential thing happening in the world right now is this scale, pace, and breathtaking speed with which AI is going to transform the global landscape.
What about the
and
dollar?
It's either going to work for us or it's going to work against us. And
That's
in order
crazy.
for it to work
Even
for us,
government
we
homies
have to
like
stay
AI.
ahead, and we have to shape the rules of the road. Biden administration put forward the first.
Yeah, SPY's about to break out here. I mean,
international
NASDAQ was just below
standards on
1%.
artificial
Dow,
intelligence
same thing.
codified
Russell
by
a
the
little
General
better.
Assembly.
SPY's doing
There's
good
more
too,
work
though,
to be
but
done on that
NASDAQ's
front.
still the
Biden
drag on the
administration
day.
has made the investments to ensure we have the lead in AI right now. But if it's China, not the United States, determining the future of AI on the planet, I think the stakes of that are just profound. And so I hope that the new administration, because this shouldn't be a partisan issue at all, sees that challenge and that opportunity and seizes it so that it's America making technology work for us rather than adversaries make technology work against us. Yeah.
When President Biden spoke at the State Department 4 years ago, he said that American leadership must meet this new moment of advancing authoritarianism.
Okay, watch the market. Look at the high ticker, man. And then healthcare names, UNH. I don't know if Humana's still going, but there it is. You still have a couple points to fill the gap, though, my brother. You need about 1.5 on the SPY to fill that. But yeah, new high of the day, at least. So again, nothing really changed. They're just moving, but the same story when you zoom out, all in play.
How can you say that by President Biden's metric, his administration has met those goals if he's handing the reins off to someone who he's described in those terms?
Well, first of all, American democracy includes elections, and there was an election.
SPYs, the Qs, a couple of those biotechs still moving up there, but high tickers starting to get some. You're going to watch a couple of industries take off. Celsius on the high too.
The outgoing administration is not challenging the democratic legitimacy of that victory. President-elect Trump won the election. So that's point one. Point two, you mentioned China and Russia. You know, I'm obviously biased, but I just think an objective read on the situation from when we come into today about the position of the United States in the long-term competition with China. If you look at 2021 and you look at 2025, we are much better positioned than we were 4 years ago. And we are supporting our friends and allies in the same way in both the Indo-Pacific and Europe as well as elsewhere. And when you look at what we have rallied to push back against Russia's desire to remove a major country from the map in Europe, we have said we are going to stand up to Russian aggression in a serious way. Now, what comes in the period ahead with respect to America's democratic institutions, the choices of the incoming team, we will have to see. I can't judge that in advance. All I can say again is what we are giving that team and what there is to be able to work with, and that's what the president will reflect on today.
One follow-up. AP reported recently that the incoming team under Representative Walz is asking career civil servants, detailees, who they voted for in the last election. Is that an appropriate question that civil servants should be asked?
I have not heard that directly from Mike Waltz or from anyone on the incoming team, so I'm not going to answer.
His name, Tim Walz. I was like,
what I will tell you is this, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart. The National Security Council staff is made up of career professionals by and large. There's a small number of political appointees who will leave when this administration leaves. But the overwhelming majority of the NSC staff are career professionals from the Defense Department, the intelligence community, the State Department, the Energy Department, the Department of Homeland Security, across the board. These are patriots.
All I see on this guy's comments keep hitting. Lily asked Biden administration to pause drug price negotiation.
Administrations, and many of them have raised their
Check
hands
Eli Lilly.
To say,
they're kind of moving around, but they're asking Biden
serving.
to pause the drug negotiation.
From my perspective, when we inherited the team from the Trump administration, I said, I want those patriots. I want those people working for us, regardless of their political affiliation. The incoming administration will have to make its own decisions. Yeah.
Jake, going back to AI and a couple other questions, as you're saying that it's a huge national security issue, is there a concern about
what
how
you missed? Nothing much, really. There was just bad, like Apple and Nvidia news, and then dollar got stronger, bonds broke out, and then we started lower. Just same
civil rights groups,
same situation from last week, and then we're getting ready for data this week. Ever since the morning, though, nothing really happened.
National security as well.
Yes, it is. Of course, it's if you think about the series of concerns that are raised by the advent of artificial intelligence.
Gaza ceasefire talks are in final stage for release of up to 33 hostages, Israeli official says.
And there have been a lot of studies to show that bias is a genuine challenge when it comes to artificial intelligence and the ways in which that could undermine social cohesion in the United States and globally has national security and terrorism has national security implications and is something that we have to contend with. It is part of the president's executive order on artificial intelligence alongside a number of these other risks.
And also two other questions. One on hate.
On hate?
On the national security front, where do you see hate going in the next couple of months, next couple of years?
That's such an odd, I've never talked about like hate as like a,
I think hate-fueled violent extremism of multiple stripes.
Hate-fueled violent extremism. I was like, what do you mean hate? Okay, maybe I was just missing that part.
we saw as a real challenge.
Good job,
and
Jake.
as we leave office, we've
brought that
built
home.
a lot of tools to try to prevent and disrupt.
No, I think she's talking like
this
hate,
kind
like
of
hatred.
violence. And going forward, it remains a ongoing threat, and it takes many different forms. But I think it's incumbent upon every leader to try to work on a bipartisan basis, on an American basis, to address the root causes of this hate, to try to speak to how we turn our discourse in directions that reduce the oxygen.
And then Spy about to
given
break out
it.
again. Look at that high
And
ticker. A
that's
couple of
something that
names
when I
there.
leave
Air,
government,
Beckin.
I will personally try to
Is it
contribute
Beckin
to,
selling itself? Air's just starting
lowering
to
the
pop.
temperature,
It's only hit a couple of
and to
highs, but
increasing the degree to which
nothing crazy.
people feel that they have a place.
Again,
and do
watch
not
out
need
for
to
any of the
turn to
defense
this kind of
plays, even
violence
oil.
to
Again, those
express
Gaza
Lastly,
headlines keep coming
Sub-Saharan
around too.
Africa has a large piece of national security connected to it. During the first term of then President Donald Trump, Africa was not on the page. Do you believe that Africa needs to be on the forefront for, when it comes to national security, for the incoming administration?
Absolutely, yes. And I will say that in my conversations with my successor, one of the things that he's asked a lot of questions about are the investments in infrastructure, physical, digital, energy infrastructure in Africa, the high standard investments we've tried to stimulate and that have gotten bipartisan support from the Congress. He's asked a lot of questions about how to carry that forward. So my hope is that, in fact, just given the sheer significance and stakes at play with respect to the African continent over the coming years, that is a priority for the incoming administration. I'll take one more. Yeah.
Our office in Jerusalem is reporting that the hostage deal is imminent, and actually President Trump
Yeah,
might
it just
go
came
and
out
get the
now.
American hostages on his plane. Do you believe that the threat by him of turning the Middle East into an open hell has pushed both Hamas and the Israeli government to deliver this? And second, what's your reaction to the election of Lebanon's new prime minister, who's anti-Hezbollah, but also he's a judge on the ICJ that opened a case against Israel for crimes against humanity and war crimes?
So on the second question, President Biden had a good conversation with the new Lebanese president, President Aoun. I believe there's a huge opportunity for Lebanon to turn this ceasefire and the degradation of Hezbollah into a new chapter for Lebanon that is brighter and built not on terrorism.
Elf is starting to
but on
break.
the
That's
future.
already has 100 highs.
President Aoun has made his selection of a prime
Again, you had
minister.
Ulta stuff
Now
last
it's up
week
to the
too, right?
Parliament in Lebanon to take that forward. I'm not going to comment here today on the particular selection, other than to say that we believe President Aoun can steward a new chapter for Lebanon, and he's making his selections of who will be a good partner for him in that regard. With respect to the question about President Trump and his comments,
Yeah, Humana, the Medicare Advantage
he's
stuff.
talked about all hell
They
to
They
pay,
finally got a win today. So did
all hell
CVS
breaking
and a
loose
couple of
so
others.
forth. One thing I would observe is that if you're Hamas, all hell has been breaking loose on you for 14 months. The Israelis have destroyed their military formations, taken out their top leadership, removed their military capabilities in significant dimensions. So the Israelis have not been holding back when
Incline
it comes to
easier?
going after
Incline's
Hamas,
usually
and I'm
harder.
not quite sure
So
what
that
it would
means you have
mean to
strong shoulders
add
and you're
further
probably
military
using your
pressure to Hamas
shoulders
beyond what has
more
already
than you're
happened.
using like your
but
upper
I do
chest.
believe that the consequence of all of that degradation is that we are finally
So go
at the
lighter
point,
with better
both
form.
from Israel's perspective and Hamas's perspective, where a deal could come together. And then deadlines matter. And trying to drive to do this towards the end of the Biden administration is focusing the minds of people. And we are coordinating closely with the incoming administration to make maximum
Man,
use
Spy's
of this
still trying to break
particular
out from
period
here,
to
so
get
let's
this
see.
thing done. So I'll leave it there. I just will say one last word, which is I hope this is my last time at this podium, at least for a little while. I don't mean that in a negative sense.
Oh,
I
what?
mean, the only thing that would bring me back is an unexpected event in the next few days, which, as you all know, is totally possible given everything you've seen over the course of the past years. But if it is, in fact, my last time before you, I just want to say thank you for what you guys do every day. Thank you for putting up with me.
You're welcome.
It's been an honor to be able to.
It's been my pleasure, sir. My pleasure.
Really try to illuminate these issues through tough probing and penetrating questioning. And
Terrible choice of words
can't
back
say
to
I've
back.
always enjoyed every
I
moment
feel
up
you.
here, but
I feel
certainly
you. I
have
won't
been
hold. I
privileged
won't
to
hold
be
you,
able
bro.
to
I
do
won't
it.
hold
So
you.
Thank you guys very much.
Hey, you're welcome, bro. He could have ended it with a bad choice of words there at the end.
Thank you,
Let's-
Jake. Thank
I don't
you,
know if that
for
was
your service,
foreshadowing.
and it's been it's
I
truly
hope
been
not.
an honor to
I
serve
hope
in
not.
this administration
In many
with you.
ways.
I wanted to give Jake as much time as possible. We do not have a lot of time because, as you know, the president is going to be heading out to the State Department to give his final speech on foreign policy. So trying to figure out what's the best thing to do here. I could take a couple questions, but we are going to have to end in about, okay. I apologize for that. Okay, Josh, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Always great to see you.
Hopefully it's not my last time to see you at the podium.
We can do a separate briefing later.
Okay. Don't put anything out there, please.
Does that count as like hitting on her? If I was like, yo, we could do one after. We could do our own private.
What does the administration
briefing,
make
girl.
of that, and what are the plans for continuity for people that are wondering
just say?
what the next week could
It's on
hold?
TV.
Yeah, so look, I'm not going to get into these hypotheticals and potentials of policies and what's going to happen moving forward. We are very much focused on what's happening on the ground.
I know,
helping
wait, I'm
local
already
and
in
state
trouble. You're right.
officials.
I didn't even-
And
I
certainly
already forgot,
you
bro.
see what the brave firefighters are
I
doing to
didn't
try
do
to
anything.
contain
What the
these
fuck?
wildfires,
Why should I be in trouble?
protecting lives and property, and it has been just amazing to watch. This certainly unprecedented event. And so what we're going to do on the federal level, as you've heard this president, we've read out calls that he's done, briefings that he's done. You've seen him in person. Take questions from your colleagues about the federal response here. And what we want to do is ensure that we provide every resource available to firefighters, to first responders. And so we will, our commitment right now is to continue to support the communities on the ground through different disaster assistant programs and federal government.
My houses are
that the
fine,
federal
yeah.
government
I have one house, if it jumps through Bel Air, it's probably, that house is
that's
probably
our
gone.
focus. Not going to get
But
into
for now, it's good.
what
But
it
then,
could look like down the road.
like I said, a lot of
what
like
we want to do is make
bro,
sure
like the
that we
houses
are
I used to
dealing,
like hang out, like all my
with
friends'
this
homes burned down,
unprecedented,
like a lot of them,
unprecedented,
like half of the people I know in LA,
catastrophic
and like
moment
we
that
would
we're
just chill
seeing,
there. Those houses are
Southern
gone now.
California having to deal with, and we are very appreciative of firefighters, first responders, and obviously the community that we're seeing on the ground is certainly heartwarming. Hi.
Thank you, Kareem.
Hi.
If I don't see you again in the briefing, thank you for always. You could have stopped taking the hard questions years ago, and you didn't. So we appreciate that.
Over 2 years, my friend. This is let's say one last dance, right? I don't know how I'm going to
Are
fill
the hard
my
questions
dance
in the
card
room with
now.
us right now? Or?
How will I fill that void without you?
You tell me. You tell me.
There's a lot of tension in this room right now.
So
I'm getting
Start some rumors
uncomfortable.
in here, I guess.
R1 Transformer, welcome, baby. There's too much giggling. I'm getting uncomfortable.
Now, it's all over.
Yes.
Between next Monday and 2028,
2028.
who's the leader of the Democratic
Oh
Party?
my goodness! Wow. That is honestly for people much smarter than I to make that assessment, that decision. Obviously, voters will decide. That is not something for me to decide. I could say right now, in this moment, in this room, as I'm looking at the clock as it's counting down, because we have to leave shortly, you have the President Joe Biden, who is obviously the president and the leader of the Democratic Party. I do not have I cannot predict the future,
to the
so that is
bathroom
not
before
something
she
that I'm
ends
going to
this.
do from here.
So, no leader of the party.
That's not what I said.
Well, it's not President Biden, and it's
My
not
gosh,
Vice President.
I'm regretting this
Chair of the
right now.
DNC,
Regretting
so
all of this.
It's nobody.
That's not what I said. I said that you asked me about what's the 2028 is going to look like between now and 2028. I can't, or post obviously this president's tenure. That's not for me to decide. That's not for me to speak to. I could only speak about the here and now, and that's why I appreciate this job and what I'm doing right now.
And President Biden says that he's not going to be out of sight, out of mind. But isn't that what voters basically said that they wanted? Is him gone?
So, look, this is a president that has served more than 50 years, who has given all of himself, if you will, right, as a public servant, whether as a senator, as a local elected official, as vice president, and now as president. I think anybody who has served that long and does it from their heart and soul because they believe this country deserves so much more, they believe that the American people deserve more, and has worked day in and day out, and certainly as president in the last 4 years, I think deserves some respect. I think he deserves some respect. And so I'll leave it there. Go ahead, Claire.
One quick one on the fires. Obviously, 24 people so far we know of who've died in the fires. Has the president reached out or been in touch with any of their families directly?
So look, our hearts obviously go out to the families who have lost a loved one in these devastating fires, and certainly the victims in the community out there.
More on
It is,
yeah.
again,
I think a lot of
horrific.
people are combining what he said mixed in with the whole
you all have reported
reiteration
this,
that all
local
updates will be
officials obviously
posted on
confirmed
Truth.
additional deaths over the weekend. And so the president, I don't have any calls to read out as the president has made to families. Right now, the president's commitment, and you're going to hear him in a couple of hours when he returns from the State Department, where he does wildfire briefing with his team. What we're trying to do is use every resource available.
I've heard
so
some
that we
weird
can
shit
help,
today, bro.
we can help respond and certainly save lives. And I'm going to let certainly Los Angeles County speak to the numbers and how any information that they may have. I don't have any conversations that the president may have done as it relates to families and victims. But it is devastating, and we're doing everything that we can to offer up resources on the ground. As you know, we've been talking about this. I know. One more. Go ahead.
One more.
There are reports that the Biden administration this week was set to announce Medicare price negotiations. And Bloomberg is now reporting that Eli Lilly has asked the U.S. government to pause.
Why are these
its
reporters
March
getting
5th
updates now in real time and asking?
I was
They've
just
never
wondering
done
if you could
that.
provide any updates
Usually, if I get a
those
headline during
rollouts,
this, they don't
coming
ask
this
it
week
till the
and
next
kind of
day.
give an update to what's going on.
I
Two
don't have
headlines
any
came out in the
update
last
to
10
share
minutes, and they've
at
asked
this
about
time.
it.
Certainly not going to get ahead of any potential announcement. that we
Futu,
may
I see it
have.
on the high. There's
As you know, the
Ignazra,
Inflation
baby.
Reduction Act was
Good call on
incredibly
that. Futu
important
popping.
in lowering costs.
Great
for
call. I don't know if there's a
Americans.
headline,
As
watch
you
any
think
China
about,
stuff, but
if you
Futu
think about
with a little
obviously
green
climate
shoot,
change,
0.5%.
And what we're seeing with the wildfires, it certainly is the most
Mumu announces global partnership with Seeking
proactive
Alpha.
piece of legislation that we were able to get
up.
passed to deal with climate
That was
change. But as
yesterday.
you asked me about this particular question, look, we were able to beat Medicare. That is something that this president was able to do. Now you see Medicare is able to make negotiations. I think you remember.
Yeah,
about
no
a year
headline
or
on
so
Futu
ago,
yet, just
Eli
a big
Lilly
move
was
though.
able to bring down their cost on insulin. A lot of that
There's
was
a bond
because of what
auction,
this
but it's not
president
the. It's
did
not gonna like
on
move you.
capping
It's 3 months,
insulin,
6 months. It's not really
for seniors,
that
which
important.
makes a big deal. Is a life-changing effort for seniors. And so, look. Not going to get ahead of any potential announcement. Don't have anything to share, but lowering costs on medical prescription drugs, making sure that we make things more affordable for Americans. That is something that the president has put at the center when he talks about his economic policy, and certainly moving forward. I don't have anything beyond that. Guys, I will see you. I'll be back. I'll be seeing you.
There's been a lot of
She'll be back.
misinformation and misinformation about the response to the California fires. In the case of the hurricanes Helene and Milton, there was some finding that Chinese and other foreign countries were amplifying messages, or do you have any evidence of that?
So I don't have any evidence to share with you on that piece, but what I will say about misinformation and disinformation, it is incredibly dangerous, as we all know, as we're trying to provide resources, as we're trying to, folks on the ground, local officials are trying to make sure that they're keeping
And then
people
reverse
safe,
repo,
who
183
are dealing with this
billion.
wildfires.
Previous was
It
178.
gets in the way of that. It puts people's lives
Oh,
in
the bond
danger.
auction was already
And so
done? Well, then there
certainly
you
we're
go.
gonna
I
continue to
don't
call
ever
that
pay
out.
attention to the 3 month,
And it
6.
is,
I only care
it
like
is
2 year,
something that
3 year,
needs
and
to
then the
stop.
long end
As
auctions.
far as if any entity, countries that are behind that, I can't speak to that at this time, but certainly we need to continue to call out the misinformation, disinformation. It is dangerous. It puts people's lives at risk, and it needs to stop. All right. Thanks, everybody.
I don't know. I think there's like 2 types of misinfo. Because there's like obviously like people saying stuff on like social media, but then like, do you know there was fake text messages? That was real. So like people I know who lived in the area, they got fake evacuation text. That's weird. That I'm like, why the fuck would anybody do that? Like I get people posting, you know, theories online and conspiracy theories. I get that. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah, there was actually like fake text messages. That is a fact. So there was people in Los Angeles over the last couple of days, they would get a fake warning and it was saying you need to evacuate, you're in danger, and you need to move. But then that was fake. So then people were it was causing commotion for no reason. That's the misinfo where I'm like, yo, that's hella wild actually. That one's like, that's like very, very ominous. But like people talking on social media, criticizing politicians, like that's another thing. But the ones where it's just like, dude, a text telling you need to evacuate and then that's not real. Like what? Like that is a little bit more complex and sketchier and very dangerous. Yeah, I don't know. It could be looters or not, but it's very weird that they got the phone numbers and that they're able to even execute a scheme like that. And then again, what would be the purpose? But that's still just like, damn. That was the one where I'm like, okay, that's fucking weird. Yeah, a lot of people freaked out. PPI can move you a little bit. It's going to be in the middle. So it's not the biggest event for the bond market and it's not the lowest. So it just all depends on a surprise. So if you're going to get a big move on the bonds or something that could really lead us into, because remember, CPI is going to be the next day. If we're going to get anything like that, it has to be a surprise, either really hot or really cold. I think market would like a really low PPI. That would calm us down. But if you get a high PPI tomorrow, I think TLT will go lower. And then I think you'll get a little bit more downside and then chill out. Kind of like today. Remember, we opened up with more downside. Everything advanced lower. And then now we've spent the last like 3-4 hours practically just doing nothing. So, hi! Election gap technically has filled. Yeah, I believe so. I think I don't know. Is it like right on? Yeah, like to a T. Yeah, so you went lower. The gap is now filled. You got like, I think there's one more spot here, but I don't think that's a gap down. But yeah, you are now a little bit below or a little bit above where we were at the day that Donald Trump won, or the day before. VKTX running. Again, they're going to be at the JP Morgan thing too. FOMC and P. Yeah, that's going to be a big one. But thankfully, we get Trump prior. But that's all I was saying. So CPI on Wednesday, that will technically be your final inflation data, except for the PCE, till Powell. But then PCE is the same day as Powell. So we will see. But that's why CPI could be important. So PPI, you need a big beat or a big miss tomorrow to really change things. Otherwise, CPI should be the main event. And then high or low CPI, that'll cement or give doubt to whatever inflation expectations are. And then Powell will be in 2 weeks after that. So really your calendar moving forward, PPI tomorrow, CPI on Wednesday. You're going to get bank earnings kicking off this week. Then next week you start with the inauguration. Then we're going to start getting executive bills. And then the week after that, Jerome Powell and PCE. And then January is over. And then before you know it now, early February, halfway done with the quarter, or at that halfway point, and then we start moving from there. That could be why premiums are jacked. That's why somebody asked me to make a play today or on like a daily, and I just said, make sure you price in what the SPY is doing for Wednesday. Because last week with the non-farms, we had a move, and the SPY priced in a decent amount, and it stuck like glue. So until something big changes, and I don't think we'll get one, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're just going to be following this timeline of data and then, again, policy. Unless there's a black swan, unless Israel, Russia, anything of that happens, then that could change what I'm saying. But I'm assuming no black swans. Calendar, CPI, inauguration, then Powell. And then at that point, we've gotten through a lot of milestones, and then we should have, a lot more info from there. PPI is tomorrow. Producer prices, and then CPI is on Wednesday. We on the high. Trump live. We're really knowing not when the data drops. Well, I mean, I could kind of understand it. I mean, I do provide people with the info, but up until recently, the data really didn't matter. So ever since the election, ever since the first set of rate cuts, we got rid of the good news, bad news dynamic. Like the data didn't really matter. That's why it's so funny how everybody is reacting. But, that's why it's like literally as of last week now, we kind of have this weird, inflation data is like you're going to react to it like you have in the past. It's going to be something like that. No, I don't think Trump is... I mean, there's so many old videos of Trump. Like, people, like, re-stream him live all the time. To go to find the priced-in movement, we got a video on it. That was a hit last year, but just go calculate the at-the-money straddle price, and then that'll tell you what's priced in. CPI is more important than PPI. PPI is not... At other times, PPI has moved us, but as of now... PPI is in the middle. So it's less important than CPI, and then it's more important than like jobless claims and manufacturing, like a S&P manufacturing. And then U.S. Senate postpones hearing for Doug Burgum, Trump Interior Department, to Thursday from Tuesday. Did you miss Philo? No, we were listening to the press briefing, and now we're chilling, but I think it's a good time to kick out a couple hundred of you, wouldn't you say? I don't do it by choice. It's just they leave willfully, but, all it takes is a couple of claps. Mm-hmm. Play any banks? No, not yet. I don't think to start off, I'm going to wait. I might go for KRE. That's a good idea, but other than that, like chillin'. Some banks are going to be reporting. It's really going to be like after Wednesday, after CPI, more so Friday. That's when the bank earnings kick off. And then next week, then we're going to start getting a lot more of them. Oil's about to hit 80. It's up 3.5. It went 3% last week. Even wheat's climbing up, for crying out loud. So, again, a lot of the commodities, that is the other part of it. I'm glad I put it on the watch list yesterday. But just keep in mind, if more and more people around the world are seriously going to take, like, the inflation worry seriously, then the commodities are your answer. I think that's going to repeat, like, 21, 22. Not the whole market, but it's just very simple. If inflation ideology keeps getting stronger, dude, why wouldn't you be looking at oil? Why wouldn't you be looking at wheat and all this other stuff? So, no. Even if the dollar's coming down, that's because we're getting inflation. Just because these commodities are priced in dollars doesn't mean they come from America. That's why the prices you could have inflation, a strong dollar, and high commodities. That's why I'm saying this time around, if inflation really comes back, even if the dollar's really strong, inflation, you will recognize it through commodities booming. It doesn't matter strong or weak dollar, if that makes any sense. So I hope that helps, but now we're going to have to talk about some other things. Oh! Ladies Gentlemen, boys and girls, I hope you feeling good. Congrats, Andre. That's hype, man. He just got engaged. Look at that. Look at that, Chaz. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope I've had a great Monday. I hope you have too, man. It's a great start to the week. I know, depending on puts and calls, you may have been a little frustrated, but at the end of the day, I think it gave us a nice little decline. Things moved a little, and our work is getting cut out for us this week. So we've covered a lot, most of the news and info, why you're reacting like this today. It was all from the morning here. Again, the dollar, NVIDIA, Apple news, that had an impact, higher yields, stronger dollars. So we know what's going on in the market. We got a nice little timeline, and we're waiting for our milestones and getting that data here. So let's talk about real life now, because it doesn't matter what you know in life or what you do. You can have all the money in the world. You still might cry, my friend. You can have all the money in the world. You still might get impatient. It don't matter, and that's why we have Philo. So I've been doing this for a while now, and it's very simple. I don't even know if you guys noticed today. Do you guys think anybody got banned today? Have you guys noticed anything? So I don't want to ban anybody. I don't want to have any problems. But at the end of the day, if you don't vibe with it, with how chill I am being towards this, it's very simple. You leave if you don't want to deal with it. I just ask a general respect. Otherwise, it'll be hard to have your respect down the road, you know? But, yeah, at the end of the day, no jokes, and that's it. And if I'm asking you if you noticed if I banned people, yeah, I banned a shit ton of people today. If you didn't know, I just banned all of y'all, and I didn't say a fucking word towards you. I hope you will get it. I don't care anymore if you got, many men got banned today. I'm sorry, but why I'm not, I told you, man, I've done this for years, you guys. I'm sorry for making things entertaining, even the negative stuff, but at the end of the day, bro, if y'all ain't with the rules, y'all ain't about it, don't flex, read the rules. I don't know. Just if you break the rules, you're going to get banned. I'm not going to say a word, and I'm not going to deal with you. I am not your father. I want you to pray, and I hope you find the father, but that's not me. I'm not your dad. I don't care. That's it. The people here, you want to work? Let's work every day. I'll give you 7 hours. I'll give you proprietary stuff you can't get anywhere, and I will give it to you all for free 99. Anything after that, I mean, that's on you. So same thing with this moment, man. I'm not trying to get in an argument with you. It's not even going to be funny. It'll just be a silent ban. And if not, the point is, I hope you get something out of this, and I'm not trying to push anything on you. That's just the sad reality of it. But I do know that there has been you could get value out of this. That's all. That's just what I've realized. I am watching left and right. Some of you turn into the best version of yourself. I am watching some of y'all complete all of your goals, and I'm seeing y'all get the ball rolling and moving it. And that's what I want to see, because that is truthfully one of the only things that keeps me going. I don't know if you guys realize it. That is something nobody could ever take away nor give to me, but it's just one of those things, man. When you watch the impact, when you watch people really run with it, man, I love it. So I don't know, man. Are y'all ready for this year or what, bro? So that's just the intro. I'm just trying to tell y'all, man. So God bless you all. I hope you get something out of this, man, and thank you for your time. But at the end of the day, man, let's go. And opportunity, at the end of the day, whether it's philo, it's what you make of it, man. So I hope that you apply yourself and you do good, man. You do good. But that being said, there's a couple. I'm going to skip one chapter. We are going to read the screw tape letters again. And I'll just tell you right now, the whole point of the screw tape letters is to see the perspective from the other side. But I can't ignore it, man. Intention keeps popping out to me. So I'm going to skip one chapter because I think it's important and we need to come back to it. And honestly, I spent a lot of time. The third chapter, he talks about the relationship with your parents, specifically your mother. And we're going to come back to that one. And I wanted to, because I spent so much time with my mom this weekend. I was like, you know what? That's weird that came up next. But then the next one really got stuck out to me. And I know some of you will not like this, but it really relates to what we talked about last year. I brought this up last year a lot. Prayer. And not only just prayer, but let me just tell you what stuck out to me. In a weird way, I realized that it's very easy to get distracted while praying. I don't know about you. And really what in the last couple of weeks, my eyes have been opened up to like a real intentional prayer. I don't know how to describe it because like before, it's not like I believed that I wasn't praying with intention, but now that I have new information, it's hitting different. Does that make sense? And that's where I want you guys to understand it. That's why I like this book. That's why I like the perspective, because I never really realized how easy it is for intention to be fleeting. And my brother, your intention is it. That's it. That's all. Because the moment you forget about your intention, it will be easier to forget about why you started and are doing something. That's it. If you forget your intention and fail to keep it at the forefront of your mind, it is going to be easier for you to get manipulated into a situation where you're going through the motions, but you are not really aligning with your intention. This is hilarious. I'm not going to lie to you. You know why? Because what I told you guys today about cars and watches, do you realize that applies perfectly? This is exactly what I was telling you guys earlier. Intention. How many people, I'm like, what's your intention of buying that watch? You're like, as an investment. And I'm like, why are you wearing it? You know what I'm saying? Why are you dressing up with it? How come you don't put it in a safe? Because think about it. You're saying your intention is to buy something, preserve it, and sell it for more money, right? However, before you know it, you're wearing it. You're walking around. You're like, oh, I'm going to buy this classic car to flip. Why are you driving it every day? So again, your idea and your intention got you into something. But before you know it, if you're not really thinking about your intention at the forefront, what you just did just changed. You don't think that's weird? I think it is, because I do it a lot in many other things. You know what's funny? Y'all do this when you play video games. You don't know that? Have you ever been playing a video game and you set out to do something? You start on a mission, multiplayer, whatever. I don't know what it, and then before you know it, bro, you will just sit there with the sticks doing God knows what, but like that wasn't even your intention of the game. That's crazy. It's a phenomenon. And like I'm saying, I don't think you should be sad about it. I think you should be aware. This is personal awareness, right? That's all it is. It's just like, wow, you know, if you don't put a leash on intention, it's very easy for that thing to run away. It doesn't matter whether it's your purpose of your life down to a damn video game. It really does not matter. So, I thought we should talk about this one. And it's funny, you know why I said the prayer? Because you don't remember what I told y'all last year? When I was bringing up prayer last year, it was the beginning of the year, bro. It came back to me vividly. I was hammering something in your head last year. What was it? Does anybody know? It had to do with prayer, and I kept reminding y'all something. Let's see if you guys remember it. I don't have the music. You're going to make me have to put on the Squid Game music. Discernment was part of it. You're close, but that wasn't it. Yeah, it had to do with the meditation, but I was telling y'all something. I gave you a very specific task. All last year, I kept reminding you of it. I'm glad you guys remembered a lot of other things, though. Amen. Amen. Not just in the shower. Living by sea. You guys remembered a lot of good lessons, so I'm grateful. Because some of this stuff y'all are repeating, it may not be the answer, but God bless you. I'm glad you have something left on you. Do you guys remember when I told you to stop with this fake prayer? I was telling you this. I was just telling you. I said, go to a secret place. Does that sound familiar now? You remember I was telling you, I was like, how many of you actually sat there and prayed? Not, I laid down in my bed before I went to sleep, and I ran through all of my anxiety thoughts before I went to bed and put Jesus on it. No. I'm saying, did you actually take 30 minutes out of your day, 1 hour out of your day, go aside, don't tell anybody you didn't, and you went to and actually sat there and got your place for secret oil. That's why I said you need a secret place to renew. You remember that? So here's the beauty. Because if some of you built off of that, I have some more for you today. But guess what? In a weird way, if you haven't even got that down, don't forget about that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to throw a lot of stuff at you. Because it's all the same topic. Being with yourself, praying, having intention, focusing. Yeah, seeking, for crying out loud, man. So think about that, all right? So here's chapter 4. C.S. Lewis, Screw Tape Letters. My dear Wormwood, remember the situation. It's a demon in training. And the head demon is talking to the training demon, telling him how to deal with humans. Again, some of you may not like this book or the content, but can I remind you, this is a fictional book. C.S. Lewis is actually known for creativity and good stories. So as much as this may irk your soul or help it, remember that this is just a fictional story. It's supposed to have as much entertaining as it is supposed to have insight, if that makes any sense. My dear Wormwood, the amateurish suggestions in your last letter warn me that it's high time for me to write you fully on the painful subject of prayer. You might have spared the comment that my advice about his prayer for his mother proved singularly unfortunate. That is not the sort of thing that a nephew should write to his uncle, nor a junior tempter to the undersecretary of a department. It also reveals an unpleasant desire to shift responsibility. You must learn to pay for your own blunders. So that's the first paragraph, but can I tell you something? There's something hilarious about that opening. Can anybody tell what it is? It's the last sentence. I'll just give it away for you. There's something really funny about that. So demon talking to demon in the intro, but you should notice a principle. The image that he's trying to show you is very simple. It's very ironic, yeah. Because even in demon land, they still follow the principle of taking responsibility for your actions and paying for your own blunders. That should make you chuckle. That a demon world would be more principled than some of us. Doesn't matter if you're good, bad, demon, angel. Consequences and reaction applies in all principalities as a principle. The best thing, where it is possible, is to keep the patient from the serious intention of praying altogether. When the patient is an adult recently reconverted to the enemy's party, like your man, this is best done by encouraging him to remember, or to think he remembers, the parrot-like nature of his prayers in childhood. In reaction against that, he may be persuaded to aim at something entirely spontaneous, inward, informal, and unregularized, and what this will actually mean to a beginner will be an effort to produce in himself a vaguely devotional mood in which real concentration of will and intelligence have no part. One of their poets, Coleridge, has recorded that he did not pray with moving his lips and bended knees, but merely composed his spirit to love and indulged a sense of supplication. That is exactly the sort of prayer we want. And since it bears a superficial resemblance to the prayer of silence as practiced by those who are very far advanced in the enemy's service, clever and lazy patients can be taken in by it for quite a long time. At the very least, they could be persuaded that the bodily position makes no difference to their prayers, for they constantly forget what you must always remember, that they are animals and whatever their bodies do affects their souls. It's funny how mortals always picture us putting things into their mind. In reality, our best work is done by keeping things out. Chad! That's fire, bro. It's fire. And this is what I was telling y'all on the other one. Are y'all not realize? And that's why I'm telling you, bro. I pray nowadays. I have new information. And I'm like, dude, wait a minute. I'm like, I don't care about the questions that I have. Are y'all feeling me? I'm not worried about what's on my mind. I'm worried now about not asking the obvious question. I have more of a concern with that than not. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to get too comfortable. I want to have an open mind. I say I want to have an open mind. Y'all want to offer me hard drugs and bad decisions. Meanwhile, I'm trying to say, why not? Let's see what obvious questions we're missing. Because that's what he's saying. Do you think a demon, come on, think about it. I say demon, I think devil, you think horns. You think it's like this. They don't have to put anything in your head. You don't think that's funny? I think it's hilarious. You know that? I think some of y'all are demons, and a demon never did anything to you. He never put anything in your head. He just stopped you from asking the questions that would let in the light. That's what he's saying. He said, get these guys to just go have like a repetitive prayer. Get them to try to parrot other people. Get them to ignore what they feel like and all of it about it. Don't worry. It don't matter. He's saying, you get that. You keep out of mind their thoughts of like a real idea of coming closer to God, figuring out themselves, and having true intention. That is more of a threat than not. And again, it's the same thing, bro. Why is it we look at people, we judge them? So easy to judge others than ourselves, but it's like, why do we look at other people and we don't ask those same questions about us? That's an easy question. We ignore it. It's the same thing. A demon would rather have you follow a formula with no real feeling and nothing connected to you and your soul than asking the right question in prayer. That's crazy. But again, this is an eye-opener. I don't care if you believe it or not. I want you to think about that. Is the best work done by keeping things out of your head or by putting things in your head? Is the problem that you know how to do wrong, or is the problem that you're not thinking about the solution? Chad, I don't know if y'all feel me, bro. Because that's what I'm realizing. You think my problem is the things that, you think it's the corruption? We all grew up in this world. Do you think that's the problem? No, it's not what's in my head. It's not asking for the solution. The lack of genuine seeking for the solution, that's the problem. If this fails, you must fall back on a subtler misdirection of his intention. Whenever they are tending to the enemy himself, we are defeated. But there are ways of preventing them from doing so. The simplest is to turn their gaze away from him towards themselves. Keep them watching their own minds and trying to produce feelings there by the action of their own wills. When they meant to ask him for charity, let them. Instead, start trying to manufacture charitable feelings for themselves and not notice that this is what they are doing. When they are meant to pray for courage, let them really be trying to feel brave. Honeywell said to plan breakup. Check Honeywell. That could be big. Again, Honeywell's already doing good. Yeah, Fat Pop, 3%. Honeywell pursuing breakup. Again, when they said to pray for courage, let them really be trying to feel brave. When they say they are praying for forgiveness, let them be trying to feel forgiven. Teach them to estimate the value of each prayer by their success in producing the desired feelings. and never let them suspect how much success or failure of that kind depends on whether or not they are well, ill, fresh, or tired at the moment. Bro, are you kidding me? Yeah, Elliott is adding pressure on Honeywell. So again, pressure from Elliott to break him up. You can find this, C.S. Lewis, Screw Tape Letters. I've been reading it to you guys in order. I read you the intro. I skipped one chapter. That's why I tell you when I skip, but we're only on chapter 4, bro. That's what I've been doing. I've just been finding these books and reading to you them word for word. Bro, this is crazy. Do you guys not get it? Bro, I'm going to ask you a question right now because I realize this. I'm glad. I didn't do this my whole life. And I'm so glad in some ways, but I still fall for this. Do you guys not get it? My question for you, are you praying and setting this time and intention for what you really want and focusing on what you want? Or are you praying for a damn feeling, dude? And I hope this don't offend you. I hope some of you could be honest, because I when I look at it myself, bro, this got me. Because I'm like, you know what? At times, bro, I really was just praying for a feeling. I wasn't praying for forgiveness. I just wanted to feel forgiven. But let's be real. No? I wasn't praying for courage. I just wanted to feel courageous, like, you know? That's why the intention is important. That's why it's saying, like, well, hold on. You're just focusing on yourself. And again, it's saying, don't matter. That last part, bro. Do you guys not realize you're going to be sick one day? Not like terminally ill, but like, bro, one day you're going to have a cold. I promise you, your prayers when you have a cold are different. I've always told you that. I was like, it's so weird reading my Bible sometimes when I'm sick because I do it just a different, you're feeling different. You're going to be angry one day. You're going to be happy one day. If all you're caring about is the feeling and not what your real intention is, bro, your prayer is just a feeling sesh, and what you get out of it is depending on how you feel afterwards. It's okay. I've been there. So, Chad, like I said, man, this whole topic of prayer and that's why I was like, man, you got me praying still, but now I'm like looking at things different. Now I've been like this in many ways, but this solidifies it. Because I've always told you guys, I've always believed what I believe. I've never heard a voice, even though I think I might come off pretty mentally unstable. You know, God never told me anything like that. You know, I've never had a voice. That's it. I don't know. I haven't really gone off feelings. Sometimes I have. Sometimes when I think about it, I'm like, damn, I was just chasing a feeling for real. But it's like, dude, you don't need, if you are looking for that feeling, where is your intention and what you're pursuing then? That's it, because it's very simple. You're forgiven. You're this. You're that. There's no feeling associated with it. You can make a feeling out of it, but at the end of the day, it don't matter. That's just a feeling. It doesn't represent what it actually is. But again, now, you got me sitting here every day. Anytime I pray, I'm like, well, wait a minute. Am I praying and judging my prayer by the feeling, or am I looking at something bigger than actually me? But of course, the enemy will not in the meantime be idle. Whenever there is prayer, there is danger of his own immediate action. He is cynically indifferent to the dignity of his position and ours as pure spirits into human animals on their knees. He pours out self-knowledge in quite a shameless fashion. But even if he defeats your first attempt at misdirection, we have a subtler weapon. The humans do not start from that direct perception of him which we, unhappily, cannot avoid. They have never known that ghastly luminosity, that stabbing and searing glare which makes the background of permanent pain to our lives. If you look into your patient's mind when he is praising, you will not find that. If you examine the object to which he is attending, you will find that it is a composite object containing many quite ridiculous ingredients. There will be images derived from pictures of the enemy as he appeared during the discreditable episode known as the Incarnation. There will be vaguer, perhaps quite savage and puerile images associated with the other two persons. There will even be some of his own reverence and of bodily sensations accompanying it, objectified and attributed to the object revered. I have known cases where the patient called his God was actually located up into the left corner of his bedroom ceiling, or inside his own head on a crucifix on the wall. But whatever the nature of composite object, you must keep him praying to it, to the thing that he has made, not the person who has made him. You may even encourage him to attach great importance to the correction and improvement of his composite object, and to keep it steadily before his imagination during the whole prayer. For he even comes to make the distinction, if he ever consciously directs his prayers, not to what I think thou art, but to what thou knowest thyself to be, or a situation is, for the moment, desperate, once all his thoughts and images have been flung aside, or if retained with a full recognition of their merely subjective nature, and the man trusts himself to a completely real, external, invisible presence, there in that room, and never knowable by him as which it is known by it. Why, then, is it incalculable may occur? In avoiding this situation, the real nakedness of the soul in prayer, you will be helped by the fact that the humans themselves do not desire it as much as they suppose. There is such a thing as getting more than what they bargained for. Your affectionate Uncle Screwtape. So listen, that last paragraph was dense as hell. Heaven, excuse me. I get it. I'm going to simplify it for you. Do you get what he just said on that? He said what you'll notice about these humans when they go to pray is that they don't see what a demon see. They don't see a powerful being that's borderline terrifying. Like, if you really thought about it, imagine if you saw the things in this world you could not see. Most of us would be terrified. He is saying when most people pray, bro, some people, when they pray and you are envisioning God, you are literally envisioning an object of like a little statue getting crucified. I think that's kind of funny. But it makes a lot of sense. That's why he's saying a lot of times people do get more than what they bargained for. But you see what he's saying the strategy is. Get them to focus and pray to an object of no power. Get them to believe that there is not a ultimate bigger power bigger than them. Have them focus on an item that they have attached affection to that could quote-unquote represent the God but is not a God. Here, what are you actually praying to? This person you know about, what is it? Or is it just an image? Is it just the ideology, for crying out loud? I see people do this a lot. It's not even Jesus. You know that this is scary. Y'all think it's a game. Y'all getting mad all the time. Y'all think I'm about to be some Christian dude trying to force it. Are you kidding me? Replace Jesus, God, all of that. How many people do this with a political ideology? You know, you got an image of something in your head. That's what it is. That's what you're praying to. That's what your whole life is. It's the same thing. Saying, are you actually believing in what is the intention? Some people, as long as it fits an image, that's good enough for us. So again, we could waste a lot of our intention not looking for the real power than not. Literally. So Chattadonia, we're going to jump back to the other chapter after this, but all in all, man, I hope you guys get it. Intention. Focus on what you actually want. Don't get distracted and again, the biggest one, bro. This is it. Tonight. Nah, it might scare you. Like I said, I won't lie. Like, this has given me, I'm thinking differently. I go to pray every night, and it's just like, I have doubt. Not a bad doubt, but I am praying a lot more strategically. Because I'm like, wait a minute. Why am I saying that? You see, for a guy who talks 7 hours a day, bro, you got me sitting there in prayer, and I'm like, why am I saying that? Why am I thinking that? Am I going for the feeling, or am I going for what I truly want? That's it. Some of you right now, that's going to save you a lot of time and money. You know that, right? Because you're just going for a feeling, so stop wasting your time. Either get the feeling or get over it. But again, the problem isn't the feeling. The problem isn't praying. Do you not get it? The problem is intention, and your intention is either working for you or it's working against you and getting manipulated. So tonight, my brother, I hope you get one step closer to figuring it out. So take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and mine channel. First link for the scramble. Let's beat comp and real estate. You know, I want a classic. I want an old one. I want an old classic song. You know what I'm saying? We need a classic.
2020, baby.
It's not even 2020 anymore.
Got the color, got the put. I can make the money both ways. Always. I can buy the whole chain. Go away. Got a lot of love and throwing no shit. No games, small change. I just made my own band. Probably trading stats where you still at the snoring. Morning, scoring. I'm just bringing more in. Hissing the DeLorean, sourcing. You could throw your own in. Drop it like a ball when you holding. I'm shorting. Skinny motherfucker, but I'm eating. Seeking, scheming. I get paid for sleeping, dreaming. Hating for no reason, you a demon. Leeching, heating. Wishing you could be me, ain't easy. I told you I'ma do this, don't forget this shit a marathon. You make a move but stay in the same place, or West of Peloton. Make 100 off a phone call, now that's a telethon. Benjamin's, Jefferson, YOLO to a ghetto spread. Yeah, you know I invented that. Who's been like a Trinidad? I'm moving like a president, can kill me like a Kennedy. I'm trying to be a better me, but they just keep on tempting me. Release the demon, set him free, he come back, bring me 50 G's. Nowadays that's hella smoke, it game like I'm from Babylon. My capital got stamina, I wrap it up in lemon. Talking in new blabbering, but I'm not understanding, bro. You hating and complaining, but you still watching the channel, bro. I do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. Do this for the real ones, but the hate is still involved. I just closed another building, I'ma give it to my bros. It just took a little patience and it took a little hope. Yeah, the faith is never wasted if you reaching for a goal. So
Long term. Am I mad or just passionate? Are you fam or just acting it? You know I talk a lot, but I always keep passing it. Gotta keep it in the roto. We are not the same, like rice isn't risotto. All the real ones know it's always no photos. Hit the market crash, stop backing, I'm the go-to. Just because you know me, that don't mean that I'ma know you. Man, talk stats non-stop, I am really him. If your name not Ben, we ain't really friends. Franklin at the end if you ain't getting that. I think all y'all do sedatives, or worse, I hope it's not hereditive. You ride the wave, but I invented it. I saved, and then I started lending it. Make trades, then I put it to another crib. That's a formula I did my whole life. My bro knew I was quick, so he taught me how to fight. Said you being followed if they take 3 rights. If they don't want your chain, then they want your life. So I go and share both of those. If you kill me or you rob me, either way the money overflows. All about $1, you can tell my heart is really cold. Something in my head, cause my soul is getting really old. Don't let a gamble tie your mind up. Nah, don't let a bitch fuck your life up. It's true, nothing good happens at the night, bro. Money is fun, son, I hope you made your mind up. Tell me who the line up, show me where you find her. You could have a rollie, it don't matter when your time up. Handed him a Bible when he asked for a light, bro. We are not the same, like a lion's not a tiger. The difference is the difference. That's my old bitch's shit. That's my new bitch. That's the YouTube and the Twitch. From the hills to the trench, in the game to the bench. The difference make the man. Nice. We're back. Hi. What's going on, Chattadonia? We're back. My goodness. Yeah, DJT still on the high. Again, market's even near the high. Dow was the only one green. SPY might go green. I don't think it's as a result of any update. And then, again, bond yields. Bonds are at least green, so that's better. I think the dollar will be the only one that had a negative advancement if you close here. But then again, we still got 2 hours. So, yeah. And then EXAS, yeah, they popped up. They're up 5. That could be JP Morgan, or they have some data. Again, a lot of biotechs have been running here today. We could talk about Honeywell. They just came out. Elliott, they have a stake in them, and they are pushing to break up the company. I don't think Honeywell's actually been doing pretty good. I know they've kind of slipped here, but when you pull them out, I mean, they were pretty on fire. So other than that, though, I mean, I don't think it's a long-term candidate, but any of these shakeups, like we've been talking about, M&A ever since Trump, I think it's going to be a big couple of years with M&A activity. So that's what we're going to be seeing here. So we'll find out. Yeah, EXAS, it went up. It wasn't 5 on one candle, but I'm sure they announced something. Or I would love to see a JP Morgan healthcare like blowout one, because usually you get one. You'll get one name that'll surprise everyone. If they don't break up, Elliott sells. Maybe that could be it. Or just pressure. Exact Sciences maintained at 65. And yeah, I think the announcement. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, XAS had a pre-announcement on data. So that was even from the morning. Or not on like drug data, but from revenue. And now they're just kind of like the XXII one. News in the morning, chills out, and then just starts popping randomly. Eli Lilly said stuff for the government. Why the bonds going down? So you got a little bit of I wouldn't call it a big red, but movement. Then DJT on the high. Eli Lilly trying to come up. Bum, bum, ba, bum. Treasury budget. Oh, that would make sense. I'll say that if the borrowing estimates go up, but I just kind of started moving. So bonds got a little reaction. Like I said, though, if bonds could hold up just a second ago, that would have been somewhat green, but we'll see. House in Riverside you might be interested in? Sure. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Yeah, right when, Bessent's going to be confirmed. And right when Bessent gets confirmed, again, remember that Treasury pick, we've talked about it. That's going to become real now. So then he could start making some waves. But yeah, that's why next week's inauguration, this week, it's going to be all confirmations of the people your boy wants to put into power. CPI is over 2. Are we talking headline or core? But so far, I mean, it was already hugging around there if the pressures are up. But then again, don't forget that, data is fake. Let me put it this way. There was an article over the weekend, and people were talking about it. They used the non-farms last Friday as an example. So let me tell you this. Are you guys ready? I don't know. Tell me if you believe this or not. So if you took 70 economists, like we're not talking like random ass economists like me, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't qualify. We're talking like people who do this as a career. They work for banks and institutions, and this is all they do, right? 70 of them. That's a big sample size if you think about it. If I went around the United States, economist 67 eliminated. But imagine if I went around and I found 70 economists that work at a huge multi-million-dollar level or work for companies and institutions, right? And I told all of them, hey, come together, use all of your knowledge and resources and everything you have, right? And tell me what you think is going to happen. All those people, are you ready for this? Less than 5% of them, so less than 5 of them, 4 of them, estimated a jobs number higher than 250 last time, or 220, I think. So there was this article talking about how people are like, pretty much the data is fake, but you only react because we know the Fed is going to react to the fake data. I.e., you could take the best economist in the world. They're all wrong. They'll never get close to the number because the polished number has polishing on it. Does that make sense? It's like whether it's politics or whatever, but it doesn't matter because the Fed is still going to react using the polished data. Are you following? It's kind of tinfoily, but I think it makes a lot of sense, and we've dealt with it. But so it's like there's no way everybody is this absolutely wrong over and over and over again. It's more likely that those guys are probably closer to reality. But then when the data comes out, it comes with a cherry on top and rose-colored glasses. And that's what's making everybody wrong over and over and over again and causing this certain situation. But the whole point is the data could be manipulated, but the market's going to react to that. And even then, the Fed is going to use the polished, more manipulated data to even dictate policy. So that's why, ta-da, but like the real economy is very different than that data, I would say. Hence why most economists, even up until recently, last Friday, 95% of them are missing, and they're missing by a wide margin, and that doesn't really... That's odd if you really think about it. But then again, if the data is coming out polished, I think they're all in the neighborhood, and then they're just tacking on an extra couple of jobs here and there. So, hi. What do I think of Kodak's farce? I honestly don't really like... I haven't taken Kodak seriously as a company since like I wanted a Polaroid camera back in the day. So I don't know. I know they had that like 2020 thing and all that, but I'm not as involved in... I don't know what the fuck is happening with Kodak, to be honest with you. I think more of Kodak Black. You know that? Kodak Black, his new music video, he put Richest Man in Babylon in it. Like, I think I know more about Kodak Black than Eastman Kodak of Buffalo, New York. So I know they're from there, but that's about it. Adding Philo to the long-term alerts? Oh, no, it'd be too expensive. So again, my long-term, I lose money every time it costs me money to send a long-term alert, even a stream alert, but the stream alerts, they pay for it. So, but I don't think I could do maybe I could tweet it if you want, but I can't put out a text for everybody on the law. There's too many people on the long-term alerts. Oh, was it Rochester? I say Buffalo, excuse me. Sorry. Rochester. It's close though. Hamas is keen on reaching a ceasefire deal in Gaza. That's so funny. So they had these... They might actually do it, bro. So they really... all hell will break loose. You have 1 week, 7 days. If there's not an agreement, I'll tell Hades that I'm not sanctioning them. I'll put no tariffs on Hades. All hell will break loose, I'm telling you. You don't want to see it. That's it. Get the hostages out. Thank you. It's actually wild. No, they're saying, I mean, so far, but then again, maybe the Charlie Brown analogy comes into play. Oh, man, that was a touchy Philo. You guys, we lost 700 people on Philo today. But that's good, to be honest. But like I said, look at no more 1,000 people drop. All of this is just ads. So I'm sorry for the ads. Then this is Philo right on the dot. Because again, we even started the Philo later. I didn't even do the Philo right on time. And then once again, bro, yeah, so that's good. But I think prayer is a little touchy. Lately, it's been like 600 was the max this year. But they like 700 of y'all were like, fuck that. What you mean? Oh, my girlfriend's calling me? Hold on. I locked her ass out because she dropped that damn dog. So I locked all my doors. What? Yeah, hold on. I got to open up the door for her. Please hold. While we connect your... Yeah, I locked her ass out. What?
Huge issue this
I got
week.
lots.
What else
I
do you
had a
know
bad
about the
dream
weather
too.
and
What?
what it'll do for the firefighters on the front lines?
Yeah, no rain forecast anytime soon. We got a little break on the winds at the end of last week, but they've come right back up again. We're seeing gusts of like 70, 75 miles an hour. That's a lot. It wasn't as much as at the peak last week when I heard we had some gusts as high as 90 miles an hour. But all of these winds, they just fan the flames. They make it hard for the firefighters to do their job, and they can blow sparks. That's why the fires keep spreading.
We talk so much about, obviously, the dry conditions caused by climate change that have made it so difficult for these fires to be fought and just makes it ripe for their spread. Having said that, we are also curious about what caused it. And I know it's early.
All right. Have I ever ate elk? I have. Yeah, elk is good. It's a dog with the bell. I can't break out the bells till next year, man. That's it. You gotta wait. You gotta wait. Well, I just turned the ads back on. That's it. We had to. I don't know. It helped though. I'm very sad about you guys complaining about it because I'm sure that must be annoying after having 0 ads practically. So, but as long as they don't kick us off like that, it makes things easier. So, give and take. Give and take. That philo is fire. Philo's good, man. Philo's good. I like it. Oh, I like it. That's good, though. I think I know so prayer is a touchy subject. It's good. It's good, man. Usually the things we run from the most. Why is the SPY dropping? Well, it's funny because, people were telling me the SPY was going up earlier when it wasn't as high, and now you're asking me why it's dropping. So I think the movement today, intraday, doesn't communicate anything. Most of it was just off of the morning. There was more bond fear, more trade fear, inflation fear. Oil kept running up. The dollar advanced. The yen went down. The bond yields hit another high. And again, people got worried about that, and that's what led us to the advance down, hit a new low, and again, just the same freak out of bonds and dollar. But nothing really happened, and then it's getting us ready for the data. And yeah, the chip fear, that's the NVIDIA app. They had bad news here in the morning. So other than that, though, right now we're going up, kind of going down, but the drop was just all from kind of that fear from Friday factoring in. Oh my gosh. Do y'all realize it? I just realized it. Holy crap. We have 2 hours, 1 hour and 43 minutes, but if we don't close green today, it'll be a down Friday, down Monday. I don't remember the last. So again, that's why I'm saying Friday you had pressure, you had the jobs, people were worried about the bonds and dollar, and even though we've had a weekend to cool off, you woke up with that same exact worry, and that's exactly what happened here. So we'll see if we close. Again, down Friday, down Monday doesn't happen too often. It's actually pretty rare that people want to sell the market on Friday, relax for 2 days, and then come back and say, no, sell it off more. So that's usually a bad sign, or it means you're about to get volatility. So we'll see. You should close green. Otherwise, no green close, we're probably going to have a volatile week. This means either this will be a bottom or this will be a top to a degree. So that's the thing. Down Friday, down Monday, it just means volatility. It doesn't guarantee direction. So it means you could be bottoming out or topping out. So let's find out. But kind of makes sense, CPI and inauguration. It could be volatile, or it could just be slow. So there could be a difference, but you will have volatility in the sense of, oh my gosh, data, oh my gosh, rates, oh my god, dollar, oh my god, bonds, oh my god, dollar, and then we're gonna play that. And then there's drama overseas. I said it on the watch list. You're gonna hear from China, you're gonna hear from Japan, France, Germany, UK. So we have a lot of things in store this week. It is even though it's not the craziest week, there's still going to be a lot to deal with as we are, getting our footing here into 2025. China, I think China, if you're really wanting China, wait till Trump is in office. Until Trump, they're going to react to Trump. I don't think they're going to move anything. Databricks inks $5 billion financing from private credit banks. volatile trade. You heard Brazil's president wants to take Puerto Rico back. I wonder where they got that idea from. And now Canadians want California and Minnesota. I'm like, where did this, that's so weird. Where did these thoughts come from? Wow. This is sad. Bro, they have this titled as the final
If we're not
speech
engaged, if we're not leading,
on foreign policy.
someone else is likely to be doing it, and probably not in a way that advances our interests or values.
Low key, this is your real president, I'm pretty sure.
And then we're likely to have.
Because you know when like everybody disappears and you're like, who's running shit? The conspiracy is that it's Blinken. Just fun fact, if you didn't know.
Than ever before, on finding ways to cooperate, to coordinate, to work with other countries.
Like this is low key his speech.
Going to get done.
This is sad. This is so apparently this is Biden's final foreign policy speech.
You instructed me, you instructed all of us to get out there.
Nah, Blinken has way more pull than Sullivan.
Reimagine.
Bro, Blinken was doing all the this is APAC #1, bro. You
said we don't know when this is going to make a difference, when we're going to need these friendships, these partnerships, but someday, some way, somewhere, they're going to be critical for advancing the national interest. And that's exactly what the men and women of this department have done. And we've been able to carry out that charge for two reasons. First, the people you see before you, and so many others who are out in the field at our embassies and consulates. You said when you came here 4 years ago that the leadership of diplomats of every stripe doing the daily work of government is essential, and they proved it. That daily work has become nightly work, 24/7, 7 days a week, hammering out agreements, jumping into action in crisis, creating opportunities for our citizens around the world, producing expert advice for you and your team at the White House. Everyone here knows this work can be tough. It's often not very glamorous, but it makes us stronger. It makes the world a better
I don't know.
place.
Something about this speech makes me want to call Intel
Without the extraordinary
and see if I could get a job as the CEO.
as well as
I don't know. Is that weird? I'm going to call him while this is playing.
starting with the great White House team led by Jake
Yeah,
Sullivan,
I don't know. I just feel like,
my friends and colleagues from across the administration.
yeah, I don't know. I
Secretary of
feel like
Defense,
I could
Samantha
become
Power, USAID,
the
Secretary of
CEO.
Treasury,
They're not hiring, but I think they need me.
And so on. All of these partnerships that we built and built with their teams have made a difference.
Is that like, am I
So to
am
all
I a
of my
narcissist or am I like, but like I honestly think they need me. Like, I don't know. I feel like they actually just like, I think they need me for morale, for some ideas, just a lot of things, man.
Mr. President, that's you. You have never wavered in the conviction.
BlackRock's LifePath
America
paycheck
leads,
closes 24 with
America
16 billion
leads.
assets under management.
There is little we cannot accomplish. And
Okay.
that this
Let me
country
call the
remains
co-chief
a force
officer.
for
Let me
good,
see if I could get
a
his
force for progress around the world. Your unshakable
phone
belief
number.
in the promise of America has inspired me for more than 20 years. It's inspired so many
What
people.
if they accept me? I mean, I'm ready to work.
And
I'm ready to work.
Simply put, it's been the privilege of my lifetime to work for you, to work with you, to work with this extraordinary team that you've assembled. And it's the honor of a lifetime to be able to introduce, one more time,
thank you,
the 46th President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Thank you for calling Intel. Please select from the following options. If you know the name of the person whom you're trying to reach, you can use our automated attendant by pressing the pound sign. To verify someone's information,
Pound.
press 1.
Thank you.
Thank you for calling Intel automated attendant. Please say the full name of the person you are trying to reach.
Thank you.
At any time to be transferred to an Intel operator.
David Zinzer.
Thank you.
I think you said David.
Yes.
The selection was not bad.
If I may start by saying
David
this,
Zinzer.
one of the finest men I've ever known.
David
In any
Zinzer.
undertaking.
one
Sorry,
important
I
reason.
could reach David Mendes.
Yeah. You're not only brilliant, you have incredible character.
They blocked me. I have like 4 phones,
You have
dude.
more integrity than almost anybody I know.
We're good.
Folks, I'm grateful for his counsel and his friendship as well, but I also want to thank the members of my cabinet and the members of the Congress who are here today, and to all our diplomats and development experts, service members, and intelligence professionals. Many of the achievements we're going to discuss today were the result of your hard work, and that's not hyperbole, it's true. Thank you.
Hi,
thank you,
can you
thank thank
connect
for
me to
extraordinary
David
service.
Zinsser, please?
You know, I come here to the State Department to report on to the American people.
Oh,
on the
is there any way I
progress
could get a
we've
hold of him?
made in the
I am
last 4
actually
years
contacting about
in our
the
foreign
CEO
policy and our
position.
presidency. I've said many times, we're at an inflection point.
Oh, I was
Post-
given this
Cold
number
War
though, and
period is
then it just
over.
put me through the automated
A new
system.
era has begun. In these 4 years, we faced crises that we've been
Oh,
tested.
okay.
We've
So
come
who
through
should
those
I
tests
speak to about that?
stronger, in my view, than we entered those tests.
That I can't help you with, sir.
This is a fierce
You can't
competition.
help me in
underway.
any capacity?
The future of the global economy,
Oh,
technology.
that's why I'm
human
calling,
values, and
because
so
I'm
much else.
here to turn the company
Right
around.
now, in my view, thanks
So we
to our
need to change that.
administration, the United States is winning the worldwide competition. Compared to 4 years ago,
Is there
America is
anything you could
stronger.
try? Is there anybody that you could
Our
connect me
alliances
to
are
above you
stronger.
that would be able to?
Our adversaries and competitors are weaker.
There's nobody.
We have
No
not
way.
gone to war to make these things
Okay,
happen.
well, I'll put that on my list then
During
as
my
potential
presidency, I've
changes.
increased
Thank you. I
America's
appreciate
power
you.
every
Have a good one.
dimension. We increased our
Yeah, my pleasure
diplomatic
too.
power,
Thank you.
creating
Fucking
more
intel.
allies
I'm
the United
calling
States
again
has ever
tomorrow.
had in
That's the
history of our
problem.
nation.
Like, do you see
Increased
that
our
fucking
military
reaction?
Making the most significant investments.
What the
in
fuck is
defense
wrong with
industry
them?
in decades.
That's exactly why I'm
Increased
calling.
technology power, taking the lead in artificial intelligence and other technologies of the future. And we've increased the economic power, building the most dynamic economy in the world from the bottom up and the middle out, not the top down. In short, Kamala and I took office.
The
our
last guy
nation
blocked my phone number.
become stronger
So
at
last
home,
time I called Intel, bro, they blocked
stronger
my
in the
phone
world.
number and hung up on me.
Now, America
That's
is
why I was like,
capable
dude,
and I
what?
would argue better prepared.
This is like a fucking S&P. Like, I'm like,
Our
nah,
competitors and
man.
adversaries are facing stiff headwinds. We have the wind at our back because of all of you. This is what we're heading into. And over the next administration, that's what we're handing it to. Today, I want to lay out what we've done, the opportunities we've created for America, and those opportunities going forward.
How old is David?
Today, I can report to the American people our sources of national power are far stronger than we were when we took office. Our economy is booming, although there's more work to do. Our technologies, from artificial intelligence to biotech, quantum, and to advanced semiconductors, they're the envy of the world. And we have made the most significant investments in America and the American workers since the New Deal. To rebuild our roads and bridges, our ports and airports, clean water systems, affordable high-speed internet, and so much more. To build American manufacturing, to make advanced semiconductors, which we invented here at home. We made the largest investment in climate and clean energy ever anywhere on Earth in the history of the world, spurring nearly $500 billion in private sector investment. We've also significantly strengthened the defense industrial base, investing almost $1.3 trillion in procurement and research and development. In real dollars, that's more than America did in any 4-year period during the Cold War. This is going to ensure that we're fully equipped to fight and win wars, which is also the best way to deter wars in the first place. Today, I can report to the American people our alliances are stronger than they've been in decades. NATO is more capable than it's ever been, and many more of our allies are paying their fair share. Before I took office, 9 NATO allies
I can't
were
find
spending
David's
2%
number.
of their GDP on defense. Now,
I got to get through that
23
gatekeeper.
are
Should we?
spending 2%.
No, I'm not mute. Should we bribe him next time?
Look at the
We'll call him tomorrow.
We've made
And then if
partnerships
it's the
stronger
same
and
guy,
created
what
new
should I? We
partnerships
should just bribe him.
to challenge China's
I wonder.
aggressive behavior.
That's not illegal, is it? I don't think it is.
rebalance
If I was like, yo, I'll
power
get
in
you
the region.
tickets to the basketball game
We did it.
if you connect me.
What few thought was possible, to build the first ever trilateral partnership between the United States, Japan, and South Korea.
Oh, it is?
And
Okay, then
another
I guess.
Among the United
Bribery
States,
is
Japan, and the
illegal.
Philippines.
Oh, then I don't want
Drawing
anything in
closer our
return. That's
Pacific
fine.
allies to
I just
defend
want to give that
our
guy
shared
free
security and
courtside tickets
prosperity.
to the next Laker game.
We brokered a defense pact
You know what
known
I'm
as
saying?
AUKUS among the
Just-
United States,
just for wasting his time.
Australia, and the United Kingdom, connecting the Atlantic and Pacific allies as only
Cytokinesis, they're
America
not
is able
looking to be
do.
acquired, CEO says.
And we've taken the Quad to the next level. The United States, Japan, Australia, and India. When we had that first meeting, I was
That's front desk
when
security.
they all
Nah,
called
they're
us if we
dude.
could
Every
visit your
time I've
house.
called Intel, it's the worst
Think I'm kidding?
experience ever.
My wife said, no problem.
Like I'm telling you, they're just so angry.
UN meeting, and we
They
thought
need
we
to
were
be
gonna do it
like,
in New York, but they wanted
like
to
once
do it
I
in
become
Dallas.
CEO, we're gonna redo that whole call
know,
center.
then people
Okay,
will
guys,
really
that's my first line of order.
Our
You're gonna call into Intel.
vital
Yeah, they are like it's like help.
working closely.
You're gonna call into Intel. It's gonna be
Security,
dope.
supply
We're gonna
chain,
have
technology,
Leangelo
and so
Ball
much
playing when you call in.
In the Red
You're gonna
Sea,
call in and be like, "I'm
left
sorry,
together
bend
more
that
than
corner.
20
Whoa, how I tell you,
Defending
say
security,
take it
protect
out."
civilian
And then
ships,
you know what I'm saying? They're
attacked
gonna
by
be all like,
Houthis.
"What's up, fam?
Defending
Oh yeah, I'll
freedom of
connect you.
navigation.
I got you. Please
One
hold.
of the world's
Here, check
busiest
out the YouTube
waterways.
in the meantime. You know, like it'll
And
be a
we're strengthening
fun shit
partnerships
place.
all
Like I
across
don't know why
America.
they. It's just
Defending
stupid.
democracy, targeting corruption, addressing migration, increasing prosperity, and protecting Amazon rainforest, which captures billions of tons.
That song
billions
is
of
so
tons
trash. You're sorry?
carbon
Don't
from
be
the
sorry.
atmosphere.
But tell me a song that you think is good
Overall,
so I could know whether or
reinvigorated
not
people's
your
faith in
comment
the United
has
States
weight.
as a true
You see, that's how we could
partner.
do that. So what's a song that's good
Today
to
I
you?
can report to the
Tell me
American
that,
people,
and then we'll go from there.
Our adversaries are weaker than were when we came into this job 4 years ago. Just
Okay, you
consider
can't use
Russia.
an uncle track. That doesn't count
Putin invaded
because that's
Ukraine,
biased. You know.
He thought he'd
I feel you.
conquer Kyiv in
I
a
feel
matter
you.
of
I'm not.
days.
I'm not going to disagree with
Truth
you,
is,
but that's you
since that war
definitely are.
began, I'm the only
You
one that's
knew how to
spoken
get out of that
Kyiv,
one.
not him.
That's not cool. That's
Putin never had.
That was a very nice move.
Think
You
about
did. You did it perfectly. Exactly how you should have. Yeah, you played fucking Uno reverse on me. I didn't see that coming. I didn't know you had
It's a
that.
long train ride, but I'm the only commander-in-chief to visit a war zone not controlled by U.S. forces. We helped Ukrainians stop Putin. And now, nearly three years later,
They're
Putin's
still
failed to
fighting.
achieve any of his strategic objectives.
Okay. Neither have we.
He has failed thus far to subjugate Ukraine, failed to break the unity of NATO, and failed to make
You could say
large
he swerved
territorial
and
gain.
bent the corner on that
There's
question.
more
He
to do.
did,
We
yeah.
can't walk away.
Mm-hmm.
We rallied 50 nations
Mob on the low.
to stand with
This thing's down
Ukraine, not
10%
just
in one
Europe,
candle. I have
for
no
the
idea
first-
what it
For
is.
the first time in Asia as well. Because those countries in Asia know what happens in Ukraine matters to them as well. We delivered air interceptors, massive numbers of munitions, enacted relentless, unprecedented sanctions to keep Ukraine in the fight. And now Russia is struggling to replace
IEX on the high.
on the battlefield.
So, and Medtronic. That's another medical play, and the SPY's coming up. So, yeah, SPY's actually about to go green. You may skirt around that down Friday, down Monday.
I saw it when Putin launched his invasion. I had two jobs. One, to rally the world to defend Ukraine, and the other is to avoid war between two nuclear powers. We did both those things. Today, Ukraine is still free, independent country with the potential for a bright future. And we laid the foundation for the next administration.
Yeah, bonds. They did that twice. Ever since I told you bonds are green, they're like, no, no, no.
And now, look at Iran. Did you ever think we'd be where we are with Iran at this moment? After those despicable attacks by Hamas on October the 7th, Iran directly attacked Israel twice with hundreds of ballistic missiles and drones. And twice they failed because the United States organized a coalition of countries to stop them and ordered U.S. aircraft to come to the defense of Israel. Now, Iran's air defenses are in shambles. The main proxy, Hezbollah, is badly wounded. And as we tested Iran's willingness to revive the nuclear deal, we kept the pressure with sanctions. Now Iran's economy is in desperate straits. All told, Iran is weaker than it's been in decades. And if you want more evidence that we've seriously weakened Iran and Russia, just take a look at Syria. President Assad was both countries' closest ally in the Middle East. Neither could keep him in power. Quite frankly, neither really tried very hard. Now, I cannot claim credit for every factor that led to Iran and Russia growing weaker in the past 4 years. They did plenty of damage all by themselves. But Israel did plenty of damage to Iran and its proxies. But there's no question.
Pick your nose.
Our actions contributed significally.
I'm not going to lie to you. If I ever put my hand that close to my nose, I just pick it.
Aligning more closely with one another.
I'll do it in front of people, too.
Iran,
Okay.
Russia, China, North Korea. But that's more out of weakness than out of strength.
You don't know what he's even talking about? I feel
So
you.
as the new administration
It's okay.
begins,
I'm just here because
United
it's the
States
final
is in a
one. I don't know if there's going to be an
fundamentally
after party
stronger
or anything.
with respect to these
So I just
countries
showed up for the...
than we were 4 years ago.
Yeah. DJT
Today,
still going? Jeez, bro.
I can report to the American people we're in a better strategic position in the long-term competition with China than we were when I took office. You all recall many experts.
What if they
were
made Biden
predicting
the new CEO of
it was
Intel? What would you
inevitable
do?
that China's
I'd be
economy
pissed
would
if
surpass
Biden
ours.
beat me. But then I'm like, he also
Already many
beat Trump
predictions that
before,
would
so
happen
that,
by
I'm
the
like,
year
I wouldn't feel that
2030 or
bad,
shortly
but...
thereafter. But we in this room said no. If we make the investments in ourselves, we protect our workers.
It would
and
fit for
technology,
Intel. They'd be like, we brought in
that
some real
will not
innovative
happen.
talent. I'd like to
Now,
introduce you
according
guys
the
to
latest
Joe Biden.
predictions,
He knows nothing about
China's
chips,
current
but
course,
we're going
they
to give
will
him
never
$10 million a
surpass.
year in stock-based comp,
Period.
and we probably
I
won't
met
change
one-on-one with
courses
President
until
Xi
we lose the other half of our money.
consequential summits.
So we're
He and I have
excited,
always been
and
direct and straightforward with
we
each
look
other.
forward to the AI
I
future.
made it
Thank
clear.
you.
We expect China and everyone to abide by the international rules.
We're getting gouty.
So
We're
we
getting
stood up
gouty.
against
1, 2, 3
unfair
chips,
trade
4
practices.
chips. Fuck yeah. We're
Taking
buy
action
Coca-Cola,
to dump
Pepsi.
subsidized goods,
Yeah, they would take over.
incredibly subsidized, on our markets to undercut our workers.
I'm going to go pee. I'll be back.
We impose target tariffs in critical sectors like cars, steel, and semiconductors, rather than across-the-board tariffs. We impose historic export controls on investments, restrictions, to ensure that China cannot use the most advanced technology and sensitive data against us. And critically, we enlisted our allies and partners to join us, building more convergence among our allies on a shared approach to China than ever existed, and showing that it's more effective to deal with China alongside of partners rather than going it alone. But even while we compete vigorously, we've managed our relationship with China responsibly, so it's never tipped over into conflict. We've created lines of communication between President Xi and myself, and between the leaders of our militaries. To avoid misunderstanding, we found ways to work with each other, to address climate change, to reduce the flow of fentanyl in the United States, which, by the way, overdose deaths are coming down across our nation. And in my administration, we've seized more fentanyl at our border in 2 years than the previous 5 years combined. Today, I can also report to the American people, we're the first president in decades who's not leaving a war in Afghanistan to his successor. But we've got bin Laden during the Obama-Biden administration, the primary objective of war had been accomplished. And I believe that going forward, the primary threat of al-Qaeda would no longer be emanating from Afghanistan, but from elsewhere. And so, we not need to station a sizable number of American forces in Afghanistan. So when I took
So
office,
this is
I had a
like, you guys,
choice.
he's supposed to
Ultimately, I
recap
saw no
everything.
reason to keep thousands of
This is his
servicemen
final foreign
in
policy
Afghanistan.
thing.
I think I have my schedule with me, and I keep on my, I don't here. I don't have, but I keep on the
Yeah,
back of my
Discover
car.
and Capital One. Remember that
Actual
deal
number,
is still
dead and
overhanging. They're both
Occurred in
moving.
our long
Again,
story
financials on fire
by
today
myself.
too, though. with bank earnings coming up. And SPY is break even, about to go green. Dow's up 3/4. Russell down only a quarter. SPY, Nasdaq's still over 0.5% down, but a lot better than the morning. You just got to hold that for another hour 20. So keep in mind. But we are wrapping it up, and then bonds not as good.
2,261 Americans who made the ultimate sacrifice in the longest war in American history. And I grieve those brave service members whose lives were lost during the withdrawal. We also thank those inside and outside of government who have done so much to help thousands of Afghan families resettle in the United States. Remember, critics said if we entered the war, it would damage our alliances and create threats to our homeland from foreign-directed terrorism out of a safe haven in Afghanistan. Neither has occurred. Neither has occurred.
Cleveland Cliffs CEO says he wants to buy U.S. Steel and has a plan.
Capabilities of striking Afghanistan and elsewhere when we had to.
Again, another update, but this time CFO saying something again.
Al-Qaeda helped orchestrate the September 11th attacks. And we did it without putting more American boots on the ground. And by ending the war, we've been able to focus
Like X, yeah, U.S. Steel. That's why it popped up. It's already up, what, 6%?
I can tell you from my conversations with both Xi and Putin, nothing our adversaries and competitors like Russia and China would have liked more than seeing us to continue to be tied down in Afghanistan for another decade. For all those reasons, ending the war was the right thing to do, and I believe history will reflect that. And from the moment I entered office, I also worked to free as many Americans as possible being held hostage or wrongfully detained overseas. We brought home more than 75 Americans by the last count. In some cases, it took months, even years of effort, like the prisoner swap with Russia over the past summer. A feat of diplomacy involving many of you and involving multiple countries who joined complex negotiations at our request. Another example of the power of our alliances. If we did not have these relationships, those women and women would likely still be in prison. And finally, I can report to the American people that we restored our leadership in a range of other generational priorities. When I took office, we were no longer part of the International Climate Agreement. We announced on day one that we would join the Paris Accord, rejoin. And we've led by example. We've conserved hundreds of millions of acres of land and water, more than any president in American history, making investments in clean energy and convincing other nations to join us. Thanks to our efforts, the world has reached the goal of investing $100 billion every year in public and private
ARM
funds.
News considering price increase up to 300%, making its own chips.
To help developing nations adapt
Whoa.
to climate change.
Check ARM, check anybody else. ARM popped and locked off that. You might have that early, bro. Like low-key, it might move a little bit. If it 300% increase is crazy.
Call PGI. You all know
PGI.
better than anyone. This is our
Check ARM, though. Headline coming in.
China offers with its massive
China.
projects across Africa and beyond. But their approach
It's
features
old
no
news?
workers' rights.
It's Reuters. So Reuters usually comes out earlier. I don't see anything earlier than that. Let me double check, but I'm getting another one from Reuters right. There's one coming out from Reuters now, so let me double check though. Some people saying it could be old.
$600 billion and unleash the private sector to build an infrastructure in order to grow economies and combat climate change.
Acquisition of Ampere.
As an example, I was recently in Angola to see a major project being built with the help of American public funding, which brought in even more private investment. We're building the first ever transcontinental railroad across Africa. It will significantly improve the economies of the region. Will help farmers transport crops in new global markets. Will transport
I see a
critical
price
minerals
target 6. I don't see price raise. Let me double check. You guys are saying 6 hours old? I don't see price raise.
China used to control the supply chains in these materials.
I see price target raised.
For long.
Oh, there was a
Make
report,
no
yeah.
mistake, there's serious challenges the United States must continue.
There was a report 6 hours
in
ago. I
Ukraine,
see it
in
now.
the
It's on
Middle
Twitter.
East, in the Indo-Pacific,
And it says
Let's keep the pressure on
long-term
the Houthis,
strategy
who
considering
are
raising
attacking
prices.
ships in the Red Sea, launching
Yeah, just nobody reacted
missiles
to
at
it. That's
Israel,
crazy. Yeah, no, there is
firing
another
at
one.
American forces.
No. Yeah, you're right. That's old.
As they rattle their saber and
That's so
draw
weird.
closer
Nobody
to Russia.
reacted to it 6 hours. You got a bigger
Big
reaction off
challenge
that.
will certainly emerge
Yeah, that's
in the
old.
months and years ahead.
Good shit, Chad.
But even so, it's clear. My administration is leaving the next administration with a very strong hand to play. And we're leaving them in America with more friends and stronger alliances, whose adversaries are weaker and under pressure. And America, that once again is leading, uniting countries, setting the agenda.
Price increases are usually good
Bringing
for a
others
company,
together
especially if you're in an industry that
visions.
is like the hottest
In
thing right
America,
now.
which is no longer at war, which has made historic investments in American workers, American energies, American factories, generating the strongest economy in the world, which is now in a much better position to win the future against any competitor. These wins are not partisan. They're American. They benefit all Americans and reflect America's endless capacity for leadership and reinvention. Look, folks, the United States should take full advantage of our diplomatic and geopolitical opportunities we've created to keep bringing countries together to deal with challenges posed by China, to make sure Putin's war ends in a just and lasting peace for Ukraine, and to capitalize on a new moment for a more stable, integrated Middle East. To do that, the next administration must make sure the fall of Assad does not lead to the resurgence of ISIS in Syria and across the region. We must carry forward the commitment that America will never,
Bro,
never
DJT
allow
is still that one's a kind of wild one for inauguration. Remember there was the news on Friday that like Trump and all of them were gonna like leave it alone and they're not gonna have a say in it. So that one's kind of running ahead of inauguration. I think that one's fascinating.
Finally coming to fruition. I have learned in many years of public service to never, ever give up. So I spoke to Prime Minister of Israel yesterday. I spoke to Emir of Qatar today. I look forward to speaking with President Sisi soon.
Sisi.
Pressing hard to close this.
No, that's hitting the wire. Biden pressing hard to close deal between Israel and Hamas.
Provide security to Israel and allow us to significantly surge humanitarian assistance to the Palestinians who've suffered terribly in this war that Hamas started. They've been through hell. So many innocent people have been killed. So many communities have been destroyed. The Palestinian people deserve peace and the right to determine their own futures. Israel deserves peace and real security. And the hostages and their families deserve to be reunited. And so we're working urgently to close this deal. And as we deal with immediate challenges, in my view, we have to look to the future. I urge the next administration to carry forward two issues that have been central to my presidency and which shape the future, in my view. On artificial intelligence.
What?
We are in the lead, and we must
All he
stay
did
in
was
the
ban
lead.
shit.
We must not offshore artificial intelligence.
Hey, you freaking late AI.
And other critical technologies.
You're right.
AI has the power to reshape economies, governments, national security, entire societies. And it must be the United States and our closest allies that lead the way to ensure people's rights are respected, their safety is protected, and their data is secured. And likewise, clean energy transition will race ahead in years to come. I know from some in the incoming administration are skeptical about the need for clean energy. They don't even believe climate change is real. I think they come from a different century. They're wrong. They are dead wrong. It's the single greatest existential threat to humanity. The The clean energy transition is already happening. China is trying to dominate the clean energy, manufacturing, critical materials, supply chains. They want to capture the market of the future and create new dependencies. The United States must win that contest, and we will shape the global economy and the planet for decades to come. Let me close with this. Like many of you, I've dedicated a significant portion of my career to our nation's foreign policy. As chair of the Foreign Relations Committee as a senator, vice president for 8 years, and now president of the United States, I put together one of the most competent foreign policy teams, I would argue, in American history, sitting in this room and before my eyes.
Arguably.
Throughout my career, the world has undergone tremendous change. But certain things have always held true. At our best, America leads not only by the example of our power, but the power of our example. In the past 4 years, we've used that power, not to go it alone, but instead to bring countries together, to increase shared security and prosperity, to stand up to aggression, and to solve problems through diplomacy wherever possible, and to relentlessly defend democracy, civil rights, and human rights. Because that's who we are. That's who we are. You've heard me say it many times before. We're the only country on earth founded on idea. Every other country is founded on geography, religion, ethnicity, or some other unifying factor. But America was built on an idea, literally, not figuratively. That idea was all women and men are created equal. The idea that has inspired the world for 250 years and counting. We're always reaching to do better, always looking to the future, not our best, always seeking progress for our people and for people everywhere. It's been the honor of my life to serve as your president. Today, I'm optimistic about our future, as optimistic as I've ever been. Just have to remember who in the hell we are. You've heard me say it many times. We're the United States of America, for God's sake. There is nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together and commit to it. Nothing. So thank you all for all you've done.
Thank you.
I hope many of you are going to be staying in the next administration to keep this moving. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you.
Do you do questions or no? That's it, man. That will be your final foreign policy speech by Biden. That's it. Maybe the last time you ever hear any of those, of what you've heard for the last 4 years. Yeah. That's it. Oh, they already come on, let me get some audio. Listen, I love your hair. Oh, man, they won't even let me add the audio. Boo. Well, that's it. Well, there it is. Sayonara. So now, unfortunately, this might be a good time to let some of y'all know that if you don't like Donald Trump, unfortunately, I have listened to 4 years of that geriatric F word. So now you have to listen to 4 years of the Orange Man. So shout out to mangoes and shit, but yeah, man, good luck. But then again, this is an end, bro. That's it. This is coming to an end. In a couple weeks from now, I will not see Biden on that screen, okay? So I don't want you better not act surprised, okay? That's it. Don't act surprised when it's Donald Trump on there. I don't want to hear it. I'm just telling you now. That's it. It's sad though. I'm not going to lie to you guys. Like Biden as Biden is exiting, he's growing on me. Cuz I saw him he's like, I thought I could beat Trump. I just wanted to step down. I wanted to unify. I feel bad for him, bro. I don't know. It's bad. That's why you can't have emotions. But slowly, little by little, I'm like, man, I'll see you, bro. I'll see. Yeah, he's just, I don't know. I'm more like, I wonder who was governing, who he didn't elect. That was I wonder the guy who gave the old man the bad ideas. But I don't know. Either way, I'm excited. That's it. I'm not excited for everybody freaking out, though, until we get some reality, though. Other than that, though, let's see. But that might be one of your last Bidens, my brethren. I don't know what to tell you. He effed the Dems? No, dude, I honestly think Biden could have won. I don't know how to describe it. I just think people freaked out, and I don't know. That's just what happens when you don't, like, handle something earlier. Because, like, you knew homeboy was, like, incoherent 4 years ago. And then he just had one bad debate, and then all of a sudden, what everybody knew, they were like, oh, my gosh. And then they started freaking out, and they're like, we need to replace him. Yeah, they FOMO'd. Honestly, I really think Biden would have done better than Kamala. He beat Trump before. But either way, that's all over, so thankfully we don't have to talk about it. But, yeah, man, that was just... Either way, that's one of your final speeches. I don't know if you guys got the vibe from everything we've listened to. They're all like, it feels like the final scene in Fast and the Furious. It's been a long day with Biden, my friend. I'll tell you all about it when hostages return. It's been a long presidency with Biden, my friend. And I'll tell you all about it when inflation comes back again. So I don't know, man. I don't know. That's what it felt like, low key. This is why you can't play the stream in public. Honestly, I don't really recommend you do. Like, if you the type to walk around in public with no headphones, that's already concerning. You know what I'm saying? Because in California, I assume that you're, like, homeless and you're going to stab me. Does that make sense? So, like, because I know a guy in Santa Monica, he wears a ski mask. Somebody knows what I'm talking about. He wears a ski mask, he rides a bike, and he just listened to music really, really loud. And honestly, I think he's going to stab me one day. I don't know his name, but if you've been to Santa Monica, you've seen this guy. I'm telling you, people know who I'm talking about. It's literally, he wears a ski mask, rides a bike, and then he just bumps his music. So I'm always, I don't look at him. I don't make eye contact. I mind my own business. But so I hope all of you, people will judge you if you don't wear headphones, just in general. I don't know. Yeah, the guy at the pier. Yep, at Santa Monica Pier. Exactly. Yep. That's the homie. I've never met him, but we've seen each other. But I just try to look down. That's it. Because I'm like, dude, he's riding around with the ski mask and bumping music. I don't want to, fuck it. He might he's ready to go. Anything. Any situation, I feel like he would be prepared. He could either help me from a robbery or he could rob me. Either or, he is prepared. So we'll see. I don't know about the roller. There's a lot of rollerbladers. And I see my friend. Help you not get robbed and robbed. That's crazy. Starbucks to require cafe users to become paying customers. Starbucks to roll out new code of conduct for stores. Oh no. Donald Trump won. That's it. You have to be a fucking customer to use the Wi-Fi in the bathroom now. That's it. That's what you guys wanted. Conservatives, now you can't use public bathrooms. Look at that. Starbucks has been seeking to improve cafe environment for customers to roll out new code of conduct requiring cafe users to be paying customers. Damn, bro. How are they going to verify that? You guys don't remember? This is a funny headline. So you guys don't remember what happened? It was like 2015, 2016. There was like homeless people shooting up heroin in Starbucks bathrooms. And then people got mad. And then somebody needed to use the bathroom. And then the people at Starbucks were like, no. And then they're like, you're racist. And they're like, what? No, we thought you were going to do heroin. They're like, racist. No, heroin. Racist. Heroin. Racism. And then, boom, it's just that one. And then next year, there's a fucking union. And then that was it. Just 1 year later, it led to the downfall. But that's literally what happened. And almost 10 years ago, now that I think about it. you like the grilled cheese. Listen, if you go to Starbucks for a grilled cheese, I mean this respectfully, but I just think you need one hug. That's all you need. You know, because if you're trying to get like that type of easy homemade meal at Starbucks, you know, just I'll give you a hug, bro. It's okay. There's a bigger issue at hand if you're seeking validation from a Starbucks grilled cheese. No, I've had the grilled cheese. I'm not going to lie to you. I just saw my opportunity to clown on you. But, yeah, I've never gone out of my way for it, though. Power hour indeed. It is 3 a.m. Holy crap. With a VSAT. Is that a biotech? That sounds familiar. You grab Nike 75 calls. Let's go. I like it. Nike's on the long-term list, so I mean, I kind of wanted it. I liked it at the 70s today. Besides, A&F was good. They sold that off, but otherwise, every retail play has kind of done good. I don't think it was a bad holiday season. Holiday season. I don't have EL in long term, but I like it. We were going to buy it at that low, and then it kind of bounced. Then we went for some other names, but depending on what it does, we'll go from there. You feel like Starbucks is where the unemployed go to act like they're working? No, that's just like a modern phenomena. You know, a lot of people do that. They just like to pretend to be doing something. But other than that, nah, that's what we were talking about the other day. Because like Starbucks, they need to get back to that culture. So Starbucks back in the day, like I used to study at Starbucks. I don't know about you guys. This was when the MacBook was first coming out. And this is when, like, I don't know, bro. You used to just take your MacBook and go sit at Starbucks, and that was like a vibe, bro. I don't know what to tell you about. Like, there was something about it for years, bro. Like, especially in college, bro. That was like where Starbucks got. Yeah, it was like Panera, even better. That's what built like a lot of the demand and the people. That's why like people love Starbucks, like that vibe and working out there. That's why people were saying that like the Starbucks app kind of killed Starbucks, because then you just had people going in to order and pick it up rather than like sitting there staying. But then again, Starbucks turned into like crackheads. Like people were doing heroin in the bathrooms and other shit. But so in a weird way, like I don't know, that like if Starbucks could get back to that vibe where people are just like working, pretending to work, whatever, like I think that would benefit them more than not. Other than that, it's like they've kind of gone away from that, and people have said that that's like kind of the issue. Oh, we'll see. I mean, even though Starbucks is like woke, I'll have a Starbucks if I want it, but I just don't crave Starbucks how I used to. I used to go to Starbucks every morning. You guys would hear me. Then again, I would like, they closed that Starbucks down too. So you guys know the one in downtown, the one that I would go to every morning, they closed that down. So there's no more Starbucks there. So that Starbucks that I would even go to every morning, it doesn't even exist. There's too many homeless people. That's it, because it was in downtown San Diego, and it got too crazy, and they closed it down. Because that place was always packed. Yeah, man. I haven't been in. I just go to Starbucks randomly now. They did get boycotted for a little bit. You saw the Cybertruck yesterday? Oh, what's up, San Diego? It's good, but you better have a long term. There's no way. Because that Cybertruck driving around, if you see it, that's just God telling you to save 10%. Because I can't control it if you see it or not. But then that's just like a driving reminder to save 10%. Because it had long-term alerts with it. Mm-hmm. You also cut down on your sugar, decrease cravings. Yeah, but I don't know. It's true. It's just sad. The sad reality, not only like healthier diet choices, but there's also a lot of options that exist right now. So like, I've never been to Dutch Bros, but like I go to Better Buzz a lot now. So that's a new thing in San Diego, and like low key, It's not really that new. I like that better than Starbucks now. I think they have better food and better coffee, and I'm just not as used to it. But there's other places you could go. Shit, even McDonald's coffee isn't that bad. So there's like a lot of places that you could actually like go. There's literally like competition now. And then now you can't even get free Wi-Fi. Now you can't even do heroin in the bathroom on your break. Like what? Stupid. Now what am I going to do? Like, you know? Like, yeah, there's that. Oh, what's it called? That Fox place. There's another one in downtown too. That place is just strong. It makes me shit myself. That's why I don't go there. Yeah, Lending Tips loves it. What's it called? The place right next to Nolita Hall. Oh, why am I tripping? What's that name? It's a San Diego coffee shop, and it's like people love it. But yeah, I forgot what it's called. Somebody in here will know. Hit lows. I mean, Bond's off the bottom. You got 55 minutes left. Back to McDonald's bathroom for heroin. But no, you can't even go to McDonald's. The employees snitch on you. Ask Luigi. It's bullshit. So where are we going to do our heroin in the bathrooms? This is nonsense. Is this the world you guys wanted when you voted for Trump? Huh? Is this, oh, now we don't have one safe public restaurant to do drugs in? Really? You terrible people, you. This is all sarcasm. If you're not getting it, then you may have a problem. You may have a serious problem. Okay? They're like, damn, I didn't know Josh was chill like that. That's cool, Josh. I agree. I'm like, what the? You go to Erewhon because you're bougie? Listen, I don't want to be that guy, but if you really were bougie, you would probably have a membership badge. And I'm just saying, if you shop at Erewhon, a $200 t-shirt seems pretty reasonable, if you ask me. That's all. I'm not going to put you on the spot like that, but I'm just saying, you know, because I can't do Erewhon like that, man. That's crazy. I bought the CMOS before. I'm not going to lie to you. That was back in the day. What are the t-shirts contributing to? You should read it. Otherwise, global warming, because it costs carbon credits to manufacture that many t-shirts. But otherwise, there's a full description on the link, and it'll explain it. And I think we only have like 2 weeks for that pre-order, and then we're gonna have to either cancel it or not. Yeah, carbon credits. Back in 2021, that works. But that's not like Erewhon. That's like Costco. You took the Costco approach. You see what I'm saying? Do you know what Erewhon is? Because Erewhon is insanity. Your own espresso machine. That's good. Did you get like a real one? Don't tell me you bought one of them like crazy ones. Because I'm telling you, I lived off an espresso for a long time. You know that. Is it Foxtail? It might be Fox. No, it's like Garage something. Or it has like an O in it. Yeah, the Nespresso. But like, have you ever seen the like crazy ones? They have like $4,000 espresso machines, but I've never been that deep in the game. What is Erewhon? Not like Air J-U-N. J-U-A-N. He said Erewhon. Bro, he said Erewhon like it was the Mexican Michael Jordan. That's crazy. No, it's Erewhon. So, like, if you spelt, like, nowhere backwards, it's Erewhon. E-R-E-W. Yeah, that's crazy. He said Erewhon. That's funny, bro. Yeah, it's nowhere spelt backwards. That's all it is. It's like a weird name, but, It's a decent one. Player, let's go. You're gonna be cracked out. I love it. I like it. I'm telling you, it's a era. It's like a phase in life. I don't know. You could get addicted to it, but I feel like at one point everybody goes to like a little espresso addiction, and then you buy your little machine, and then you're going to start buying the like different types of espresso. You know what I learned? Did you guys know blonde espresso is different? It's not just for white girls. I thought it was prior, but blonde espresso, they like roast it differently. It has a lighter taste, and it has more caffeine. So if you want more caffeine in your espresso, yeah, you get a blonde espresso. I didn't know that till recently. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. Erewhon Rug Bulls, cuz dude, that kid said Erewhon. I don't know if it affects IQ. No, I don't know. Didn't think about that. Yeah, lighter roast is more caffeine. Yeah, I didn't know that. You know that? I just drank all of that. And then we have 50 minutes remaining. SPY near the high. You're back to red, though, again. Bonds, 0.1% down. I think dollar's still up. You guys should have saw the yen this morning. That kind of flipped back. But even then, dollar advanced, that's not good. Bonds going lower, not good. And then SPY just barely moving down now. Again, NASDAQ's still down. New York Fed statement regarding the new survey of market expectations. That was a couple minutes ago. 1 minute ago. So that New York Fed expectations came out, but no reaction. All right. BDX. What was the other one? Honeywell. And then J&J, they bought that one company. Weren't we just talking about J&J? Mm-hmm. Coin. I mean, crypto dropped 5% today. So that's the thing. I feel like crypto's been quiet ever since we've got like the first little pullback from the little run. Since that like 107, and it just chilled. But I mean, again, Bitcoin was at 50,000, 60,000 after the election. So the stock market came back down, but Bitcoin hasn't technically. Bitcoin is still holding some of the that higher run up that it had. It's clapped, yeah, but it's still, like I'm saying, it's up there a lot. I think I'm still up on coin, yeah, 300 or no? No, it's at 240. I think my price is 250 or 260. So I don't think we're green on coin again. But coin moves insane, dude. That's why I was like, wait, isn't it at 300? I was looking at MSTR. That was at 300. No, but like I'm telling you, go look at like Bitcoin, like I showed you guys today. Take a look, like you're back to the election zone. So the SPY, Russell, everybody's came back down to the election zone, but then go look at Bitcoin, that shit is still up. So if like by a lot. So if anything, that's probably one of the only assets, maybe except for the dollar, that like currencies have gone up and stayed up. But assets have kind of gone up, and then they've been selling the rip since, especially Powell, and then like a little bit before that. J&J, Pepsi, and AMD, nice. A lot of long-term buys, it seems like. I feel like I've seen a lot of long-term buying. Mara, I don't like Bitcoin miners. Honestly, unless your name is P. Diddy or Jay-Z, this is probably a good philosophy in life to avoid miners. I think you should, all of them. every type of them. So I don't like any mining plays. Bitcoin, gold, I don't like none of them. I prefer the commodities that they choose to mine. So if you want a Bitcoin miner, just go buy Bitcoin. If you want a gold miner, just go buy gold. So other than that, I'm not a big fan of any commodity mining or any other miner for that matter. So and neither should you. So you should be more vigilant towards that, and I think you'll be good. But yeah. But no, I'm being dead serious, so I don't like the mining. Just buy Bitcoin. It's not bad, but like I'm saying, for the intention, right? Most people's intention, it's like, why do you want to buy that? You know what I'm saying? Like, why do you want to buy gold or a Bitcoin company, right? And if you really cut through the intention, you'll realize you want to just own gold. You want to own Bitcoin. And if that's the case, cut the middleman out and then just go straight for it. DJT, I think it's too late now. I think it was very surprising that it's already moved up. But other than that, yeah. Should you wait to buy any stocks right now, i.e. correction? I would wait if the stocks you want to buy are near their all-time highs. But if there's a stock you want, like UPS, let's say, and it's chilling at like a 5-year low, I would be down with that. So pretty much if it's at a high price and it's like relatively high compared to where it's been at and everything else, I probably wouldn't buy it right now. I'd probably wait. But if it's already low, then, I mean, that is going to make me lean into it more. And the lower it is, kind of the better. Yeah, not a recommendation. You will lose money. I mean, I haven't bought anything myself this year, so I have money for my long term, but I just haven't used it yet this month. So we'll see. I want to get some more reality in play, and then we'll go from there. SoCal Lettuce. I mean, any of those, like I said, do you guys not remember? I think it's a good example. What was it? Is it HEC, I think, right? Hawaiian Electric? Does it not exist anymore? What was that? What's the Hawaiian Electric one? Wasn't it HEC? HE. So just, no, yeah. Do you guys remember when the Hawaii fire happened and I told you the exact strategy? So this is what's going to happen to any of those fire companies. That's it. So if there really is the risk of blaming the electric company, it's going to have a huge, like, 50% gap down whenever it happened. If that already happened, you're clapped, and then you're going to spend about a year going back and forth to either go bankrupt or bounce. That's it. So it's going to be something kind of more pinned. That's why I'm like, I don't really have plays on that. I would buy the dip on insurance companies, maybe buy a put on, like, MCY, not a recommendation, if you think that they will have exposure. But other than that, I'm not really, until we know who's to blame and then the damages, it's still going to, like, it's going to be a longer duration play, and it doesn't really happen as immediate. But there will be a couple big movers, and so far the insurance ones, they're the ones that have been doing it. Your father is foreign, doesn't have 401k, he's 60. I'm just knowing about all this, what steps to get him started. So if your dad's older, you need the strategy is going to be completely different. You need to get your dad safe investments that could generate income. So preferably, I don't know if he has any way to get a house or property, even a reverse mortgage eventually, that would be it. But for him, you want to focus on safe investments. So thankfully, bond yields are high right now, and you could lock some of that in. But for someone older, same strategy. Unfortunately, it's little by little, start off small, but no, not necessarily high dividend, because you don't want to fall for traps. But the whole point is, the older, if you're 60 years old starting, you need to have safety. You cannot afford to lose money. You're not going for growth name. You could get a couple of growth names, but it's not going to be the main goal should be to preserve capital, grow it, and generate an income off of it. Because even then, even if you could generate income for the next 10 years, by the time he's 70, that could even go a long way. But generally, that's kind of the idea that I would go about. No, not a 20-year bond. Depends on highest yield, and then again, kind of father's needs and what you need to do for him, and depending what he lives off of and what he uses. You work in new construction, new houses aren't selling. Do you think people will begin buying homes? I think prices have to go down or interest rates. That's it. Just one or the other. That's the only way that, because right now, I was even explaining this to like my parents. They're like, who buy the house at this price, huh? How do they buy? And it's just like, dude, nobody is buying unless they have to. I can't stress it enough. I don't think people get this. Because right now, the only people going around shopping for a home right now and buying a house at an 8% mortgage at the highest price possible, it's because they have to move. For a job, for family, maybe they're downsizing, but most people buying a house right now is because they have to buy a house. They have to move. They are not in a position where they can just keep living how they are for their job, work, or family. They have to move. So that's why you're getting kind of weird demand in prices. But until people really, I think until rates go down or prices come down and match it up, then I don't think you're going to see a builder or a buyer uptick, really. It's expensive. Like, that's what I'm saying. It's just not, you got to realize, even from a year or two ago, the same price house with where interest, that's why I'm like, I can't believe the Fed played the politics and cut low rates and fucked up the long end, because anybody who wants to buy a home, like, dude, the same house a year or two ago, you're going to spend a couple hundred to even $1,000 more on interest depending on your credit. And it's wild. So unfortunately, it's just that it doesn't really make sense. I'm telling you, as somebody who likes houses, most of you, I'm not telling any of you to top tick a home. I've told all of you, don't buy the highest house in the last 3 months, because I don't think you have to. And that's what I'm saying. It's just, it gets down to it where it's like, dude, if you're really buying a house at 8% mortgage, you got to really, really want it and have a reason to live there, and make sure it's like a good price, or you have to hold it long enough where the price doesn't affect you as much. But generally, I think you'll get more demand once like interest rates and other things kind of chill out. But for now, anybody who's moving, it's just because it's because they have to. So we'll see. 6 is still pretty high. It just depends though. Like, I would do a high interest rate if the price was lower. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not going to do high rate and high price. That's insanity. I think that's just the only people doing that are people who have to do it and uninformed, but mainly because they have to. Do you get what I'm saying? So give me 20% off houses, I'll buy it at 7% interest. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not going to buy highest price in 4 years at the highest interest rate in 30 years. Like, what are you saying? Like, that just doesn't, I don't think that's a good idea for most people. People still do it, but the only ones who are doing it are because they have to move. So that's why you're still getting slightly elevated prices, but then a absolute just clapping of transaction activity. MDT, I think it's both. NVIDIA Healthcare Conference, and they had something on Friday too, I think. Or Edwards Life Science did, and they're kind of similar. Japan, again? There's one last night. You haven't sold because your interest rate? Yeah, that's, so you don't need it. You don't need to move. So let me ask you this. Is there a chance that your job could ever move? Because then I bet you would sell your house. Any of you guys with the 2-3% mortgages, if your job said, I need you to move across the country or you get fired, and now you have this house, especially if you have a good job, you're probably going to move with it. That's what I keep seeing in real estate as of late. No one's buying because they want to or because they're like, oh, I'm so excited. They're buying because they're like, I have to be here for work, school. I have to be here for this or that. And then that's it. That's the only thing causing activity right now, it feels like. There's still some buyers here and there, but that's just still its own. But it's not what you guys think it is. So it's not as many speculators as there was like a couple of years ago. $2.6, I'll never sell. Are we back to 08? No, not at all. If anything, I mean, it may be like 1999. which means real estate could still go up. It'll probably just stay up, go gradual, but again, it depends on stuff like jobs and, again, essentially those rates. I think that's going to be, once again, the bonds dollar narrative. That's going to be a big part of it. Baby Chad bored on the 3rd. Oh my gosh, bro. Dude, I got Chads getting engaged. There's like 3 other new Chads, bro. Congratulations. Dang, 3rd Chad, baby. Woo. People are getting called back to jobs. JP Morgan wanted people back and people got pissed. Yo, Whirlpool popping? I guess it was kind of already up. They were slow in the morning. Let's see. Damn, back to 121. I'll take it. Yeah, JP Morgan, they like want to demand people, and then they like had like a comment section, and everybody at JP Morgan got pissed. But like, I don't know. I think I don't know. You guys are going to hate me because even though I stay at home all day, I think working from home is terrible. And what I mean is that it makes sense. Have y'all ever called the IRS? Has anybody ever had to call the IRS? And have you ever been on the phone with the IRS? Just anybody? If you have, I want you to think about this. Are you ready? There's a good chance those people who are answering the phone are working from home. Yes. So a lot of these places, even like the government jobs, they literally just are at their house. I know damn well what you guys do. Y'all play Call of Duty. Y'all got shit in the background. What do you mean, so what? I know exactly. That's fine, but you mean it. Have you ever waited on the phone for 5 hours for a government agency and you want to be like, oh, yeah. No, bro, I know exactly what's. Half of you are listening. You are playing Call of Duty listening to me right now. What are you talking? The other 30% of you that have an income, you're working a job while listening to me right now. What are you talking about? So what do you think half of the government is doing? And they just get paid, benefits, all of it, and they just like, yeah, So, but then again, I work my own thing. I do my own thing, so maybe I'm not the guy but I'm like, wait a minute. But there's a lot of beef with work from home or not. We've had this talk before because a lot of people they're saying I'll never go back to working in the office. That's crazy. But yeah, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. You're doing the same thing working from home. Okay. It's clear you're not listening to me at all and that this is a touchy situation for you. So I'm sorry that your boss told you to go to work and you're mad at me for supporting this ideology. But you could go back and rewind once the video posts, and I think you will get up to speed with what I'm saying. It is touchy. I'm heartbroken. I know. At least you definitely controlled your emotions better, though. So that's good for you, man. I did not mean to offend you, but yeah, I am. I don't know. Work from home. It's a touchy issue, but I could see how it could be good, and I could see how it could be a problem. You work from home and I'm looking to go back to the office. What if you're unemployed? If you're unemployed, once again, you are engaging yourself with conversations that do not concern you. Go get a job. You don't. Why are you arguing with me, man? Get the fuck on Indeed.com. What do you mean? You want to battle with me over work from home unemployed? That's not the issue right now. That's prioritize. The blue collar chads. We got some real ones. I think we got some real blue collar chads out here. The real grinders. They listen to me in the ear. That's it. They hustling, bro. I think, and again, I like it. I think that makes more sense to me than working for the government, working at home while listening to Josh or anybody. It's like, hold up, man. Anyone in San Diego that is hiring new grads in finance? No, unless you want to work at a bank. So if you want to work for a bank or an accountant office, then you could find those in San Diego. But San Diego is not a financial center. FTC prepares to sue largest U.S. apartment landlord over hidden fees, and person familiar with the matter says. Who is it? Is that BlackRock or Blackstone? That Graystar. Oh, Graystar. Oh, I know Graystar. They're shitty. Yeah. That's funny. It's Graystar. Half of you know who Graystar is. They are shit. I don't think they're public, though. Yeah. Yeah, they're mad scammers. But yeah, they're not public. But yeah, FTC is going to sue them for hidden fees. I hope they get hit. Yeah, but like, wouldn't it have been better if Biden just did this 4 years ago? What do you... That's why I like all of this shit randomly at the end. And they're like, we're going to hit it. And we're going to go after it. It's like, wait, well, why the fuck didn't you do this 4 years ago? Hold up. Man. But yeah, that's wild. Accurate. There's a different headline. And then you have the New York stuff too earlier. This market, I mean, you may go a little higher, but let's see if we do down Friday, down Monday. But 30 minutes left, man. Again, I'll let you guys know when it starts changing, I think by the inauguration. But I don't know. I came into this year telling y'all not to react and how boring everything was. But like, dude, we're already starting this week. Most of the news is happening in the morning. Whatever you are intraday, let it follow levels, technicals, whatever the hell you want. It don't matter. But fact of the matter is most developments are off of the AM, the bond dollar shit, and then that's it. And then you wait till move number 2. I feel like I'm playing Mafia Wars with rate cut expectations, bro. It's a turn-based game in a weird way. So we'll see. I want to go to the inauguration since the market. I want to go to D.C., but then I'm like, I feel like it's sketchy. That's it. I'm not doing that. Yeah, Mafia Wars, like a turn. You guys know what I'm talking about, like a turn-based game. That's what I'm saying. They were like, attack dollar bonds at 5 a.m., and then that was it. Now you have to wait till the next turn tomorrow. Even though the market's moving, that's you generating the income from waiting. You know what I'm saying? So then that's it. And then now the real move, advance or decline. We got to wait for the turn. That's why I'm like, man, every single day like this has been like that, you know? Like you've just been getting little by little, but most of it is off the morning, and then it's wherever the dollar and bonds end up. You have 2 tickets to wait, you have to get tickets to go? Bro, I just wanted to go to D.C. I just wanted to go to D.C. on inauguration, just walk around, go to the restaurants. You know, I'm hoping I run into J.D. Vance. You know what I'm saying? I hope maybe I'll see Vivek. I'll be like, what's up, man? What's up? I hate white people, too. Don't hire them. He's like, what? What? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That's a joke. That's if you don't know the joke. If you don't know what that topic is, then you think I'm weird. But, yeah. And I thought I'd have fun. I get to run into my favorite politicians. I thought I could see AOC, but I guess not. I guess not. AVB. High ticker is fully gassed almost, man. That's kind of odd. Mm. Oh, I could compliment Corinne. You're right. She might be gone, though. I think that's her last day. Mm. Would I shoot my shot at AOC? No, man. I have like a very, like, I don't know. I have like a healthy, I guess, sexual life. Like, I don't find any of these odd politicians that y'all find attractive. So that's why I think some of you are really down bad. And it's okay. I've been there before. But yeah, so like Jen Psaki, AOC, like y'all are insane. No, you guys are insane. No. That's all you. That's all you. That's literally, yeah. I've never looked at AOC and been like, what's up, girl? What about Lauren Boebert? I've heard the name and it sounds hideous, but I don't know who that is. I don't know what she looks like. I've heard Lauren Boebert, but it sounds like an ugly girl name. I'm sorry if your name is Lauren Boebert, but Lauren's a pretty name, but the Boebert just like, I don't like saying, like, it just sound awkward. Well, maybe I'm wrong, apparently. C. City's going up. Those options are going to die, though. You need to Google her? I'm okay. Thank you. I already got in trouble because my girlfriend had a dream. So I don't think I could afford any searches for mediocrely attractive old ladies right now. So I'm gonna hold off on it, okay? I'm gonna hold off on it just for now, because I don't know if that's I don't really need it right now. That's fine, man. I think I'll live without seeing it. Did you ask what you were doing in her dream? Yeah, no, she told me. So she said I did it in front of her mom. So not like what you think, but she said she had a dream where I was with her and her mom, and then I got a FaceTime call, and it was some girl named Victoria FaceTime me. So I answered the phone and was like, yeah, she said I cheated on her with a girl named Victoria on FaceTime. And I was like, what? So I was like, yeah. And I was like, who? She's like, Victoria. I was like, yeah. I was like, I don't know any Victorias, bro. It's like, damn, that's wild. I said something funny, but then she didn't think it was funny. Oh, I said, okay, my bad. All right. Whoop. Oh, Victoria's Secret? That makes more sense. Maybe, bro, maybe. I don't even think there's a Victoria in the chat. I don't think the last time I met a girl named Victoria, I think I was in elementary school, my neighbor. Why did you do that? What? I didn't do anything. Man, Connie, I want to hear it, okay? I didn't do anything. I'm an innocent man. I went to bed and I woke up. Now I'm being charged for like 15 different crimes. I feel like Donald Trump right now. You just take the blame. That's weird. My girlfriend's never had done this to me. She's never, usually I think I have good, like, I'm like fun in dreams, apparently. Apparently I'm just a nice guy. And then we only got 22 minutes left. Yeah, why'd you talk to Victoria? No. This is terrible. Because I don't know which one of you is her. At this point, I'm starting to suspect somebody in the chat is my girlfriend. The way y'all are not letting Victoria slide in the same. I don't even know who Victoria is. Okay? That's what I even texted her. I was like, what? She said Victoria. She's very clear about Victoria. Victory! That's what they all say. All right, I'm sorry. But what happened? So what if you do apologize for a dream and you didn't do it, but you did in the dream? Like, isn't that like self-incrimination 101? Are we not like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, so if you're telling me to say sorry for what I didn't do, like, doesn't that mean you are admitting guilt? Am I not? That's what, this is entrapment. Y'all are fucking ops. This is entrapment. Dreams hit different. They do. Did I ever tell you that one dream I had? I don't know if I could tell you on the internet. Bro, I had a dream once with my girlfriend, and it made me so sad that for months, I was so nice to her. Like, I'm nice to her naturally. It's not like I bully her, but like, dude, like, I had a dream that she died, and it was, or like, not even like died, like, she just started hanging out with like crackheads, and they got her to be a crackhead in my dream, bro, and it like broke my heart so bad. And I was just so, like, I was so nice to her. I told her, she knows this dream. I told her, it's vivid. I can't ever forget this dream, ever. It's like, actually, like, no, bro, it was a dream that stuck with me. I was so nice to her. After that, anytime too, she tells me to remember the dream. If I'm any like remotely rude, she's like, "Yeah, don't forget that. You remember that dream?" I'm like, "Oh yeah, you're right." What was she loved it. She loved that I had a dream that I was like scared about her, and that I was like she loved it, but I was terrified. I was terrified. I know. I only had that dream one time. That was like a couple years ago. It was like 2 years in. You don't sleep enough to have dreams? Oh, that sounds super unhealthy. But you should try. Maybe a couple hours. Pop a melatonin or something. I don't know. Go on a jog. I love sleep. Yeah. Sleep's good for you. No, NVIDIA chilled too, bro. More healthcare names closing high on the bell, though. Or into the bell. Brian Johnson blueprint. Trying to reverse age. No. All that matters is working out. That's it. Working out is the only way to slow down aging. That's all I've realized. Florida pension overseers shift towards less riskier credit. Florida pension managers sell $2 billion in credit assets. Yeah, and sleep, really. But like, that's like, you got to think about it. Like, working out, that's how your body can, like, you could reverse aging with working out. That's it. Everything else, like, you'll still get wrinkly and shit, but even then, if you're actually active, it will help. But for the most part, that's all I've realized is, like, and there's no good, because you could take care of your skin, you could do anything, your hair, all that stuff for aging, but then if you don't physically work out, it's useless, in my opinion. So I'd rather have my body age less from working out than anything else. Yeah, it won't save your hair, but who cares? No, the port strike, they got an extension, I believe. Remember that happened the other day? That's why Zim went down, but I think they came to an agreement. I believe there might be another update, but for now, I think they're good. And then Google forms new AI sales team, cuts 60 jobs. MPW, the prospect news is BS, I think, to be honest. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure all of that's priced in. It just sounds terrible. But then again, nobody, it doesn't matter. Like real estate stocks, all that matters is the bonds. That's it. That's all that. That's why I'm like, even then, whatever goes on, it just, good or bad, you still have to get through the Dante's level of hell of the bond market. You know? So it doesn't matter. Good or bad, MPWO or any REIT, you're still on level bond hell, and you have to get through that before we change anything with real estate. Does reading all these messages give you ADHD? No. I came in with ADHD. This just made me feel like home. That's oh man. You guys are funny though. I realize I don't think of things that you think of. That's the funny thing. That's what I've realized, is that you guys have some very clever ideas. Some of them are ideas for like stocks and money. Other are just very clever dumb shit. But it's funny. And it's very like, wow, I would have never thought about that if you've never said that. I love Dante's Inferno is a very good book. I'm a big fan of that. Any long-term stocks under 13? I think a couple, but why did you pick the worst number? 13 is like superstitious and not, and then like the exact price of like Snapchat. So it's an odd price, but go long-term based off of companies you want to own. Who cares what the stock price is? No stock. End of the day, maybe. I mean, X could be a play. Again, United Steel, they had that headline. Let's see. But they even have a limit. Other than that, no other biotech stuff. I think banks. I like XL, but I want to wait till we get closer to Friday for the bank earnings. But then I think those could be a Bitcoin if you want to play the dip, yeah. But other than that, I just don't think much has changed still, man. That's it. The bonds and the dollar kind of making advances, but, I mean, there's not really much from Friday. And I am still waiting for some long-term ones. Are you talking about the sun? I saw that. Apparently there's like not a hole, but there's like a crack in the sun. That's how I interpreted it. I saw a picture of it. It looked like, can somebody with more space background help us? It looked like a crack in the sun. I don't know, but I need to go pee. So let me go to the bathroom.
Welcome to the conversation with Alice Beetle.
Shut up, Elon. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. Real Cult News on Twitter. Oh, and then people got mad at Elon. You know that? Apparently, Elon, when he's not playing video games, somebody plays on his account to get him stats. It's kind of, people got mad at him. But that kind of makes sense. I think he's still good at the game, but, he just needed that badge progression. I play 2K. I know what he's talking about. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't pay somebody to get me a rebound chaser on Hall of Fame, but still. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. Yeah. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom, but there's no bathroom breaks available. I have to wait till somebody comes back, like at school. You know what I'm talking about? All right, man. SPY's still holding up, though. Again, after that little movement, bonds move more when we were talking about them at break even. SPY went green for a little bit, but still red. So you might be 12 minutes, and then you're going to, this is the cusp of break even, down Friday, down Monday or not. Yeah, this is interesting. Right on that cusp.
Shares down and walk.
Nice. All right, I'll be right back.
And shares of U.S. Steel jumping as sources tell. CNBC's David Faber, Cleveland-Cliffs and Nucor are preparing for a potential takeover bid of the steelmaker after Biden blocked Japan's Nippon Steel from buying the firm. Cleveland-Cliffs CEO reaffirming his interest in buying U.S. Steel at a news conference today, but declining to give any details. Shares of United Steel up 6%.
All right, good stuff. Thank you, Christina Partsinevelos. Still ahead, the market zone. We'll talk about the shares of Honeywell today.
Okay, well, hold on. I still wanted to party. Yeah, what is it? I don't get what's going on with. There's something with the sun though, but I'm not really like in the space that much. Sorry. But yeah, there was something people were talking about. 10-minute rig. Oh man. Tesla did good. They're on the high right now. Again, DJT was killer. Is that Carvana on the high? And then even SPY, 10-minute rig, getting a little green shoot. Yeah, coronal crack. I think that's what it was. I remember that. That's what I say. Wasn't there like a hole in the sun or something? The geomagnetic storms affect electronics. Thank you for today. I hope you had a good Monday, man. I'm excited to be back. I hope I don't lose my voice tonight at the gym or anything, and then we'll be good. But it's going to be a fun week. But then again, too, I hope you guys don't forget about the bonds, the dollar, and how all of that is led here. All right, let me go, people. It's probably about to run into a high though.
The December jobs data was reassuring to the market, but we still don't know is it a one-month fluke or not. I do have the sense that things will continue to lose a bit of momentum because we're coming off 5 years of extremely high stimulus. Yeah. And there's really not much left, not much room for the new administration to stimulate.
A strong economy and, well, concerns about a strong economy. Jimmy Chang, Chief Investment Officer at the Rockefeller Global Family Office. He kicked us off to the show just about 50 minutes ago. Romaine Bostic here alongside Bonnie Quinn. And the market, it's had a wild ride today. We had an S&P that looked like it was set to crash.
Yeah, absolutely. And I like how you grinned a little bit when you said, a strong economy is giving this market fright. Yeah. And it is a little bit ironic, right? A bumper jobs report and the market bemoans it. But I mean, you understand why. We all understand why.
Well, I think why we all understand why is that second line on the screen there, 4.8, almost 4.8 on a 10-year, and some people saying that's going to get up to 10.
Yeah, exactly.
5%, excuse me.
5%, yeah. And then the question is, does that slow the economy and how long does it take for it to do that? Yeah. The dollar index, though, at 110, we're going to feel that as well, Romaine, and we might get a big reversal, after Donald Trump takes office. He's always talked about having a weaker dollar, for example. And then, of course, oil up 2.8% as well, and that's going to hit people in the pocketbooks too.
Yeah, well, the good news, if we had started this show 3 or 4 hours ago, we would be talking about a market deep in the red. But right now, the only major indice in the red is the NASDAQ Composite and the NASDAQ 100, and they're still only down about 4 to 0.5%. Everything else right now holding in the green with just about 8 minutes to go until we get to those closing bells. Shelby McFadden joins us here in Studio 2, senior analyst with Motley Fool.
Motley Fool, thank you. All right. Well, 10-minute rig was a couple minutes ago. You're back to green. I don't think unless there's a random sell-off. No down Friday, down Monday. So here's the deal. NASDAQ declined. That was about it. But Dow, SPY, Russell, all green. Dollar higher. Bond yields worse again. But everything's marginal, right? The dollar was a big move today, but the bond move, very small comparatively, but you're still hugging near the low. And then tomorrow, most of the driver will be whatever we wake up to, then PPI, and then you're going to spend another couple hours doing something like this, and then we'll start pricing the CPI and see where we're at from there. But high ticker is gassing into the close. It's a good close comparatively. Remember the other day, last couple of days we've had some weak closes, so yeah. Yeah, if we ended red, it would have been a little bit more concerning. But I think now the NASDAQ down Friday, down Monday, but if it's not across the board, that's a much better sign. And then again, I think NASDAQ is now just because of Apple and Nvidia. Remember, they had bad news this morning and reactions. Yeah, no, you really did salvage it right there. So you have 21 names green on the Dow, NASDAQ, literally 57 names green. So again, it is just a couple of chip names kind of outweighing half of it. And then SPY, 371 in the green. So, yeah, a lot of stuff flipped there. You're good to go. The report on Wednesday, I don't know. So, if you want it, like, I was pretty accurate on the jobs, even though all the economists were kind of fluff. I still had a high range, but based off of the jobs, I could use the ISM as a reliable indicator. The CPI doesn't really have an indicator. There's nothing that has the same correlation as ISM to non-farm. So I don't really know. I'm leaning that it's going to go up, but I just don't know by how much, because, again, every 0.1, 0.2 is going to make a big difference here. So I don't really know. I'm assuming hotter, though. I'm not really all roses and excited about it. It just seems like all of the data has been printing hot since the election. So I lean as if it's going to be hotter, but I don't know. There might be room for surprises or other things. And again, I don't know if they want to leave the final CPI of Biden maybe not too hot. So we will see. But Chattadonia, is it time? It is time. I love you all, man. I hope you had a great day. This is so bittersweet every day because I miss you guys. I miss y'all over the weekend, and then I get here and I'm so excited. I'm like, now the day's already over, bro. That's it. The day just flew by. I know, good to be back, but the days fly by when we're back, baby. So, Chattadonia, I appreciate you all. I hope you're ready for tomorrow and the rest of this wild week, but we are bringing it into a close now. If you don't like loud noises, when I say earmuffs, that is your warning to mute your speakers. Why? Because it is going to get extremely loud in here. How loud in here? So loud that you might want to hurt me. That's I've had people do that before, They have literally threatened to hurt me because of the noises I make in my room that I leave when the microphone's on. It's really weird, bro. But hey, I don't want that violence. I like peace and love. I don't want you to hurt anybody, not even me, but anybody for that matter. So just when I say earmuffs, just know that it's going to get really loud, and we love you, and we just want you to be safe, okay? So earmuffs is the safe word, and yeah, you're good to go. All right, that sound good? That sounds like a good time. Wait. I need to get my stuff ready. Sorry. Gotta. Okay. All right, you guys good? No philosophy? That's crazy. Some of y'all, that's like walking into McDonald's at 3 p.m. and being like, no breakfast? You missed it, man. Earmuffs! Earmuffs! This is not a drill. Earmuffs. 3, 2, 1! Ding 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 ding. Horna, let's go. Wow, Chattadonia. We did it. We made it, baby. 7 hours in the book. Damn, even Tesla running after bell. Let's go. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. You made it to the bell. It don't matter if you made money or lost, but I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, dudes, vibes, personalities, info. Way to not get banned. Way to provide something to start off the year, baby. That's real community right there. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Hey, man, good game in GG, baby. Way to hold it down and stay in the game. Prepare for any disappointment. Save that money and get that long term. You drop a GG, you know what I'm saying. You feel me? There you go. I see you too, Twitch. Way to hold it down. Members, non-members, streaming. Man, you bought a t-shirt. Are you kidding me? Y'all ain't have to. Y'all show love. I would have done all of this free $99, baby. Y'all throwing love. Y'all answer questions. Y'all communicated. Are you kidding me? Thank y'all for holding it down. Thank y'all if you helped me out today, bro. I appreciate y'all. Good game. Shout out to Chad. That's it. That's Monday. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Who? Wake up in the morning, I be eating. Money in my bag. I'm not gonna lie, man. I said like 5 things like Joe Biden today. Like, not on purpose. You know that? I hella had like a sentence in my mind, and then it comes out as a mumble. I don't know. I might have to go get that checked out. But Chattadonia, that is the day. I love you. I hope you had a great day. We don't have a live watch list tonight, but I'm going to have something with you for tonight, though. It just won't be live, but we got a couple of events coming up. I think it's going to be an exciting week. If you haven't watched the last 2 weeks of the watch list, I really truly believe you are going to miss out on something big. And if you do watch it, then, bro, you should be chill as hell because you know everything that's about to happen. Yeah, I know. That's a very confident saying. You know that. I even said it. I know I sound hella confident, but I just think it's really good info, bro. I don't know if they feel me, man. I don't know if they feel me, bro. So, Chattadonia, I love you all. God bless you. You enjoy your evening. I hope we could sweeten it up tonight with the watch list. Other than that, bro, go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Sacred in the World. And then, I don't know. We could get him one. Let's get him some. I'll get you one more, and then we'll wrap it up. I don't know if you can handle this one. Can they handle this one, Marcus? Marcus, do you think they could handle? I'll give it to him. You know, Marcus, he's a killer out there. I don't know about that, man. Here you go. Long term. It's a cup, baby. Long term, short term, welcome to the war. Love with the game, I just want a little more. Haters ain't new, I just got a little bored. Stepping in the pace, I be speaking with the store. Tell me what's the store, China on the store. Ready on the land, know you heard this shit before. It was 2018, making videos in the car. Now everybody got a long term, looking for some more. Big bank, I'ma pull up in a Civic. Rollie is a numerals, the Casio and digits. If you never make a move, then you'll never have a critic. Why you think I got these grown men acting like some bitches? $100 move, 10-cent finish. Tell me not to mock it, but you don't know your limit. Both of us could lose, but one of us is winning. All of us alive, so tell me how you living. Blessed. I already know it though, don't care about your whip. I got a crib in my portfolio. You should be yourself, stop back at Cornholio. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Crypto in the wallet, but we bought it 10 years ago. Put it in the videos, put it in the lyrics, bro. Funny how it's cynical, fuck, still didn't hear it though. Forgive me for the language, I'm still working on the spiritual. Mr. Professional, talk about the revenue. Hard to ride the wave when you riding on my genitals. Talking about my plays, but they hit like an edible. I'm used to little humans telling me what's not attainable. That's some whole shit, trying to tightrope shit. Friend and the enemy, you think we don't know this? Funny how my foes never had the same focus. Forgive them for their sins, I ain't talking about the smoke. I'm back to the mission, lot of holding, lot of sitting. Act like you can't change your mind before you go and make decisions. You don't even need precision, cause you at it while you stack it, while you average your way in it. Who the villain? Money tree, you gonna kill it, cause you keep on fucking with it. Trying to learn the art of chilling. It don't matter your religion, what you have or what you didn't. Cause the future you gon' ask the current you, but why you didn't? Sick with it, boy, I'm talking big business. I don't need no 3 wishes, just a G-O-D vision. I be C-O-D. Fluid in the well, but the pocket's so colloquial. Oh, man. Bro, I don't know what's going on. Ark and Tesla are going crazy after the bell right now. And your boy Navivda. Oh, dude, hold on. You guys want to see a clip from this weekend? Hold on, let me find you this. Hold on, I recorded this shit because I was like, y'all, none of y'all are gonna believe me, and like, you gotta hear. Are you ready for this? This is a phone call with my father. Dude, would you guys like to hear a clip of a phone call with my dad? Is that something you may be interested in? If it is, you could show your interest by liking the video. They beat Audi. That was the news in the morning. I swear to you, that was in 5 a.m. I had that headline. I remember that. So I don't know if I can. Let me see the likes go up. I just want to see if we could tap out the likes real quick, just in case. If you be, oh wow, there's some people interested. Wow, okay. Okay, here's the clip. Are you ready? I don't have a video. I'm gonna have to play it from my phone. I just recorded it because my dad was talking to me on the phone, and then he started to do some like Arab shit. So here it is. Here it is.
You said you didn't know what IDK meant?
No, I never. This is the first time I tried to figure it out. It's don't, and K. It does not click. I think what's K mean? But I got 2 letters right.
Yeah, you were close. That's crazy. 2025. You finally learned. I don't know. ID.
Bro. Dog. Because I told you, like, me and this dude, because my dad, I'm like, this dude. And, like, because I took him out and we were just doing all sorts of weird shit this weekend, bro. And, like, because he asked me if I wanted to do something. And I texted him back. I was like, IDK, like, I don't know, man. I got to see, like, if I have time, because he wanted to go take this big-ass drive. I was like, I don't know, man. And then he called me, like, 30 minutes later. And then he's like, what? What does IDK mean? I don't. And I'm like, and do you know how many times? Y'all don't get it, though. Because that means every time in my life, up until this weekend, I have sent him IDK several times. Y'all don't get it. You see what I'm saying? That means this was finally the moment where he admitted and was like, yo, I have no idea what that means. He said, what is I? He said, the K. The K, what is the K? Bro. No, I was like, there's no way. 2020. And then, I think I have it on the, and then you know what he says afterwards? Do you know what? I think I have it on the, I need to go through the clip. Because you know what he says, like, shortly thereafter? Because I remember when we taught him slang, like, back in the day, he thinks IDK is slang. So right when he figured out what IDK meant, the first thing he said, you see, I know the slang, bling, bling. That's the first thing he says, bling, bling. So he was reminding me how hip he was. So he knows that was the last time I helped him under, bling, bling. You know that. So my dad walk around and say, bling, bling, Habibi, bling, bling. Like, he thinks that's a flex now. Like, literally, he's stuck on bling, bling every time I come. Like, yeah, that's how. Okay, there's one more. Maybe I should save it till Friday, though. I won't tell you what happened, but I have an idea. I have an idea for a TV show. Because my girl, she came with us when I was with my dad, right? And I'm telling you, watching my foreign-ass girlfriend, who's not really that foreign, talk to my foreign-ass dad, it is the funniest conversations I have ever heard in my life. You have no, because she be hella asking him stuff, but she doesn't know how to, like, translate it into, like, Middle East talk, like, you know, because, like, she will use unnecessary big-ass words where he'll know the meaning to the easy word, but he won't know the other word, and it's just, oh, dude. I was dying, bro. I'm just driving, cracking up. It was the best thing ever. You guys have no idea. I have to videotape it. It was, oh, man. Close the lights, Habibi. Oh, AMD on the high, man. He'll ask to buy it, to close the lights. Oh, man, it's wild, bro. It's wild. So, yeah, there you go. I'll get you the rest of those clips. You might enjoy them. But, Chattadonia, on that note, I hope you had fun today. I hope you smiled. I hope the day flew by. I hope you got a little bit more intention. But that is all I have for you here today. But in the evening on the watch list, the Trading Fraternity, baby. Assuming you don't close the lights too early, I'll be there, man. So I'll see you there around 5, 6 p.m. That's all I have. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And ladies and gentlemen, why are we here? Why do we keep going, never giving up, never backing down? Why faith, hope, and love don't ever go out of style, and why we are going for a real, true purpose and not just a feeling, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. So, Chad Adonia, you have a great, wonderful, beautiful evening. I will see you tonight, and peace out. It's been a long day without you, my friend. And I tell you, if I don't see you guys again, this might be the last time I do this voice. I'm still the president, but this might be the time. This might be the time where I gotta go. I left him. I left him with a good employment rate. And fuck you. Okay. Yeah. Here, I'm on fire lately. Fuck California. What? I mean, no pun. Sorry, I didn't mean to say. Yikes, that's a bad one, Joey. That's a bad one. Nobody gave him training yet. Joey B. But I'll tell you, 1 week, the first order I'm going to sign when I get into office will be called the Hades Break Free Act. If the hostages are not returned, I will free hell for it to break out all of the Middle East. These people, I'm telling you, stupid people. That's it. That's what we're going to do. We'll free everybody in hell to make it break loose. That's what I'll do. And then I'm going to go and build a border and a wall around every bathroom in a public government building. That's what I'm going to sign. We're going to build walls in bathrooms now. That's what I'll do. Either way, you have a good day, Chad. That Josh guy, I like him. He's a good-looking guy. Not really. He looks like Benny Blanco, little ugly fuck. But I like him. He's smart. He talks good. I'll see you later. Get that watch list. I watch it too. Exactly. I don't watch much, but I'll see you on the watch list, damn it. Exactly. Well, you have a wonderful evening, and I reclaim my time. Goodbye. Turn this off now. That's it. Biden's leaving. I'm not. I'm staying. This is my home. Exactly.